keeps coming in and then running through all my stuff, and then I can't.
No problem.
Okay.
Easy. Easy. What else do we need? Come on. What else do we need? Still poor connection. Yes. Can't do anything about that. Do you want me to try to quick reset the internet?
No, this is starting
In a minute?
So no.
Okay. That would be the only thing I could do to fix it.
Okay.
And I could do it right now.
Like, is the internet actually poor right now?
Whether is the thing still say poor connection? Yes. I don't know. I did a speed test this morning and
It seems like it's still.
okay.
Okay, well. Okay, it's going to start.
Okay.
presentations. Don't wait to submit your questions. Post them as they come to you. I'll be keeping track for the Q&As. We will be uploading PDF slides for all the presentations as the day goes on in the Slides PDF text channel, which you'll see under the Summit Guide section. If you would like to network via audio with other Summit attendees, we encourage you to use the Networking Voice channel. Finally, we also have the Society of Cosmetic Chemists Next Gen with us today with a virtual booth. Head on over to the SCC Next Gen Summit booth text channel to chat with Dr. Gabby Backey and Ava Perkins. If you have questions about the SCC, about career opportunities within cosmetic scientists, or continuing education, this is the spot to have them answered. Massive thank you to our summit sponsors for supporting our e-conference initiative, to our silver sponsor, Crota, and our bronze sponsor, Innolex. It's because of you that we were able to make the Sustainable Beauty e-Summit free for anyone. One final thank you is to Julia Ruby, who has been a massive help to us for all of our e-conference initiatives, including this one. Julia set up our whole Discord and is in the chat moderating the discussion. So massive, massive thank you to Julia. And you can find Julia at Ruby's Resources on Instagram. So be sure to check Julia's social media out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you would like to support what we're doing, please share. Whether it's letting your network know you're attending, sharing the replays, or sharing some of what you've learned. As mentioned, the Sustainable Beauty e-Summit is part of our greater free e-conference series. So far, we've hosted summits on safety, sustainability, and sunscreen. Next up, we're returning with our annual Sunscreen e-Summit, another collaborative e-conference with Michelle at Lab Muffin Beauty Science. Mark your calendars, the event is scheduled for May 7th. Stay tuned for more details. We'll be kicking off the Sustainable Beauty e-Summit with a presentation by, again, yours truly. I'll save my introductions and get straight to it. Thank you so much for registering for our conference. I hope you enjoy the day. So I'm going to be presenting on the topic of sustainable development during the infodemic. How does misinformation and information uncertainty impact our ability as an industry, and I would say society, to pursue sustainable development? With how much misinformation is out there, and also the industry's response so far, I think that this topic is very important as we explore how we can start to course correct to actually pursue sustainable development. Now, I'm starting to give away some of the topics of my presentation, so I'll stop there and really begin with defining each of the words in my title, Sustainable Development During the Infodemic. Starting with sustainability and taking kind of a historical perspective to where we are today. So I don't think we really actually got started with sustainability in 1987, but I do think that this is when it was starting to be more widely in the public zeitgeist. And so this was via our Common Future, or the Brundtland Commission. As I'm sure this is something that you are at this point familiar with, where something is sustainable only if it meets the needs of the present without compromising future generations to meet their own needs. In 1992, the UN conference in Stockholm and on environment development in Rio de Janeiro happened, where human activities were first specifically linked to the irreversible impacts that we're seeing on Earth. In 1997, the Kyoto Protocol was signed, and we all know where that ended up. Fast forward to 2015, the Paris Climate Agreement happened, where globally it was agreed upon that in order to limit the impacts of climate change, we have to limit global temperature rise to 2 degrees Celsius. In 2015, that same year, the Millennium Development Goals shifted to the Sustainable Development Goals, which we'll talk about a bit more in the next slide after this, but really highlighting how society is intrinsically linked with sustainability. as well as the economy and the environment. In 2019 and 2021, the IPBES and IPCC reports were republished. Now, these aren't new, they've been around for decades. These are just the latest iterations. Ultimately, they look at the IPBES, biodiversity impacts, and IPCC, climate change impacts that we're seeing around the world, the current global scientific consensus. They're big reports, and if you want more information, they are freely available, so you can go learn more if you just go and Google these reports. So, as mentioned, the Sustainable Development Goals by the UN, these highlight the systemic process or aspect of sustainability and how the economy and society are linked within sustainability as well as the environment. This is a Venn diagram that I'm sure you are familiar with. Kind of an older perspective of sustainability where there are 3 legs on a stool that are of equal importance here: the economy, society, and environment. And when they are equally valued, then that's where you'll see sustainability. Now, that shifted to the nested theory of sustainability to highlight the order of importance, because without soil to grow crops, so without the environment, there would be no society. And without the society to fuel the economy, there would be no economy. So highlighting the order of importance in how we pursue sustainability, like you have to take care of the house first, and then the people, and then their money, kind of thing. And 2 more modern frameworks. Here I'll highlight first the natural step framework for sustainability, and specifically I'll highlight the resource funnel. So this was a more science-based, again, systemic outlook for sustainability. There's more to this framework, but within this funnel, it highlights when there are less resources available because we're depleting them. There's more societal demand. Our margins for addressing, for example, climate change or biodiversity loss become smaller and smaller. And only until we can widen that funnel via reducing our demand of resources and increasing the available resources, that's when we start to move towards sustainability and can actually meet the challenges, for example, of climate change. So something I think really important within this funnel is that sustainability is a moving target. It's not really an endpoint. You're not going to land on it. It can be better defined as a process of directed change because things change. The environment is changing all around us. Our resources are becoming more and more limited, especially today. Maybe that'll change. Hopefully that'll change. And so we're not going to land on sustainability because it's always going to change. The other framework that I will highlight is the planetary boundaries framework for sustainability, where it looks at the safe operating space for humans in all these aspects within the graphic on the screen. I highly recommend looking more into both frameworks if you want to better understand where we currently are with how we think about sustainability. And to sustainable development. So what does that mean? Considering the uncertain future and nebulousness of sustainability, companies who are pursuing sustainable development have to have access to as much relevant information as they can so that they can make the best possible decisions. So to get this information, they have to measure and record data in terms of their specific goals, because you can't be accountable unless you actually account for things. So ecological accounting, it's a whole field. This is the backbone of sustainable development. Actually measuring what's happening in a product's life cycle, for example. In the context of a product, a cosmetic product, probably the most important tool within ecological accounting for understanding what's happening, understanding a product's impact, is what people call a life cycle assessment, looking at from raw material extraction all the way to manufacturing, transportation. What are the associated emissions from, for example, glass versus plastic packaging for this specific product, to use, and then finally disposal, or maybe it's reintegrated into a life cycle. It's important when you're thinking about life cycles to think about the boundaries within them. Because, for example, if we stop at the product getting on the shelf, then we miss out on the use and disposal phase of the life cycle, which are very important. Or if we start at the manufacturing part, then we miss the raw material extraction. I've seen this a lot in, for example, bio-based plastic, where they don't include, for example, the harvesting situation. With use also, sometimes if you leave that out, you're going to miss really important things. And so I'm thinking about in 2022, there was a life cycle assessment published on solid toothpaste tablets, something that seems like it would be more eco-friendly, just based off of the assumption. Like it seems like it's right. Well, actually, according to this LCA, compared to a plastic tube of toothpaste, it was more impactful. And the reason why is because the use phase, the consumer use phase, where the consumer had to use more water to actually use the product effectively. And so I think a lot of people aren't aware that consumer use is often a significant contributor to the product life cycle. You can also find a lot of LCAs in the detergent categories. So if you want more on how consumer use impacts the end product impact, I would highly recommend looking more towards that. So life cycle assessments, and then we've got carbon footprinting. I will say that this is kind of debated in the scientific community whether or not this should be prioritized in the way that it is, but there is prioritization that are being led by regulations, especially for larger companies, where now companies have to measure scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. And so these two tools are ways that we can understand a product's impact. And you will be learning more about these tools in a presentation later on in the day, so stay tuned. And then finally, infodemic, where there is this wave of information washing over society. And this information includes actual information, misinformation, disinformation, and how society, now we have social media that is kind of the cataclysm or earthquake, I guess, that's leading to this tsunami of information washing over society. So people now have access to an enormous amount of information, right and wrong, that they never had access to before, thanks to the interwebs. Much of this was without any kind of expert intermediation. This is new. Prior to the internet, things used to be vetted, and this isn't really the case anymore, as I'm sure you know if you're on, for example, Instagram. So infodemic has been coined as the descriptor for this phenomenon. The issue here is misinformation. The World Economic Forum has placed misinformation as the core technological and geopolitical risk globally. Via social media algorithms, beliefs are reinforced by repetition within a closed system. You can just think about yourself on Instagram or any social media feed, YouTube maybe. I'm familiar with Instagram, where I only see content now that agrees with me, things that I slow down on the feed and actually want to see. And so this is leading to echo chambers, and this is ultimately leading to polarization. So the end result here is that people are becoming more radical, while more moderate voices are hindered because they don't do well in the algorithm, fundamentally damaging democracy and social stability. And now, how does this all relate to sustainability? Polarization threatens cooperation and problem solving and decision making, while misinformation distracts the public and decision makers away from the needed action, potentially wasting resources on actions that are counterproductive and unhelpful. And this is something that we see a lot of in the sustainability policy arena, where we do things that sometimes end up making the problem that the policy is trying to address worse. We have an example in this presentation, so stay tuned. So to address climate change and biodiversity loss, cooperation and evidence are crucially needed, and polarization and misinformation undermine this. To backstep a little bit, we're still on the topic of misinformation. We can look at greenwashing. So companies recognize the growing demand for green products. For example, consumers are willing to pay more for products that they perceive to be greener. And also, there's this whole market of impact or ESG investors, where investors want to invest in companies they perceive to be socially or ecologically friendly. And so, in order to meet this demand, unfortunately, many companies have turned to greenwash. This is a quote from the European Commission website suite for sweep for products making green claims, where they found most were greenwashing. So this was in 2021. And they said that greenwashing misleads the public and does not give due advantage to companies who are pursuing sustainability, ultimately leading to a less green economy. So companies who are making deceptive green claims may be making sustainability harder to actually achieve or strive towards. So now, how does misinformation impact sustainability? We've kind of alluded to some of these things, albeit there's only limited evidence, and so there is a growing research interest in this topic, but it's relatively new. So the first way is with misplaced conservation. This is a graphic from a study published in 2021 by Ford et al. On the topic of misplaced conservation, where it highlights when people are misinformed and when they're polarized, this can lead to, for example, more misinformation, which may lead to things like misallocation of resources because they're doing the wrong things, even if it's with good intentions. There might be delegitimization of evidence, and this might directly or indirectly harm biodiversity. They might end up also doing things that are worse. For example, in the study, they highlighted environmentalists in a certain area wanted to support monarch migration. And so they went and planted milkweed, but they went and planted the wrong milkweed that ended up disrupting the migration pattern and ended up making the monarch issue worse. So that was just one example within the study. Ultimately, outcomes are the arbitrators for sustainability or environmental or conservation success. So while we might feel good for doing something, if it's not actually helping, then what are we doing here? The second way is via something called green nudging. And this is a graph from a study published in 2019 by Hegman et al. Ultimately, green nudging is when there's something that's not really that effective, not well supported by the evidence. And when that comes first, it's a nudge. It feels like it's nudging us in the right way. Okay, so when these nudges come before something that's more evidence-driven but harder, then that evidence-driven, more likely to be effective policy, when it comes after a green nudge, it's less likely to be effective, versus if that effective policy comes first before the green nudge, then it's more likely to be effective. All of this is to say that the order of implementation of policy matters. And so following the best available evidence when we are deciding our sustainability actions or policies is super important, because when people feel like they've done something, this is an unfortunate psychological thing. When people feel that they've contributed, especially when the thing that will be more impactful is harder, they're less likely to contribute to that harder thing. Highlighted in this graph was carbon pricing. So when carbon pricing comes before a nudge, more likely to be effective. And carbon pricing is one of the more evidence-supported strategies for climate change mitigation, versus if it comes after a nudge, less likely to be effective. To the cosmetics context. Natural does not equal green. There are many examples to highlight this. For example, many essential oils take hundreds to thousands of plant material to extract a single pound of essential oil. Many are also sourced via wild harvesting, which is widely seen as quite disruptive to the environment. Neither does organic. There's a lot of research to show that agricultural styles that require more land have higher associated greenhouse gas emissions. And further, according to the IPBES 2019 report, agriculture, specifically expansion into intact ecosystems, were the greatest threat for biodiversity loss. This isn't to say that organic is bad. It's just that to think that using an agricultural style that it requires more land, to think that that's going to be the end-all be-all sustainable option is just not aligned with reality. Or GMO-free, and this isn't to say that GMOs are a panacea of they're going to be greener, but sometimes they can help improve efficiency of production of crops or maybe ingredients so that they have less impact, or may have improved nutritional quality, or may have improved performance in the context of many cosmetic ingredients. Or plastic free. So if we stopped using all plastic in favor of eco alternatives, for example, glass, paper, or aluminum packaging, we would need, and this is according to LCAs on the topic, we would need 3.6 times the material, 2.2 times the energy, with an increase of 2.7 times the carbon dioxide emissions. So plastic free equals better? Well, probably not, although there's no silver bullet to sustainable packaging. I think that's really the problem with these blanket statements, is because it simplifies something that's really complicated. Like with packaging, the most sustainable option for a package, it's going to vary greatly depending on the individual formulation and also the individuals who are using the product and what kind of waste management infrastructure they have available to them, and what kind of, for example, if you're doing a bottle return program, well, that's great, but is it actually viably accessible to your users? Or SLS free. So SLS, compared to many other surfactants, is produced in a continuous process instead of, for example, batches. Many other surfactants are, and they have to be transported to different manufacturing facilities. So the process of production is actually quite environmentally efficient in the context of other surfactants. Also, SLS is biodegradable. So I don't really know why this idea is out in the consumer zeitgeist, but it is. Or waterless. The largest impact for many products are the consumer use phase. So if we're making, for example, oil cleansers that require more water to wash off from the skin, are you actually having a net water reduction? No. Is that actually less impactful? You should probably do an LCA to compare. When you look at formulations and LCAs specific to formulations, the most impactful part is often the emollients. And so if you're removing the water and filling up that space with extra emollient, that's more impactful. Again, are you actually having a net sustainability improvement with your formulation? Or DIY. I've seen this from ingredient suppliers or smaller organic formulating schools. This idea that DIY will be environmentally superior because it empowers consumers. Well, it's great on an educational standpoint, but you just have to think about this through the lens of economies of scale. And it's, quickly obvious that it just doesn't add up. Or solid. So I brought up the toothpaste tablet example as one example. So if these products require more water, it's just a case by case. It's not so obvious that these products will be less impactful. At the end of the day, you just have to actually account for it. Ecological accounting, do an LCA. If you want to make the claim that one product is better than the other, you should probably actually prove it. Or clean, and we don't have to get into that. So a case example to kind of bring some of what I've been talking about home is the Hawaii bans for sunscreens that purportedly harm coral reefs. So these bans are based off of an outlier study by Downs et al., where they used extreme exposures of organic filters, UV filters. They put the coral in an enclosed plastic bag with the high concentrations that are not even remotely relevant to what is in nature. And they found in this exposure scenario that the coral will bleach. It's important to note that other things would also, in this context, cause coral to bleach. For example, like POP, but we're not concerned about POP bans for saving coral. So overwhelmingly, the body of evidence does not suggest that sunscreen filters of any type are contributing to coral bleaching or even are preventing the recovery of bleached coral. So when we're talking about relevant exposures, and you can look to the recent 2022 National Academies of Science literature review on this topic, but rather it's things like rising water temperatures due to climate change. These are the predominant drivers. I think it's also important to add, because zinc oxide based sunscreens are allowed within the Hawaii filter bans and are also approved within many of the reef safe certifications or labels. So under the same unrealistic exposure conditions used to demonstrate that organic filters cause coral bleaching, so does zinc oxide. So my question is this a case of misplaced conservation and green nudging? The elephant in the room here is that consumerism is not sustainable. Per capita, overconsumption is the most environmentally destructive thing we do societally. And despite improvements in eco-efficiency, carbon dioxide emissions from fossil fuels have increased by 80% since 1970. The overwhelming evidence shows that the negative impacts associated with overconsumption outweigh any of the benefits associated with green innovation. We as a society, we need to slow down consumption. Green consumerism, this idea that you will be able to save the environment by buying green products, this is at odds with sustainable consumption. We need to purchase less, use less, waste less. The former, green consumerism, has the paradoxical trend of increased consumption, and again, consumption is the most environmentally destructive thing we do societally. So the push for green consumerism, this is both from industry when we see all this green marketing, but also from government with the policy that they put forth. This has created an illusion of progress that distracts from the urgent structural changes needed to achieve sustainable development. So this is where I see the cosmetics industry. We're all on the BS bandwagon, and I think it really started, at least for some of the sustainability messages and the safety messaging that we see in the industry right now. In the 90s, with the first, for example, free from claims, first SLS, then paraben free, and then consumers saw that and then assumed that those ingredients that the products were free from must be bad. And then, fear works. And so they caught on to that because they want to buy products that are safer for them and for their families. So this reinforced more and more fear marketing, where companies started to increase the free from list to like up to 20, or you can look at Beauty Counter and they make all these claims about having more ingredients that they are removing past the EU list. And there's a whole thing. We can go into a lot more detail on that, but we don't have to. So this is reinforcing consumer expectations until NGOs like the EWG came into play, which then again reinforced more fear marketing, more consumer expectation, until then retailer standards started to change. With, for example, Clean at Sephora. We'll see if that continues after the class action lawsuit that has been put forth. But they have their list that brands have to comply to. So now brands who are entering the market are forced to comply to that, because especially indie brands, they want to be sold at Sephora or comparable retailers. So companies are going to have a hard time succeeding unless they actually meet these standards. So it's incentivizing more fear marketing, incentivizing more consumer expectation, more traction with the EWG, and around we go. We, as the cosmetics industry, have been the tail that has been wagging the dog, marketing controls the party here. So how do we break this cycle of BS that we're seeing in the cosmetics industry? This is where I see science communication as a path forward. For better or worse, consumers drive the industry. And so when they are misinformed on, for example, what safety looks like or on what true sustainability progress looks like, as they currently are, good communication to them has to become a priority. It's well demonstrated in the literature that science communication is critical for addressing information gaps and also in combating misinformation. However, also in the literature is that poorly executed science communication can also make the issues of misinformation worse. As an industry, if we want to move forward productively, we need to stand up to the misinformation, and that will come with investment in good science communication, both internally, for example, connecting your marketing department with your science department, and externally. And this can be from the company itself, getting out and doing science communication, and also by supporting science communicators who are already online. And so I see science communicators as the new beauty influencer that industry should be supporting if we want to actually combat the misinformation. Because these science communicators who are already online, they already have the ears of consumers. Many of them are doing science communication on the side of their full-time job. Many of them are doing it for free, and so burnout is a thing. And so if we want them to continue doing this, then supporting them, especially financially, because I mean, if they can work less, then science communication can be a viable career for them to really combat misinformation. Michelle Wong is a really great example of how industry has supported a science communicator to the point that she can now do this in the capacity that she currently does it, because she's working less in her day job and more on the science communication than she does online. And for my own example, an example of industry support, this past month in December, I presented at the SCC scientific meeting in California. It was quite financially burdensome to get out there and also work on this presentation as an independent professional. So Clarion sponsored me to go out. To me, this is what support from industry for science communicators can look like. Another example of industry support is via our sponsors for the Sustainable Beauty eSummit today. So a massive thank you to Croda, who is our silver sponsor for this event, and Intellex, who is our bronze sponsor. So that concludes my presentation. I'll be available in the Q&A. So if you guys have any questions, the Q&A starts now. Hello, can you hear me? Oh, you can. Okay, great. And I don't think anyone submitted questions, so I will just take a little bit of time to, I guess, reintroduce the conference. I'm so sorry the audio wasn't working on YouTube initially. We didn't have our properties set right on OBS, but we quickly fixed it, so thank you so much for letting us know. So if you guys have any questions, now's the time. Otherwise, we might go on a break before we go to the next presentation. Which unfortunately, Thembi wasn't able to contribute her time this morning. She's in South Africa right now, and I think her internet might be a little slow. So I have another presentation for you that kind of piggybacks off of my presentation. To keep the schedule, though, I'm going to wait 10 more minutes before I actually play the presentation by Kevin Folta. So kind of piggybacks off of what I was talking about. And so his presentation is on a case against the non-GMO movement. And this is something that we see a lot of in the cosmetic sector. misconceptions that I think are perpetuated by both regulations but also eco certifications about whether organic is the end all be all. This is something that is prioritized within certifications. If you wouldn't mind, if you have questions, the place to put your questions, where I'm going to be looking throughout the day, is in the Summit discussion text channel, which is in the Summit Interactive. Also, I see there is a question, so I will answer it, and this is over on YouTube. So I do see your question. Karen, I believe that's how you say your name. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But I also wanted to just repeat that we also have the SEC Next Gen with us today. So this is a committee that I'm actually a part of. The chair, I believe, right now is Dr. Gabby Backey, and she's from the University of Toledo. I think she's the department head for the cosmetic science program. And Gabby, please correct me if I'm wrong. And then we also have Ava Perkins, who is also a part of the SEC Next Gen. And SEC Next Gen is about drawing awareness about the cosmetic science sector to young industry members. So if you have questions about career options or cosmetic sciences in general, then that's a really great place to ask your question. Okay, so this question that I received on YouTube is from Karen, who asks, my question is how to get the big retailers like Ulta and Sephora to come clean, pun intended, about clean. Well, first, I think science communication is really important. Interested in your perspectives, please type them in the discussion, because this is only me on a soapbox answering my questions, and you already know my answer probably if you saw my presentation, that science communication, I think, is the path forward to break the cycle of BS in the industry. From Sarah Un, where can we find your contact information? If you go on the YouTube channel that you are watching right now, then you can find a link to our website, and you can find more information there, including contact details, and that's theecowell.com. So yeah, that's my thought to Karen's answer. If you guys have any other thoughts or questions, now's the time to ask. I see a whole bunch of you typing in the comments, so I hope one of you guys are asking me a question. Otherwise, I will continue sitting here awkwardly for the next 6 minutes as we prepare for the next presentation by Kevin Folta. And so there will be a replay of Thembi's presentation. It just didn't work out logistically today, but there will be the presentation on our replay page. So the topic of material updates in light of our current supply chain is very important. So you will get that information. Just stay tuned. Probably it'll be up on the replay page by tomorrow or the next day. Several people are typing. 5 more minutes as I am here in the Q&A, but there aren't any questions. Okay, so this is from No Cigar, who asks, can you speak to the fact that Europe has banned free from claims, yet America used them so heavily? Well, I will say with Europe, and I know that there are a lot of regulators that are probably here today, the regulations that they put forth are more guidance rather than something that people have to follow. So free from claims still happen in the EU. I think some regions may have stricter language around the deceptiveness of free from claims because they are inherently deceptive. But yeah. So can you speak to the ban in Europe? It's not really banned as far as I understand. We don't have the same kind of guidance in North America. And I think that there might also be more preferences from consumers for free from claims. So I think that's all kind of part of why they are more heavily used. And this is from Marina Baker, who asks, I know in the early 2000s, there was a trend of chemical phobia, when anything described in chemistry terms was considered harmful to human health, for example, dihydrogen monoxide. Do you see this trend reversing, and what would be driving this? And I do, but I might be in my own echo chamber because I only see content that agrees with me. So with that caveat, so I saw a big shift from when Decium came out with their chemical, everything is a chemical campaign. And I think this was also supported by the science communicators that were like pushing brands in the right direction. So I think this is all kind of coming back to science communicators are starting to come online, starting to correct this misinformation, starting to point out everything is a chemical. Everything is a chemical. So if you're using this product and it's not chemicals, what are you using? I do think it's starting to get better with respect to the chemical free claim. I haven't seen that in a while, but maybe I'm wrong because I am in my echo chamber. That's what I think. This is from Laura. Can you speak on MOCRA and how it affects sustainability? I would say I'm not sure at the moment, just because it's a little uncertain how MOCRA will be enacted, as far as I understand. But the right person to ask this question to will be presenting later on in the day, Dr. Akemi Uka from the IBA. She's not going to be doing a live Q&A just because we're going to be going right into the final panel afterwards. But if you have this question, just ask it again during the panel and you might get a better response from Akemi. Okay, I'll just keep going because, Kevin Folta, his presentation is 35 minutes, so I'll go a little bit longer in my Q&A now that you guys have submitted so many great questions. Okay, so this is from Ruby's Resources. And again, thank you, Julia Ruby, for being the most amazing moderator and supporter of this conference. Julia, set up all the interactive stuff that you see on our Discord. That was Julia. So thank you. Thank you so much for your support. Okay, the question. Can you speak a little on what you think makes good science communication, and how can one get started in becoming a good science communicator? What makes good science communication? I think there are two things. Firstly, being willing to admit you're wrong and having curiosity, just having that open-mindedness that you probably don't know everything. I feel like that's a really great start. Otherwise, because I see the opposite a lot of the times, people come on social media with good intentions as science communicators, but then they think they know everything and then they end up perpetuating misinformation. So coming at it from, I don't know that much, I'm here to learn with you guys, and I can be wrong and willing to correct yourself. I think that's one aspect. The other aspect, I think, is to be ready to connect on a more personal level with your audience and actually listen to them. This is something that sometimes I do struggle with because that requires putting yourself out there, but I think having that connection is really important. And when you put yourself out there, sometimes you leave yourself open to some of the negatives associated with science communication online. People on the internet aren't always that nice. Yeah. Oh no, my Discord just crashed. I'm so sorry to everyone in the Discord right now. Here we go. I'm just gonna open this back up. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for the lost stream here. Oh, you could still hear me. You can still hear me. You just can't see my screen. So here I am. I'm back. Okay, so those are my thoughts on what makes good science communication. This is from Nostenat. I don't know why I even tried to pronounce your username. I'm sorry for probably butchering it. So the question is, would it be a good idea for big brands to appoint science communicators of their own to educate and correct the misinformation on the consumers? I think so. And there are a lot of companies that do have science communication officers in-house. I think that this is I think this is actually really important, especially for larger brands who have the resources to have someone dedicated to um, science communication. And maybe the company doesn't do a science communication campaign out to consumers. If they do, that's great. Sometimes it's hard, especially if you are a larger brand, to do that because consumers have this perception about big business. What I think is probably more important is connecting your, if you're a big brand, connecting your science department with your marketing department to make sure everyone's on the same page, because sometimes there's a disconnect, and then marketing ends up wrong, misleading, perpetuating a lot of the misinformation that we see. This is from Emma, who asks, maybe more importantly than consumers is getting the government on board with what clean, sustainable means. Consumers trust the government who don't have accurate information, i.e. Hawaii sunscreen ban. What can industry or SciComm do to start influencing teaching people in government? Are governments holding open discussions for comment on these things? Yes, they are. They are. And this is something to ask a chemi from the IBA. So yes, they need to learn from industry. That's really important. That's a really important component of advocacy for industry, to help educate politicians, because otherwise they're just people like you and I. Maybe not you and I because we're already in the weeds of cosmetic sciences if you're sitting here in this conference. But they don't necessarily have the expertise, and depending on the state, they might not have the time. They might be doing their job part-time, so enacting evidence-based legislation can be a challenge if they don't have the right information, especially if they don't have the right time to get the information. So there is certainly an opportunity for industry, for example, for brands to bring politicians who are being a part of these regulations or acts that are being put forth, bring them to your manufacturing space and show them how you are supporting the safety of your product. What are you doing? How many people do you hire? What is the economic importance of your business? So advocacy on that front is important, but also with science communication, helping them understand what's happening. They often don't know. And so when instead the EWG, as an example, goes and talks to them first, then that's the information that they'll get. I don't know if I gave you guys a good answer there, or good answers there, but I hope you enjoyed it. I went over time. And so now we're going to get back to the show with a presentation by Kevin Folta. So bear with me as I set up the stream. I'll be back in a second.
So thank you very much. So thank you very much for the invitation. As mentioned before, I'm a professor by training in molecular biology and genomics, and I had the good luck of growing up during the transition into genetic engineering, when we started to see medicine, mostly insulin, start to emerge on the market as a product of biotechnology and something that was coming through recombinant DNA that people would have available for their health and welfare. And back then, in 1979, the 12-year-old Kevin thought this was the coolest thing ever, that this would be a new technology that would solve problems for the people and help our planet, that would help with food and agriculture, and the future looked bright. But over the course of the next 2 decades, we would see this emerging movement against this technology and, slap the label non-GMO on it. And this is where things started to change. So why can't we have nice things? Why can't we take advantage of all the good things biotechnology has? And how does it apply to food and the personal product space? So this is what we'll talk about today. And you might remember this picture from about a decade ago. 3 rats, each one of them bearing gigantic, awful tumors, ran across the internet and changed the world with respect to food and farming. These were rats that had apparently been fed genetically engineered corn or used an herbicide that's used on genetically engineered corn. And these grotesque, misshapen, tumor-filled rats became the banner and the mantra of a movement to push against genetic engineering in agriculture. Now, this was really very much a product of the mature field of anti-GMO, but it was really the driving force that created tremendous change almost a decade ago. You exploded all over the internet and all over the news that anti-GMO movement was using these 3 rats to change public perception about perfectly safe technology. Why this is worse is because if you look at these 3 rats, there was one that was treated with genetically engineered corn, another one that received genetically engineered corn and Roundup, and a third one that just drank Roundup. What you don't see is the rat that received no treatment, and it had tumors too, according to the table in the manuscript. This led to an explosion against this particular paper, and the world cried out that this was wrong. It was just incorrect data. But still, the movement pushed forward, and the web continued to perpetuate the story. These 3 rats became the image for the next few years, and the paper was eventually retracted before it was then republished in exactly the same form without further review. It was done because there is a growing marketing movement of non-GMO. This is purely a marketing endeavor. It's nothing to do with the safety or quality of food. It simply says that the products within do not contain genetic engineering. That means that the fruits and vegetables that were developed didn't come through a laboratory intermediate that installed a trait. It was done through traditional breeding. The funny thing is, if you look in the basket here over on the left, you see tomatoes and kiwis and cantaloupe. None of those have ever been genetically engineered. Apples, there's one genetically engineered apple on the market, but in very limited production. So most of the things that we're consuming are already non-GMO, and we'll talk about that. But mostly I want to talk about some of the efforts to push the non-GMO project or to exploit this desire for non-GMO produce that is manufactured risk on the public and what that really means. So during the presentation, I'd be happy to answer your questions, but if you could put them in the Q&A portion, I'll answer them at the end. If you don't have questions, I'll just keep on going. The problems is that many of the products that we think about as GMO are never available as genetically engineered crops. Tomatoes are a great example. Throughout the web, you can find examples of this kind of organic versus GMO comparison, but there are no genetically engineered tomatoes on the market. I wish there were. Genetic engineering can solve many problems in fruits and vegetables and make them safer, more productive, better flavors and aromas, more nutrition. It can all be done with genetic engineering, but we don't do it. Even more ironic is that genetic engineering would be tremendously important for the organic farmers, the farmers that choose to not use synthetic fertilizers and pesticide controls. They would benefit from plants that could protect themselves against insects and fungus. So let's talk about a couple quick definitions. What does organic mean? So organic means that farmers choose to use natural methods to control insects and fungus and bacteria, microbes, and weeds. And that can mean everything from manual removal to certain chemistries. So people will say pesticides are not allowed in organic farming, but they are allowed, just different kinds of naturally occurring pesticides. And just because it's natural doesn't mean it's not toxic. Copper sulfate, which is applied to many organic crops, can have a toxic effect on the environment. Lots of things are natural and incredibly poisonous. I mean, between smallpox, lead, arsenic, all natural compounds. Yet things that are all natural products, although not safe for human consumption. So that kind of arbitrary organic versus GMO, natural versus synthetic is really a bad way to think about this particular issue. The funny part is that in the beauty industry, they're very happy to exploit this manufactured risk around genetic engineering. Here's a great example of the first hemp-inspired beauty line that earns the non-GMO product verified status. And what that meant is that this company that created this product paid the non-GMO project in order to use their label. How much verification the company has to do to check for non-genetically engineered hemp is really questionable, because hemp is not genetically engineered. Even more so. So right away, they know it's not GMO. And I use genetic engineering rather than the term GMO. It's just much more precise scientifically. So the funny part about this is that the extracts that are made from the oils and proteins and extracts of hemp that go inside this particular product, even if they were GMO, you wouldn't be able to detect it using genetic technologies, because the products themselves are ingredients. So like oils, proteins, whatever they would be putting in here, you wouldn't be able to detect whether or not it was genetically engineered or not. Same with other types of products that may go in other products, such as lipstick. The bottom line is that the non-GMO project and an entire industry, they've emerged to profit from manufacturing fear around perfectly safe food, cosmetic, and manufacturing ingredients. And by saying it's non-GMO, they create an artificial division, saying that there is a certain halo of safety around non-GMO products, that some sort of risk is there in the other types of products. In the old days, we used to have a product that would talk about itself and all of its good qualities. Today, it's very different. It's not about what's in you, it's about what's not in you. And by saying we're better because the competition isn't as good, or there's something dangerous about the competition, or implying some sort of problem with the competition. There's big bucks in this. The non-GMO project simply puts a label on foods and ingredients that claim to not have genetic engineering. Most of them, as I mentioned before, you can't really test for anyway. So how do you know it's really non-genetically engineered? Well, they have you sign some sort of a statement saying that it's not, or maybe can do some sort of supply chain like tracing to determine, did this come from a genetically engineered crop back in creating fear around nothing. And that's really my big objection to this. I don't care if someone wants to make money on a product, but doing it by scaring people away from healthy products is not the way to do it. Why does it matter? Who really cares? It's capitalism. It's a company realizing a market niche and then doing what it can to exploit it. It's what everyone from Coke to Pepsi to big oil does. We know that. But I really feel this is particularly disingenuous because it affects the consumer's buying choices with fear. The problem is that it promotes an uncertainty around food and farming. And people begin to not trust the food supply. It's a lot like what happened in COVID-19, where a huge amount of the population doesn't trust vaccination. Even though the science is good, people don't trust the science because they don't trust the scientists and the regulatory bodies because of a significant amount of noise that's created by the industries that profit from misinformation and disinformation around the science. This is that it has some reaching effects. It causes people to become skeptical about food and farming and question, is their food really safe? When reality is, we live in the safest food supply in human history. It's better now than it's ever been, with more varieties, more availability, and better nutritional content. Less risk. Our costs come along when we have to, when we're afraid of technology and we refuse to implement technology to do things in the safest and most affordable way. And finally, people find out that if they really can't afford to buy non-GMO equivalent, so higher priced non-GMO certified products, organic products, they don't buy anything at all. And fruits and vegetables are the most important part of long-term sustainable health in terms of how they correlate. Our consumption patterns with fruits and vegetables correlate with a lack of the long-term degenerative disease. This is a great example. And this is from a real study I didn't cite, but I should have. But they use a gallon of milk and said, milk at $4, would you buy it? Milk at $6, that's gluten-free and non-GMO, $6. And milk, gluten-free, non-GMO, no antibiotics, no hormones, $8. They found out that wealthy consumers who had the means were very likely to buy this milk for $8 among these three choices. Because even though milk doesn't have gluten and no detectable antibiotic hormones above what's normally there from a cow's natural metabolism, and cows have never been GMO, but they would still buy this because of the implied risk. There's something dangerous about this product that makes it unnatural, unwholesome, something wrong, or something about this product here that says it's unnatural and unwholesome, because it must contain gluten, GMOs, antibiotics, and hormones because it doesn't bear that exclusion label. And this is the problem, is that consumers don't know who to trust. There's been this huge amount of distrust that's been fomented that they don't know who to believe. And when you don't know who to believe, you may tend to take the more safer, precautionary messages, especially when feeding family. Even though none of these items exist inside milk, by having those kinds of exclusion claims creates the illusion of some sort of danger where none exists. So why does it work? And I talked about this a little bit. The big deal is to imply special risk in safe products. It's an appeal against nature. It says, appeal that says it's natural, so it must be bad. It causes a feeling of disgust, which is very powerful psychologically. But most of all, it appeals to our innate senses of fear of the unknown, that our emotional connection around food, the social impacts of food, with our cultural identities coming from food, our personal identities coming from food. You just talk to a vegan and you'll understand. People have a lot of identity around food, that when you start saying that this is unfit or unwholesome, is something that violates those conventions and those identities, and have a very strong reaction against it. And that's why it works. That have shown danger, or at least show danger. I won't go into the details on this, but if you look at all of the individual reports, what you find out is they're really coming from studies of very small, not statistically relevant numbers, studies of cells that can't translate to actual organisms, like the Sierra Leone famous rat study. It was not reproducible. 4 other European efforts were funded at the cost of 50 million euros to try to follow up on Sierra Leone's results. None of them, all independent studies, could not reproduce results. And finally, there's a lot of information on fake or special pleading, that under our cases, we found one statistically relevant data point at the lowest concentration of the chemical. And it must mean it's because of a non-monotonic response that occurs in occasional endocrine blah, blah, blah. Special pleading to make something probably isn't significant real seem significant and real. So these are some of the things that we see in those studies. The other big one is that even though there's a significant difference statistically, that may say there's something like formaldehyde in corn. It's not significant biologically. And this whole claim back in, 2015, totally fell apart, never reproduced. But the images are everywhere. We know that these claims of genetic engineering are attempting to create disgust in the consumer. And in this case, you find this image all over the web, that this is some sort of an evil science that's injecting something into food. Again, emotionally driving an emotional response. But the thing that bothers me the most is claims of genetic engineering, so GMO versus non-GMO products that are not genetically engineered. There's no genetically engineered pears or tomatoes or cranberries or citrus or vanilla, at least not that's commercially available. In Florida, we have a citrus disaster where citrus industry is collapsing because of a virus that's infecting, a bacterium that's infecting a plant, the crop. And we could probably beat it with genetic engineering. But Coke and Pepsi, which is Tropicana and Minute Maid, they have decided that they will not accept genetic engineering and just let the crop fail in production. You can always get it from Brazil and China, if we need it. So this is the big problem. They wanted that non-GMO label, even though there's never been a genetically engineered orange traditionally available. And what this means is higher prices for consumers. If you look at the cost of non-GMO versus conventional produce, you frequently do see a higher cost associated with it. It's because brands know they can get a premium for saying something that contains something that isn't harmful, but has a manufactured risk around it. One of my favorite ones is booze. So if you know the non-GMO project and how they've gotten into Smirnoff, non-GMO, Kettle One says proudly non-GMO grain, Wild Turkey, non-GMO grains. This is amazing for a couple of reasons. Many of these come from wheat, which never has been genetically engineered commercially. And even if it was, here you have something that genetic engineering, which has never been shown to have a human health consequence, not once, nothing credible. We could talk about environmental impacts. Maybe there's some that we can talk about, but human health impacts, there are none that have ever been documented in 25 years of production. Yet the toll of alcohol on human health is tremendous. The great cost of alcohol problems, alcohol-related accidents. This is the real risk. So we have a very safe poison for you to consume. And this is really what the irony of this particular movement in this particular situation. It's also a selling point. And this is another part that really bothers me, is that seed companies will say we have 100% non-GMO seeds. Yet none of the things in this particular slide, whether you're talking about peas or sunflowers, whatever, broccoli, they're not genetically engineered. They never have been. So it's a really disingenuous way for us to talk about the idea of non-GMO, because you don't have a GMO equivalent available. They use it as a selling point to sell a concept rather than reality. Why it matters is several reasons. One is that it erodes that trust. And I bring up the word trust a lot, right? Do we trust our regulators? Do we trust food safety? Do we trust the scientists and the farmers? And it turns out that the public doesn't. The public has some issues with others that have mostly been stoked by an anti-GMO movement. It's a lot better than it used to be. But one of the other things that happens is it opens the door for deception and fraud, because it's almost impossible to trace back to their source, the source of cotton that's used in organic or non-GMO t-shirts, or organic or non-GMO sheets, which sell at a massive premium. But you can't take the sheet and do a DNA test and determine if it's GMO or not. These are clean fibers that you can't tell what their genetic origin even was. And there's no magical GMO, material that's moving along with it. So it really is important, because it opens the door to make consumers pay higher prices for products that really aren't any better. So where are we in genetic engineering? There really are just 10 crops that are commonly used in biotechnology. And it's a very limited acreage of squash and papaya, very limited acreage of one type of potato and one type of apple. The ones that you're consuming mostly are the ingredients that come from corn, soy, sugar beets, and canola. So sugar from sugar beets, oil from canola, oil from soy, and oil from corn. Starch from corn, starch from corn, soy solids. So these are the things that make their way into cosmetic and other consumer products, are typically the oils and the possibly the starches, other solids that may serve things like carrageenan, xanthan gum, other types of chemistries that come through metabolites that are found in corn and soy that are processed into consumer products. So when you take the sugar out of a sugar beet, there's no DNA, there's no protein, it's just sugar. You can't tell the difference between GMO sugar or sugar from a GMO plant and sugar from a non-GMO plant. They're two equivalent chemical compounds. So why one would be implied to contain more risk than the other is beyond me. It's really a question of equivalent final products that we should be looking for. Are the final products safe and wholesome? And that's what we should concern ourselves with. But the bottom line of this slide is there's no tomatoes, there's no wheat, there's no pears, cantaloupes, watermelons, whatever. That there are very few things that are genetically engineered, and those are the crops that are genetically engineered, not the ingredients. The oil that comes from corn and soy is the same exact chemistry as the oil that comes from corn and soy that's not genetically engineered. Organic corn and soy are the same as genetically engineered corn. The oil from a genetically engineered corn or soy plant is the same as the oil that comes from inorganically grown corn or soy plant. It's just much less expensive to be able to produce. So this is why we can't have nice things. And what I'd like to show you in the next slides are some missed opportunities. And although these don't center necessarily around consumer products, they should appeal to your values. What's most important for us? It's about farmers. It's about keeping good products to consumers, helping the developing world and the food insecure, products that help our environment. And the fallout from the non-GMO project and projects like the non-GMO project is that it causes this lack of trust in good technology that could be extremely beneficial. And so that's what we'll talk about next. Go back to golden rice. Golden rice has been around now for about 22 years. And this is a kind of rice that contains beta carotene, the orange stuff that's present in carrots. And the map up here is a little bit old, but shows vitamin A deficiency is the biggest problem. So throughout the red and orange countries here, vitamin A deficiency is a problem. And vitamin A deficiency leads to blindness. That's why mom said, eat your carrots, especially so you can see at night. So vitamin A deficiency is caused by a lack of beta carotene, orange stuff that's in carrots and also available in leafy green vegetables. Many people don't get leafy greens and world food staples like rice, potatoes, bananas, cassava, wheat. All of those have very little beta carotene, the orange pigmentation. So we're able to install some genes. This is just a biochemical pathway that goes from a original product called geranyl pyrophosphate, just something that's available in every plant at huge amounts, and a couple of conversion steps by adding genes from a daffodil and bacteria to be able to make carotene. So how do you make rice orange? You give it some genes that other orange plants have to allow it to synthesize that orange pigment. Here you would have a product, if you could get it to be consumed, would allow the food insecure to get over the problems of vitamin A-induced blindness. Why this is an atrocity is because this existed in late 1990s. And maybe it wasn't perfect. Maybe it had other things that needed to be done. But it would happen much faster if more buy-in. Organizations fought tooth and nail to make sure it never happened. It just has been approved in the Philippines this year or late last year. So here we were 20 some years down the road with a solution that could help people find into the market. Same is true with cassava, another world food staple, which you can make virus resistant. And the problem is that when you don't, that growers who don't have, growers in Africa who find cassava as a food, and this number is a little low, it's probably more like 1 billion people depend on cassava. This is the root, and when it has the brown streak virus, causes the root to become unusable. Many farmers lose an entire crop, and you don't know until harvested. In the food secure areas of the world, you need to have cassava that virus free and also maybe had beta carotene. See the orange here, orange tint, this middle one that's not here inside. It's good news is that the virus resistant cassava has finally been approved in Kenya, and that Kenyan farmers will be able to grow cassava that doesn't get the virus. Finally, this has happened. This has been, again, for a very long time. In the this should be around American consumers, industrialized world consumers, but allergy-free peanuts. Allergy-free peanuts exist, not entirely there yet because it's a complex number of allergens, but they're being addressed by taking the specific allergens out of peanut, which could have tremendous health implications for people where a peanut allergy could become deadly. The idea of stopping citrus greening, this disease in citrus that is devastating Florida farms. This is one where we do have some opportunities. There's at least some good hypotheses and some great preliminary data of trees that have been available to grow in greenhouse. Well, trees that have been growing now for 7 to 10 years without any hints of the bacterial infection. And this is in the wrong place. Oh, I didn't cut it and paste it in the right place. This should be up in farmers. It could rescue a citrus industry to have this technology implemented to help our citrus farmers and also make lower costs orange juice for consumers. Also would be better for the environment than spraying with other insecticides to control the insect that spreads the disease. So lots of good things. This one should break your heart. Hey, again, the X in the wrong place. No, it's not. This one's okay. Here, animal care is the big one. Avian influenza. Bird flu is again on the rise and causes tremendous losses in the poultry industry. Turkeys and chickens have been extremely affected by bird flu, where one year, maybe 2013, they bulldozed something like 45 million birds at a cost of billions of dollars to the industry. There has been a solution to avian influenza through genetic engineering since 2011, when this was first published, yet it hasn't been used yet because of pushback against genetic engineering in animal agriculture. It's why we can't have nice things. Same is true with the aqua bounty salmon. And this salmon grows to full size in half the time, meaning half the feed, half the cost, half the space that you have to use, half the medicines to treat fish-borne diseases. Plus, you don't have an issue with dealing with depleting wild populations, because this is all grown in inland tanks far from the oceans. So this technology, originating in 1989 and published here since 1992, 30 years ago, is finally starting to hit the market. So being able to produce more high protein, quality protein food at a lower cost is a tremendous advantage, but something that's been fought for years. Pigs that make manure that's less environmentally invasive. That's another really important product of genetic engineering. Yet the only two last remaining enviro pigs are alive as embryos in a tank of liquid nitrogen somewhere up in Guelph. When you talk to Dr. Van Acker later, you can ask him where they are. The other parts here, potatoes that are safer because they have less acrylamide that forms when they're fried or cooked. Acrylamide is a carcinogen that accumulates in food. And genetic engineering has been used to take that out. And also non-browning. So farmers have better quality potatoes and fewer culls. It's good for farmers, which is great for the environment. So many other products that could increase folate, beta carotene, the healthy purple pigments in food. That's what we could do if we were allowed to implement these technologies. The news is that the non-GMO or anti-GMO movement is really losing its impact. And it's partially because of fear fatigue. People have been told the sky is falling so long and only find new technologies that appear to be really positive, like the COVID vaccine coming through recombinant DNA technology. There's also this aversion for higher prices that people are sick of paying too much for basic necessities simply because they have a funny label. We know that the claims that were made a decade ago or more never showed up. And people don't trust the bad guys who are saying the sky is falling. The Monsanto company is gone now for 3 years. So the big punching bag for the anti-GMO movement has now disappeared. So the march against Corteva doesn't have the same ring as march against Monsanto. The folks who collected money for years by scaring others about food and farming are not having the same harvest of funds that they used to. That people are realizing that investing in better things, such as refugee relief from countries in war-torn circumstances, or animal welfare, or There's so many good causes that you can donate to that you don't necessarily have to be donating to anti-GMO efforts that only fight the developing world and fight efforts to give farmers better seeds. Also, a lot of the organizations that were pushing GMO agendas also had very strong ties with anti-vaccination and other non-scientific causes. When you start to tether your trailer to another corrupt movement, it helps people see that maybe there's not a lot of good things to be said about the anti-GMO movement. Kind of head towards conclusions here is that there's an industry that's available that separates its products based upon this exclusion-based marketing, that we don't contain something the others do, so the others must be inferior. It causes the illusion of risk. It's manufactured where little or none exists. And as a scientist, I can't ever say none, because I always have to say, well, maybe there's some risk there. We haven't proven everything is. So there's a difference between scientist talk and consumer talk. But in terms of how I would say that, in terms of my personal choices, there's no risk. There's no practical risk. It raises prices for consumers, leads financially limited consumers to forego purchases. So not buying the milk because it doesn't have, because the stuff that says non-GMO is too expensive. It maligns farmers. Farmers are literally a dying breed. Fewer people are doing it. They're getting older. The average age of the American farmer, 59 years old, and is they're 1.5% of the population. We need to be doing everything we can to help continue building security here in the United States and having opportunities, and North America, I should say, North America, and be giving our farmers more choices. So I know there's people from Canada in here too, and I'm all for the Canadian farmers. The biggest problem is that we have solutions that could be helping the food insecure that fail to get the people who can use them. So what do you do? I avoid these products. I don't buy into it. I will purposely return a product to the shelf that you see in the cart with a non-GMO label and buy the equivalent that doesn't have it, frequently the generic equivalent. I let companies know by Twitter that I don't buy their products if I see them. Take a picture of it in the cart and say, I'm buying this one, not this one. And I'll actually put that on Twitter. I'll share information in my social media network. And I think you should too, because I think it does two things. It puts a little pressure on companies about the deceptive practice, and it also informs the person who's wondering who to trust if they are really being deceived by a clever marketing strategy. And kind of a thought, the safety of food and consumers is important to all of us. I mean, I'm so concerned about people having access to safe and affordable food. And when you have a non-GMO project or anti-GMO efforts, it manufactures a perception of risk where none exists, which has lasting effects on consumer choice and trust in science and regulatory systems. And that's perhaps the biggest victim of all of this, is that we saw the effect of a lack of trust when we saw the spread of COVID-19, the lack of folks who were taking adequate measures to stem the spread of the virus or to become vaccinated. And it came from a fear of manufactured risk around not trusting regulators. And the same happens with food. And I think it's incumbent on all of us to protect those who are most exposed, most vulnerable, so that they can have access to affordable food. I started with this picture of the rats, and right after this was published, Kenya shut down any use of technology in GMO space, banned imports, banned development in their own space. And for 10 years, this went on, where they did not use the least expensive items or least expensive alternatives because of fear around technology that changed their government's decision. They recently have changed that, and they now allow their farmers to grow the genetically engineered cassava. And sometime in the next year or two, we'll start to see the effect and how it can raise economies and raise issues that fix issues around hunger. Maybe then we'll start to realize what a corrupt movement the non-GMO movement really was. So with that, I will stop. I'm very happy to answer questions in the remaining time. We have a few minutes left. But thank you very much for listening, and reach out if I can ever be of service. So thank you very much.
Bear with me as I get the next presentation on the screen. Oh, that's wrong. Just 1 second here. Our next speaker is Audrey Wesson, who is the Corporate Sustainability Manager at Innolex, a fiercely independent company that designs sustainable ingredients for health, beauty, and wellness. Innolex's designers are guided by the principles of green chemistry to envision and realize solutions to advance the needs of customers and invent the future of sustainable ingredient platforms. Audrey is passionate about making business more people-centered and environmentally responsible. With a technical background in chemical engineering, Audrey applies systems thinking and business acumen to bring the Innolex sustainability program to life. She leads the annual sustainability reporting, helps implement ESG initiatives throughout the company, and provides guidance for the Innolex sustainability strategy and vision. Audrey holds a BS in chemical engineering from Villanova University and a certificate in corporate sustainability from the NYU Stern School of Business.
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be speaking at the EcoWell conference today. I'm Audrey Wesson, the Corporate Sustainability Manager for Innolex, and today I'll be talking about that topic, corporate sustainability management, and really how to formalize a sustainability program at your organization. So if you're not familiar with Innolex, we are an ingredient design firm for the health, beauty, and wellness space. And we really pride ourselves in the way that our ingredient design philosophy has shaped who we are as a business and what we're able to offer this industry and our community. So we use conscious science along with nature and artistry to really imagine these new types of ingredients that become building blocks for exceptional products. So the 6 ingredient categories on the right here are really what we specialize in. You'll notice that they all have a sustainability angle. This has really become core to our product portfolio, and that is really due to the way that we design new ingredients, utilizing the 12 principles of green chemistry. Our research and development scientists are really guided by those principles, which results in a life cycle approach of understanding the chemistries, everything from its feedstock to how it's manufactured to its impact at end of life. So as the corporate sustainability manager, I was tasked with bringing our formal corporate program up to the level of these sustainable products. Again, the products had kind of led the way for our sustainability program, but there's other corporate elements that need to be addressed to kind of be seen as a sustainable company in its entirety. So formalizing this program comes with a lot of benefits that I'll talk about throughout this session, primarily accountability to ourselves and to our stakeholders. Progress, formalizing your program can help you build progress in the sustainable areas that you want to, and also credit and credibility with your client partners and other stakeholders in the industry. So the agenda for today is to talk about what a formalized sustainability program really is and what are the actual steps to get there. And throughout this session, I'll be using Innolex as a case study of, again, bringing this corporate sustainability program up to the standard of sustainability that our products have. So I want to start by really getting into the weeds of what we mean when we say these terms. I think there's similar phrases that are utilized in the sustainability space that carry really important nuance that needs to be sussed out. I'll mention that these terms may or may not be, globally agreed upon. I think there is some difference in how people use sustainability versus ESG. But through my research and how I've seen people using these terms and what the intent behind the terms really are, I've laid out some definitions for us today. So a sustainable company or a sustainable product, what's meant by that is really a company or product that has a net positive impact on both society and the environment. So, sustainability isn't just environmental, it's also societal or very social. And here we're saying, it has a net positive impact. We're doing more harm, doing more good than harm by offering this product or by existing as a company. So that's really the goal of being a sustainable company or putting out a sustainable product, to do more good than harm to society and the environment. Now, an ESG framework is more of the business side of things that helps companies assess risk on sustainability related topics. So primarily, ESG frameworks are used, not primarily, but perhaps most publicly or notably, they're used for public companies to assess risk for things such as climate change. So as the climate continues to change, how at risk am I as a company? Do I have sites in hurricane precarious areas or what have you? So it's really looking at the risk of sustainability topics onto the company. When we talk about a sustainability program, we want to use that business framework and build a strategy around both assessing the company risk and improving the company's impact on society and the environment. So often this way of thinking about sustainability is called double materiality, but really what that means is just that you're looking at risk and your outward impact. So not just what is going to impact you as the climate changes and the sustainability world changes, but how you can then impact society and the environment. So I was sort of surprised by this when I first learned that not all companies' ESG frameworks were based on the actual impact the company has. So I think that's really key to understand and also, meet the intent of actually building a sustainability program and not just an ESG framework. So we'll be kind of going through this exercise and this case study, definitely with the intent of building a sustainability program. So, when I was getting started on this, formalization, I felt like there's a lot of resource, a lot of talk about, what needs to be done and what the end result is of a good sustainability program, but not a lot of tools on exactly what needs to be done. So that's what I've put forward today. Kind of this 5-step process on formalizing that program. And hopefully it's helpful no matter where you are in your sustainability journey. These are 5 of the steps that we've taken in the past few years to further formalize what we have. So step 1 is going to be identify your material issues. It's recommended that you engage your stakeholders to do so, and it's optional to benchmark to external, frameworks such as the United Nations SDGs. I'm going to be talking about each of these steps more in depth. The next is to identify who your stakeholders are. Third, to create a materiality map that basically maps those material issues against how important they are to your stakeholders. And the results of this materiality map will bring you into step 4 to identify your focus areas. And then, of course, collecting data and reporting on the material issues is going to be really important. Here it's recommended that you align to a global reporting standard. And then part of a sustainability program absolutely is to review the report you've put out, review the information about your sustainability progress, and then use that to improve and essentially repeat this process. So going into more detail on step 1, identify the material issues. Here we're using the word material to mean what's important, what's impactful. So we're looking at that double materiality. What do you impact and what impacts you? So I think the start of this is really, identifying what industry you're in. I think we're all here in the, beauty and personal care space. And then you can use different resources to help get a baseline of what types of issues are, ESG issues are relevant to your company. So I used quite extensively the SASB matrix and the GRI matrix. These are frameworks that help to inform, what topics basically you should be addressing with your sustainability program. So, later we'll talk about reporting, and these are both standards for reporting as well, SASB and GRI. I didn't go forward with SASB in terms of reporting, but their materiality tool is really useful. You can easily just click into your industry, and then it gives you all of the material issues highlighted in this gray box of what you should be reporting on. So for being an ingredient design firm and being in the chemical space, SASB tells us, you should be looking at greenhouse gas emissions, air, energy management, all the way down to employee health and safety, product design, life cycle management, etc. So you can get a sense for the types of topics that we report on. I would also say reading sustainability reports of your peers, your clients, your suppliers is really helpful to see what types of topics they report on, they address in their sustainability program, because it might be relevant to you. And then I definitely recommend brainstorming with close stakeholders. There are a lot of topics to cover when it comes to sustainability. Everything in environment, social, and governance is a potential, topic for a sustainability program. So brainstorming, with stakeholders or your colleagues, or whoever you think has a really good understanding of your organization's impact will really help you to consider kind of all angles of this and create the biggest list of different sustainability topics to address. So this was the exercise that I went through with a few close colleagues on, and by close, I mean, people that are engaged on sustainability related topics. Were engaged around improving our sustainability program and had a lot of ideas for all of the ways that we interact with sustainability. So this was the exercise we took on, was essentially, sticky noting on a virtual platform, everything that could come to mind regarding environmental, social, and governance. So really a brainstorm phase where, throwing out things like renewable raw materials, women in STEM and volunteer programs, local water access, intellectual property, ISO certifications. There's really kind of a wide span of topics that were thrown out in this brainstorm stage, which was really helpful to make sure we weren't missing any key sustainability topic or area when we went to go reporting. As you can hopefully see, we're getting out of just the product level. We're getting out of the frame of mind that it's just our products that represent the sustainability impact that our company can have. So once we had that huge list, it sort of shaped out into key pillars and then subcategories of how we want to kind of frame out our sustainability program. I would recommend that these are chosen as what makes sense for your company. Make sure they definitely are all encompassing of all of those material impact areas, but the way that you talk about employee safety and wellness, we definitely bucket those things together. When we talk about green chemistry, we bucket that with ingredient life cycles. So what you want here is, some subcategories that can help your internal and external stakeholders understand what sustainability topics you're addressing or talking about, whether it's in a report or what have you. But you also want it to be that all-encompassing. So each category should really encompass a broad range of sustainability topics that fall underneath it. So step 2 is identify your stakeholders. So who are the people that are impacted or can impact your company? So we looked at, employees, but as well as their families who are, supported by healthcare programs or benefits programs, maybe future employees, future scientists or aspiring scientists, all of our clients, our customers, even end consumers, suppliers, other types of vendors, any shareholders or investors, local community members, industry groups, trade associations. So again, we kind of tally a large list of anyone who is a stakeholder. I've seen businesses put, the planet on here as a stakeholder, which I think is a really, good idea to keep that present as an entity that you impact. And then next, you want to prioritize your stakeholders. So, who are most impacted and can impact your company. So at Intellex, we kind of prioritize these based on not only who is most important, but also who we had the capabilities to engage directly. So our really key stakeholders who we could engage directly were employees, a select key customers, and our suppliers. There are more stakeholders that we researched in our project, and that includes, industry groups, trade associations, and other customers. And then, a wider span of stakeholders that we keep in mind as we, formalize our sustainability program, or shareholders and local community members. And this could really be, different for anyone's sustainability platform. Who your key stakeholders are could really change. Maybe your shareholders are, really closely tied with your business operations, for example, and maybe they would be a key stakeholder to engage. So it really depends on the nature of your business. But again, I recommend kind of pulling a very large list to make sure you don't miss anyone, and then prioritizing who you can engage directly and who can have the biggest impact on your sustainability program. So step 3 is to create a materiality map. So what this is basically a quantification of how important these different sustainability issues are. On the y-axis, you're plotting the importance of an issue to key stakeholders. And then on the x-axis, you're plotting the business value and the impact that issue can have, essentially, on your business success. And then each of these bubbles or these data points are the material issues. So in order to quantify that, we conducted a survey of our key stakeholders to ask them, how important these key issues are and how impactful do you think they are to the business success. We did this with SurveyMonkey on a scale of, it's not important to very important, which helped give, a good quantified picture of our stakeholder sentiment on different issues. And the result of that is a materiality matrix that you see here. So all of the dots represent a material issue that falls under one of our 3 sustainability pillars. And then, as I mentioned, on the x-axis, we have important to business success. So this is what our stakeholders thought was most important to us being successful as a business. And then on the y, how important is it to you as a stakeholder, as an individual, and as an individual and as a stakeholder in Intellex, in taking both lenses, how important do you think these different issues are? So all of our issues rated very high on both importance to success and importance to stakeholders. So we really imagine this as a very zoomed in picture of the top right half of a graph where everything is on a scale of high to very high. So it was good to know. Two of the key takeaways for me when this data came back was that all of these things are really important, and we have to start reporting them if we're not already, start tracking them and start improving them. And then the second thing is further kind of prioritizing or understanding how important these different things are at a given point in time. So the fact that, product quality and safety, excuse me, and employee safety and wellness rate the highest, that was really good information to know where to focus our efforts or where to ensure that we're taking action on sustainability issues. After this was conducted, I recommend to, identify your focus areas is to conduct maybe a SWOT analysis to understand what material issues are already core to your business, what issues might need a little nurturing, and then consider, what data is already available. So at Intellex, we've been doing sustainability reporting since 2018. And, we have a sustainability minded portfolio of products. So there are some areas that were further along and some that kind of needed nurturing as we further formalize this program. So running this SWOT was really useful for identifying those focus areas. And as with this whole deck, I'm just going to be completely transparent with you and share my actual findings as I was working to formalize this program. So our strengths at Intellex were our products designed from green chemistry. We have a really robust platform of standards and certifications for those products that bring transparency and a level of credibility to any sustainability related claim we're making on a product. We had really great benefits and employees generally feel supported and taken care of. And we really had an engaged team around sustainability. I think that was really key to understanding early on, to knowing what was possible and what types of work needed to be done behind the scenes to make more sustainability action possible within our organization. Some weaknesses we had revolved around the control systems around our supply chain information. So, one of the outcomes that came out of this SWOT analysis was to build a database to more tightly control the information we have about our supply chain and the products, the raw materials that we buy. We also didn't have a very robust decarbonization plan. So the theme of decarbonization was in people's minds. There was people ready to kind of act on it, but we didn't have a formalized program built out saying, here's how much we're going to reduce our greenhouse gas impact, and here's the date, and here's how we're going to do it. Some of the opportunities that existed were, quantifying the impact of Intellex ingredients, which we perceive to be more sustainable versus the traditional, getting more data behind understanding, to the extent that that is true, was really an opportunity for marketing our products as sustainability or as superior from a sustainability standpoint. We also had an opportunity to decarbonize quickly. We already had an operational equipment efficiency program in place, which kind of covers some foundational work that's necessary for decarbonizing chemical processes. And we also had an opportunity to measure employee engagement. We were putting out all these new initiatives on engaging employees or expanding benefits, but to really measure that and understand if those new initiatives were successful was an opportunity we saw. And then, some threats to our program would be, accidental greenwashing. So if we aren't able to kind of quantify the impacts of our products, we take a very strict and hard stance against greenwashing and do a lot of work to support our product claims. So wanting to be able to do that at the corporate level and also at the product level was really important to us. And then also, sustainability reporting takes a lot of transparency. You have to put a lot of information out there about your company and your strengths and weaknesses. So I think this was sort of, I'll say maybe a scary time to kind of come to terms with how transparent we are willing to be in sustainability reporting. So from this, we have a lot of focus areas. The focus should imply, that there are a few, but there are so many sustainability issues to tackle. And so, we have a suite of focus areas that really help to guide our sustainability journey. Everything from communicating our sustainability progress by using, reputable sustainability assessments, to setting science-based targets and developing a decarbonization plan, to assessing and improving the environmental and social impacts of our global supply chain. These really kind of align to those strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that we saw, but also go further to address where we can and want to make an impact. So the next step is the main deliverable of a formalized sustainability program, which is reporting, or your annual sustainability report. So for Intellex, we have been reporting against sustainability topics since 2018, but this past year, looking at 2021 data, was really kind of a renewed process for us, where we infused more formalization, and we aligned our report to the Global Reporting Initiative. So no matter how you're approaching reporting, you should utilize your materiality map to identify the issues that need to be reported on. And then, again, whether you're aligning directly to a global reporting standard, or you're using it as a guideline for maybe a first or second time attempting to report, cross-referencing those standards will really help you to understand how data should be reported on. For example, your water use, the GRI will tell you exactly what that data point looks like, and how to disclose it properly in a balanced report. So in order to do this, for most companies, it's going to be really important to engage your data collection team to inform them of what issues you're reporting on, and to also engage them on the idea of collecting both quantitative and qualitative data. So there's going to be specific numerical data points you'll want to include in here, but these reports are really to inform our stakeholders of the progress we're making and where we are in our sustainability journeys. So there's also a lot of qualitative support, descriptive content that details, what you've been working on, what was accomplished, not accomplished, or where, what steps you're looking at into the future to kind of improve that area, that material issue. So both of those pieces of data are really helpful and, crucial to a good sustainability report. And lastly, reviewing, improving, and repeating your program is really key to ongoing sustainability management and improving your impact overall. Having a report that quantifies your impact on an annual or maybe biannual basis is really key to having those discussions internally and externally about what needs to be improved. And then again, repeating that process helps you stay accountable to what you're tracking, and what improvements you made were actually yielding what types of results. So for Intellex, I do this as well. We use the data from the past year that compares, let's say, 2021 to 2020 accomplishments, and it really facilitates a lot of discussions around whether our initiatives are having the intended effect. So in 2021, we yielded a lot of different improvements around environmental data. So for water use efficiency, we essentially used 43% less water based on a per pound basis of product output. We also reduced our total water withdrawal from the city by 28%. And we verify 98% of our products as biodegradable, which impacts the health of water systems, as our products return to water systems, whether it's in use or in product waste within the site. For climate and energy, we had a modest decrease in scope 1 and 2 greenhouse gas emissions, but we were able to improve our energy use efficiency by 20%. So that's energy used to make 1 pound of product. our materials, as I mentioned, have a green profile as they're developed with the 12 principles of green chemistry. So in 2021, we sold 71% of our products by weight were from renewable origin. We had a modest reduction in total waste to disposal in our manufacturing sites of 4%, and we had 80% of our suppliers sign our code of conduct. When it comes to people and communities, we rolled out a new talent stewardship initiative. We had a 66% decrease in lost time incident rate, so keeping people safe within our production facilities. And we also did some community outreach with some volunteer days in 2021. So while there's a lot more data in our sustainability program, this snapshot kind of gives you a sense of the accomplishments we're able to speak to from doing year-over-year reporting, and then also, areas where we could aim for higher year-over-year improvement. So overall, taking this more formalized approach to our corporate sustainability program has really improved that accountability. We have consistency every year in reporting the same metrics, which is, outlined by the Global Reporting Initiative, but it's also, taken on internally to make sure we're utilizing those same metrics and same methodologies to get the same values. So instead, we're not promoting or reporting in this one-off way where we're only speaking to the good, or we're kind of promoting what we did. That accountability is really core to our reporting structure now. It also has improved what we're able to progress. So identifying both the data gaps of we don't have this data and we need to go and get it, but also we have this area that we want to improve, let's go improve it. It really gives me a lot of content to speak to and engaging with teams across NLX on how to improve our data availability or how to improve progress on a sustainability topic. And last is, credit, getting, credibility with our client partners, improving our scores on sustainability related scoring systems. I think this one feels a little bit opportunistic to the topic of sustainability, which is really rooted in, ethics and a duty to be better companies. But I think it's really important because a lot of brands and companies out there are getting credit for the sustainability progress that they make. So we should all, those of us, working for sustainability minded companies that are trying to improve should take that credit where credit's due as well. Certainly comes with the background work of the accountability and the reporting. Credit doesn't come without credibility. So I think that that's certainly a precursor, but it's an important one to recognize that can really have an impact on how you speak to your stakeholders, your clients, and even end consumers. So that's all I have for you today. Looking forward to hearing any questions and answers in the live session. Thank you all for listening.
And bear with me as I get the live Q&A started. I have Audrey with me right now. So if you guys have any questions, then you can put that in the discussion. Audrey, while you're not talking, just because you don't have headphones on, I can hear myself. You just mute yourself. And so, if you have questions for Audrey, then put them in the summit discussion section. We have 4 minutes, and I guess I'll get started with my own question, which is, what was the biggest challenge that NLX had when implementing this new corporate sustainability management strategy? What were the biggest challenges for the company?
I think the biggest effort that needs to be put in is around the reporting. Like, it feels simple to be like, oh yeah, we'll go and collect all this data and put it out there. And we had been doing it for a couple of years, but really, like, the amount of work that goes into that to do it the right way requires, dedicated resource on reporting. So just getting, my role transitioned to a fully sustainability dedicated role and being able to have the bandwidth to really, spend 6 months on just working on a report, I think was kind of the biggest undertaking to get this started.
As we're waiting for questions of the discussion, I see people are writing. So now's your time. You've got 3 minutes to ask your question. But I had a follow-up question, and you have highlighted using like GRI for a reporting standard. So why is using standardized methodologies for reporting and management across industries important for our like total pursuit of sustainability as an industry?
Yeah, such a good question. I mean, I think that the claims around sustainability, the same way, and any sort of metrics, you're not comparing apples to apples if you're not using like a principled approach to what the metric is or a standardized approach to what metrics you're looking at. So this is an area that I think is so important to the space because, I've heard it compared to like financial accounting principles 50, 60 years ago. There's different standards you could be using. And to really say that this company is, doing this way financially to compare it to another company was not really that possible until accounting standards, financial accounting standards completely came together and standardized under what is used today. So the sustainability space is in a similar way where if you're not all using the same standard, you're not comparing apples to apples. And investors and stakeholders are certainly doing that when they engage with these reports. They're trying to see, what progress is actually being made. So I think it's also like using these standardized approaches to reporting is also going to reduce, greenwashing, whether it's accidental or intentional, because you have to be held to like a certain way of calculating that metric or collecting that data. So yeah, it's really important for like just making that progress in a way that's principled, standardized, and you can compare throughout industries and within an industry.
And now Julia had a great question, which was, how would you tweak your process for a small brand? Would you tweak your process? Would you do anything different?
Honestly, I would not. I think that it should be leveraged in this way, no matter the size. I think how much, of that formalization, standardization, and even just time and effort you put under each step can be adjusted. So you can do like the same process light, I would say. So you still want to think about who your stakeholders are, and you still want to think about what your issues are. You might not need to go out and survey them in a way that we did, like SurveyMonkey, because we had a lot of stakeholders. If you're a small brand and you do most of the work yourself, just have a conversation with your packaging supplier, talk to them about what is important to them on sustainability, talk to your other, closest vendors, but it might not need to be in a way that's like, oh, I'm trying to get this quantifiable data of how would they rank these material issues. You could do a more informal approach with, through conversation. And I think that can be kind of applied to each step. So I would still follow that trajectory because it was really helpful for me to not, miss anything basically. But you could definitely do some a little more casually or, to a lighter degree.
This next question is from Teresa, who asks, how do you prioritize efforts when something can have a positive impact on one attribute, but a negative impact on another? For example, fossil fuel consumption versus water usage.
Such a good question. And if I had the answer, we would have like so much more progress today in our sustainability program. I think deciding what to focus on is really tough. And it also can, depend on how your like organization structure is at the company and what, different departments ladder up to what leaders. So I think that honestly, I take a kind of opportunistic approach, like where there's energy around an initiative and bandwidth and, engaged people, run with that momentum. I think with sustainability, there's always so much to tackle that we're not really getting to a place of like, oh, we're not going to do this, or we're not going to do this ever. We're deciding we're only focused on water rather than emissions. It's really a go out and conquer all. And that prioritization, I think, primarily comes up when it's, financially, when there's a financial component of like, how much money are we going to put towards one thing or another. And that I think is quite challenging. But in terms of, what to work on in this month versus next month, it's like, okay, everything's going to be addressed. Let's go where the momentum is. And I think that it's easier to be more impactful when you have momentum than trying to fight a fight that's not going to be won easily. Obviously, those things eventually need to be tackled too. But I've been taking that approach to try to, get as much progress made.
Really great answers. Thank you. And also excellent presentation. So thank you, Audrey, for putting that together, and Intellex for agreeing to participate. And also Intellex is a sponsor of this summit. So thank you, Intellex, for sponsoring this summit. Okay, next question. We're going to go a little bit over time because we're now coming into the break section. Hope that's okay with everyone. You're just giving really great answers, and I want to continue, and there's a lot of really great questions. So this next question is from Emma, who asks, for a company with no sustainability initiative, what's the best way to start and convince management of the benefit for a program?
Really good question. Honestly, I think there's so many resources out there about and brands that are, making money on it with sustainable products that whenever I think of this challenge, I really don't envy the people of the past of like working in sustainability related topics, because this was so much harder to do likely 20 years ago. And now there's really a lot of kind of examples of how this can be profitable and why it's profitable. So luckily, I have not had to deal with that with our management. We're really kind of engaged on sustainability issues, but there are certainly case studies on like return of investment. So like if you have someone that's really focused on the financials, sending them, how does an article on sustainability and ROI, I think, goes a long way. Yeah.
And this next question, perhaps the final question before we take a break, is from Sakshi, who asks, how do you do the decision making? How do you do the decision making on something that is good for sustainability but is impacting the business in a big way? How do you cater to such sustainability needs?
Yeah, I think the materiality matrix approach really should help address that by mapping the importance to the business on the x-axis. You're inherently considering how it's going to either make you successful or hinder success. So, for us, knowing that product quality and safety and employee safety and wellness were up there so high, those things can never be kind of traded off for even something as important as like a reduction in water use. We're not going to put our people at risk or our consumers that are using the product in the end at risk. So I think by having that matrix really helps do that balancing for you of how do I know, what is prioritized over something else in terms of like non-starters, and just how to maintain those foundational kind of values and issues within your program while you go and address kind of new topics or new areas.
Okay, we had another question, but I will just say to Marcia, it was around how you measure things. We will have a presentation later on in the day about substantiating sustainability, and I think your answer will be in that presentation. So this concludes our Q&A with Audrey and presentation. Thank you so much, Audrey, for agreeing to participate in our e-summit. Your questions and presentation were excellent.
Thanks so much for having me. This was a lot of fun, and good luck with the rest of the summit.
And with that, we're going into our break. As promised, I will get to some of your questions, but I will also have to just fast forward a bit in the break just to make sure that we're on time for getting back to the presentations. So bear with me. And I'm going to share my screen again on Discord. If you guys could only see my setup, it's a lot. So if you're wondering what all the clicking back and forth is, if you go on my Discord, actually, you'll be able to see the setup that I'm currently working with. While we're in the break, so this is no longer a 15-minute break, but we will be back in just under 10 minutes with a presentation featuring Gracie from EcoVadis on ESG. I just wanted to get to some of the questions that you guys sent in the discussion. They're really great. By all means, if you want a break right now, now is a really great time to take your break, but I will still answer them while I'm here. So this question was from Dell, who asks, Jen, do you think we might see a wider shift in consumer demand for sustainability that's based on scientific evidence, for example, LCAs, versus more emotional feel-good marketing claims like natural or free from? And secondly, do you have any suggestions for either people in the industry or consumers to potentially help move that shift along? Because I would personally like to see it happen sooner rather than later. I think that there will be a shift, and there is certainly more companies shifting to this direction. I think this is being helped by some regulatory movement, which you will hear a lot more about in the claims presentation from Eva, as well as the regulatory presentation by Akemi later on after lunch. But there are some new regulatory movements demanding that claims be substantiated by things that are specific in the EU and UK, for example, with, for example, LCAs. So this is the case for any claim that you make. The claims have to be truthful. So if you're making a claim, they should be specific and they should be supported with evidence. And sometimes if you're making a specific claim, an LCA will be the only way to truthfully make the claim with evidential support. So there's movement with regulations. And also, I will say, with respect to the North American markets, the FTC is in the process of revamping, potentially, I think, their green guides. Right now, there is a call to society, I guess, to industry and consumers for input on things that you would like to see within the new green guides. Ultimately, generalized claims like, for example, natural. If they're generalized, well, natural, I'm not sure it fits in it, but things like non-toxic is specifically spoken to in the previous green guides, or green as an example. This generalized claim that's like, what does it mean? Well, if you don't have, you're going to actually have a really hard time substantiating that generalized claim because you can refute it in many ways. So already with the green guides, you should be specific. And now they're redoing their green guides, and there's conversations about will there be more power for ensuring compliance for these claims. So anyhow, all this is to say, I think that there will be movement in the right direction. And I also think that science communicators online have also been contributing to consumer push for better substantiation. So do you have suggestions for people in the industry or consumers to help move that shift along? Here, I'm just always going to come back to, at the present, with the amount of misinformation that we have, information gaps that we see, I do think that science communication is really important for pushing us forward with respect to sustainability in the industry. So I think that the industry should invest in science communication. investing in science communicators, maybe getting out and doing science communication themselves, making sure their marketing departments are well informed. That's my answer, and I will stop here and actually let you guys take the rest of your break if you're still listening to me. So there is about 4 minutes left of your break. We'll be back with a presentation featuring Gracie Shorter from EcoVadis on ESGs. Our next speaker is Gracie Shorter. She joined EcoVadis in 2020 with one goal in mind: to help educate the corporate world about their opportunity and responsibility to build our future in a more sustainable way. She draws on experience in technology solutions consulting, sustainability, and retail to inspire leaders in the consumer-facing industries to raise their standards and drive positive change throughout their supply chains. Gracie is responsible for helping companies internally align on the vision, governance, and goals required to achieve ambitious yet necessary change, and helps deploy and execute strategies for driving the sustainability agenda forward.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining this session on what is ESG. I'm excited to be discussing this with you, and thank you to Jen for having me here. I will be answering questions live after this session, but for now, let's get kicked off to talk a little bit about what is ESG, what does it mean, and how does it affect my business? Let's start with the definition of ESG. ESG stands for environmental, social, governance. So really what that's referring to is how a company manages its corporation around these topics. The corporate management systems that are in place for other important topics such as risk management or finance can be borrowed when thinking about how to incorporate ESG into your strategy. What I mean by that is that really it all starts with policies, which lead to actions, which lead to results. And the governance piece is how is that managed, who's responsible, and who's accountable. When looking at ESG in the context of your business, it's helpful to actually turn to the most common reporting frameworks that fall under the ESG reporting categories. There's many of them out there right now, but you can see a few along the top of the screen here, such as the International Labour Organization, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, ISO, and the Global Reporting Initiative, as well as SASB, which will likely be, according to the SEC's mandate for publicly traded companies, the accounting standard for actually reporting on sustainability in public reports. One thing to note is that the standardization of ESG reporting is still very much a challenge. So you might hear all sorts of acronyms related to these reporting frameworks, as well as many others, but know that they all in some way, shape, or form will touch on these 4 pillars of sustainability and the criteria that you see underneath. So starting with the environment, the E in ESG, what falls under that category? We have your classic environmental metrics, such as energy, water, waste, GHGs, which stands for greenhouse gas emissions, which includes carbon, but also very important for the beauty industry, product use, product end of life, and customer health and safety. So you'll notice that when you're putting this into the context of your business, different topics will have a varying materiality. So for example, if I'm a cosmetics company and I don't own any of the manufacturing facilities that are making my products to sell, I know that sustainable procurement will be a high materiality to my business. It's extremely relevant because the products that I source, from raw materials to packaging to transportation and logistics, will all affect the environmental and social factors of my business. Let's take product end of life, for example. What does this mean? Well, in the context of ESG, what that's referring to is what happens when the consumer's all done with it. I think a lot of people are familiar with the stat around plastics in the ocean and thinking that there's going to be more plastic than fish in the sea by 2030. This is largely based on the fact that we have a massive plastic pollution problem. And even though the packages that we sell our consumer goods and beauty products in are sometimes recyclable, the fact of the matter is that only around 8% of plastics are actually recycled. The rest of them end up in landfill and the ocean. And I can speak firsthand, as I'm sure a lot of you can, to what kind of problems these are actually creating for this world. One thing I'll also touch on today, just while we're on the topic of plastics pollution, is EPR. That stands for Extended Producer Responsibility. This is something to look out for, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about it when we move into the regulation slide. So moving into the social pillar, we define social as including anything that would affect the people associated with your business. That includes employee health and safety, working conditions, anti-forced labor, as well as diversity. There are more topics that fall under the S in ESG, but these are some of the main criteria that are covered. Governance looks at corruption, anti-competitive practices, as well as responsible information management. So think about data security. And then last but not least, sustainable procurement. We talked a little bit about how this relates to a beauty company that's not manufacturing any of its own goods. But what are your suppliers doing to ensure that they're considering consumer health and safety when it comes to the ingredients? Or how are they procuring or manufacturing plastics or packaging in a way that will be easily recyclable, or in a way that has a take-back program, for example? So all of these factors fall under the broad scope of ESG. So there's 3 key benefits of ESG to your company. The first is risk mitigation. Let's be honest, there's a lot of companies that end up in the news because of factors related to environmental impact or labor and working conditions, and many others related to ethics. When you factor ESG into your business strategy, you're helping mitigate risk. This could be reputational risk, but it could also be other types of risk related to being able to fulfill your customers' orders and maintaining a healthy supply chain. The second one is cost optimization. You might hear in some of the headlines and white papers recently that sustainability doesn't mean it has to be more expensive, and that is the truth. I had a great call with someone today at one of the big 4 accounting firms who said, I was working with a company who actually didn't realize that they were sourcing organic cotton and just regular cotton. And the organic cotton not only had way less carbon emissions associated to it, but it was also cheaper. So in some ways, by putting a focus on ESG, you'll be able to optimize the cost going into your products and services. Last but not least is value creation. A lot of this comes down to consumer loyalty and being able to innovate in the market that you're in. It's no secret that consumers are more geared towards sustainably made products and have been more loyal to companies who align to the same ethics and beliefs as them. Let's talk about value creation a little bit more. So here's a stat or a quote from the Boston Consulting Group in 2020. It says, businesses that are considered leaders in environmental, social, and governance criteria have an 11% valuation premium over their competitors. For all of those indie beauty brands out there, it should be music to your ears. Ears should be perking up. That's because one of the most common strategies that I see within independent beauty is that you're looking to grow the value of your company and potentially have that lead to something like a buyout or a merger or acquisition of some sort. It also means more revenue for your organization, better growth, and more strategic investors. We know 70% of consumers are willing to pay a sustainability price premium. You can walk into your local Sephora or other retailers and really see that there's a correlation between price point as well as consumer loyalty and the actual sustainability criteria. So like I mentioned before, this leads to innovation, it leads to strengthening of your brand, and it can also help you expand into new markets that have strong regulations, or also just new markets in general when it comes to target consumers. If you're not convinced yet, here's a little bit more to put in your tool belt. First and foremost, 83% of C-suite leaders and investment professionals say they expect that ESG programs will contribute more shareholder value in 5 years than today. They would pay a 10% premium to acquire a company with a positive record for ESG issues. Case in point. On the other side, thinking about the consumers and employees, 84% of global consumers consider sustainability important when choosing a brand. And 62% say they're willing to change their purchasing behavior to help reduce negative impact. So even if you're able to showcase to the to the consumer what it is that you're doing to, let's say, engage suppliers, to ensure fair working conditions, diversity, equity, that you're making your products in a mindful manner, and you're showing them and educating them how to properly dispose so that it doesn't become landfill or ocean waste. These are all ways that companies are gaining consumer loyalty by leveraging the key components of ESG. Now, going back to that main point that I mentioned, which is sustainable procurement, there's really a huge opportunity within your supply chain as a beauty company. In working for EcoVadis, we know this is true because we have thousands of buyers and thousands of suppliers working together, and that actually creates trillions of dollars passing through our solution that are actually considered with ESG criteria before a purchase is made. The supply chain opportunity is huge. Think about your own operations. You might have completely virtual offices now. You don't own any manufacturing facilities. A lot of what you do is based on your laptops, R&D, as well as, let's say, employee travel. But think about your suppliers. You might have a handful of suppliers, or if you're a bit bigger, a couple hundred suppliers. So take your impact and multiply that by a couple hundred. If they're manufacturing suppliers should be considered even higher impact. They have more emissions, they have more waste, and they also can potentially pose more risk with relation to working conditions and labor and human rights. So focusing on your supply chain as a starting point will allow you as a brand to factor in these specific criteria when you're actually in R&D, when you're developing that new product to put out into the market, rather than creating something and then trying to move backwards. So this can really help you, this supply chain sustainability, when it comes to finding the right partners. If you understand how to benchmark a supplier side by side, you can make those decisions up front and really save yourself when it comes to all sorts of different factors, including cost, but also carbon emissions, and also backlash from customers who want to see more sustainable products. I talked about regulation a little bit, but focusing on supply chain even more so here, over the last, I would say, 10 years, we've seen different supply chain due diligence laws pop up all over the place. Most recently, we saw the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act in the US, We also saw the German Supply Chain Act come out, and we know that the SEC has also proposed mandates around due diligence and disclosures. So if you're thinking about ESG from a compliance lens, you're essentially going to be playing a game of whack-a-mole, because each of these blue dots, you're going to be trying to hit them on the head, trying to stay ahead of these regulations if you're going to be taking a compliance focus. The idea around ESG is to integrate this into your business operations, into your decisions from the get-go, so that one, you can stay, aligned with all the requirements from a regulatory standpoint, but that you're staying ahead of market expectations, and that you're really, using ESG to drive value rather than just to be compliant. I talked a little bit about EPR, or the extended producer responsibility. In the US and in Canada, there's been a number of different laws and bills, either passed or proposed, that say the producer of plastics or goods that are very hard to recycle and are sold in masses, those producers should be responsible for the waste that they're creating. Why? It's because, one, consumers don't always know what to do with those when they're done with those products. And two, the infrastructure that different states and provinces have are very overloaded with all the different plastics and packaging and everything that we're trying to recycle when we do make that into the blue bin. So what that means for you, if you're a manufacturer, is that you should be thinking about how to incorporate recyclability, labeling around what to do with the product or package when a consumer is done with it. And you should be looking at different materials and weights and recycled content to help be part of the solution. If I'm a brand, I need to think about this in the context of sourcing. So what I would do is say, if I have 5 suppliers that all make packaging for beauty products, I want to know what each of them are doing to ensure A, recyclability, B, that post-consumer recycled or bio-based products are used as inputs, and then C, that the labels on these packaging are clear and a consumer knows exactly what to do with that. I will say that being in this space for a few years now, and actually working for a cosmetics company prior to this, consumers say something around sustainability and wanting to make a difference, and they're willing to pay more for it, but they don't always know what to do when they're done. So think about this and think about the responsibility that we have when we're creating new products for the market. So now that we know what ESG means, let's think about how you can integrate it into your different business processes. So we know that we need to think about different topics like the environment, carbon, labor and human rights, ethics, procurement. What the step-by-step process really looks like is, first you need to identify your risks and your opportunities. This usually starts with conversations with suppliers, understanding what goes into R&D, and being able to assess those sustainability practices based on evidence, and also by using the most common reporting frameworks in sustainability. You'll need to monitor and track the actions that your suppliers are taking so that you can better understand performance and compare them side by side. That way, when you're creating something, you know who you can actually strategically partner with to create a more sustainable option. The more you do that, the stronger your relationships are going to be. Potentially, the stronger your sales will be as well. And that could lead to cost optimization and being able to sell this premium product without actually having to pay a premium price to suppliers. It's the whole concept of economies of scale. And if enough beauty companies are doing it together, that's going to help the market as a whole. Then it's all about improving. So the more advanced companies that are leveraging ESG criteria in their decision-making processes are not just taking the data, they're actually using it to drive improvements, to engage suppliers in their plans, and to actually give them resources to help the suppliers become more sustainable. So it's a really collaborative approach, and there are so many great examples within the beauty industry of companies that have honed in on this opportunity, and I'm sure you'll be hearing a lot about that today. Last but not least, when it comes to those regulations and when it comes to reporting to your investors, all of this is going to help you have effective and evidence-based information that you can be confident in reporting on. So if you're thinking, okay, we need to go back to our business and really incorporate this in, what is this going to look like long term, and where do we start? This isn't something that's going to happen overnight. There's going to be a lot of different iterations. That's generally why companies tend to partner with execution partners like EcoVadis, because we really help lay that foundation and provide best practices. But doing this internally, you would want to start with integration into policies and your processes. So how do you procure today? How do you do R&D today? How do you select materials and ingredients today? From there, align your stakeholders from these different groups on what it means for your brand to be sustainable. What are the key components of ESG that matter most to you, to your consumer, to your investors? Map out where those risks are, and then understand what you're tracking and develop KPIs so that you can have a reporting mechanism and you can track progress over time. Usually from there, we see optimization, right? So you've laid the groundwork, you know where your risks are, you have a baseline. Now we want to look at how to be strategic in terms of partnering, how we can improve the metrics that we're collecting. You want to train your employees and also your suppliers on what it means to be sustainable and how to make those decisions. And also meet with your internal stakeholders. I think that annual, biannual steering committee meetings are very important for keeping things on track and for staying abreast of market trends. The third year of a program in which EcoVadis runs is really about benchmarking and where to go from here. So once you've laid that foundation down, you've made some improvements, you've found some strategic partners, that's usually where we see the magic happen. So this is innovation. This is stuff that makes the headlines, first company to create a bio-based tube for cosmetics. This is where we see a lot of companies entering the market as a differentiator and something that you can actually capitalize on even as a small brand, because those bigger companies have been doing this for longer and have brought their suppliers along with them. So don't be afraid to leverage your community. Of course, that's probably why you're here today listening. I would always be happy to connect with people who are like-minded and think that this is important and kind of drive that message forward and help you understand where to get started. There's a lot of different initiatives within the beauty industry, such as the Responsible Beauty Initiative and others that you'll hear about. But tap into these, listen in, hear from your peers on what they're doing so that you can really take that into account for your own business. Now I'm going to be answering our Q&A. I appreciate all of your time and attention for listening on this crash course of what is ESG. And with that, I will hand it back over to you, Jen.
My bad, and I'll say what I just said again just for YouTube. We are currently just waiting for Gracie in the Zoom for the live Q&A. So stay tuned as we wait. I think this was my bad because I may have set the wrong timing for the calendar invite. So we'll take a short intermission as we are waiting. Thank you again to everyone who has come to attend the conference today. I also wanted to let you know that we will have another presentation, a surprise presentation, not so surprise. We will have a surprise presentation during lunch. Thembi has sent me a recording of her presentation. And so we will be able to present that during lunch. And here is Gracie, and that was totally my fault. Bear with me one more time as I put the stream on to Discord and go to the Discord chat for your questions. And there are some really great questions. So the first one is from Emma, who asks, are there third-party audits, certifications, not just standards to follow, to evaluate different areas of ESG in a company?
Yes, there are a lot of different audits out there, but I think that depending on which type of business that you're running, whether that be like a manufacturing facility, or you're actually just looking at the way that you develop products, you'll want to select a partner that's trusted. We have found over the years that audits are a great way to get, what's happening, boots on the ground. I know there's companies that do it like Intertech or SEDEX, but ESG ratings or sustainability questionnaires are a way for you to collect more in-depth information around, what their ESG policies and certifications look like. So they're quite complementary approaches, but I wouldn't say there's one specific audit company dedicated to the beauty industry, if that helps.
Now I have
Unless I don't know about it.
Now I have a controversial question for Laura, and I'm interested in your perspective. I have an answer. Maybe I'll just give a spoiler alert for my answer first. Because I did a reel on this and I provided a lot of information about maybe the issues with respect to B Corp. That's what the question is around. Do we think the B Corp certification is a valid way to evaluate ESG to the consumer? And so my point of view is that the certification is only accountable to themselves. There's no external body to audit in ensuring that what they are doing is ethical. And there have been a number of studies showing that companies who get B Corp certified often are doing it. Obviously, there's a financial incentive to get B Corp certified because then they get resources from B Corp, but also get clout to consumers. Mm-hmm. That the incentive is more financial, and usually, says the study that I cited in the post that I did, it's on my Instagram, the companies who are getting certified don't actually enact changes within their business to improve sustainability. That's my unpopular opinion. Gracie, what do you think? It's okay if you disagree with me also.
No, I think, certifications are a starting point. That's what I'll say. So if a company is riding its entire ESG strategy and, like you said, clout on one certification, it's best to better understand what went into that and what does the continuous path of improvement look like. So I don't think that, B Corp is the end of a strategy. I think when we talk about ESG, it's always continuous. And the way that I would personally look at a company and kind of judge that is, let's say they were B Corp certified 2 years ago. What's changed between then and now? So are they continuously working, to make improvements? Can we track what they're doing back to scientific-based methods? Those are the types of questions that I would ask. So maybe it's a little bit of a roundabout answer, but I don't think it's neither here nor there. I think that it's a good tool to use in the overall life cycle of a company's sustainability strategy.
Yeah, and I suppose the end-all be-all point is the big thing here. So I recently saw a magazine article about a certain company who shall not be named, that they are now a sustainable business and they're making this innovative or taking all these innovative steps forward. And the way that they are pursuing sustainability, it's not by like any kind of corporate sustainability management plan, like the kind of thing that you saw from Innolex earlier, which is really impressive. I would love to see more companies do that. They are becoming V Corp certified, and now they are a sustainable company. You alluded to this, and also Audrey had highlighted this with the importance of standards so that companies can have, or consumers can have accountability between, or sorry, comparability between companies. So if everyone's using different standards that aren't actually the same, then you're not comparing apples to apples. I don't know if you want to expand on that point. There are no other questions, so I guess that'll be my final question to you. And thank you so much. I'm sorry for taking up your Q&A portion. Thank you so much for your time for this Q&A and for the presentation.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. Thanks so much for having me. And sorry, I was a couple minutes late there. I had a mix up on my end.
I think that was my end. I'm sorry.
Sorry. It's okay. But yes, so, when it comes to standardization, this is still the big question, right, within the market. And I think that a lot of companies are looking to the SEC to make that final decision. And SASB looks to be the reporting standard that they're going to ask companies to follow. And so while we're still having troubles comparing apples to apples when it comes to specific certifications or, let's say, overall kind of reporting frameworks, I think that it makes sense for people to take, again, a science-based approach. So there are different standards out there for reporting that require a lot of evidence-based answers. And I think those are probably the best ones, and they all are very similar. So, whether you're using GRI or SASB or TCFD, these are accounting-based kind of standards. So I always say, and I remember we spoke about this on our podcast, Jen, think about it like you would in financial reporting. So if you're going to say something, make sure you have something to back that up and that it's auditable and that you have a formula to show how you came out with that number. So you don't have to be perfect in the way that you're reporting, but you have to be transparent. And I think maybe that's where the gap is that some companies are saying or claiming XYZ, but they're not necessarily showing how they got to that point or any improvements from there. And that's when it comes more of like a greenwashing or marketing kind of, effort, whether they meant for it to be like that or not. So, stay tuned for what happens within the public markets, because that's likely where the rest of the industry will follow, right? Even if you're a small beauty company, you're likely going to either look to what the bigger companies are doing, look to what your investors are asking you for, so that you can kind of poise yourself to maybe be acquired or invested in. So, that's where I would keep my eyes focused if I were thinking about standardization for ESG reporting and being able to compare apples to apples.
That was a really great answer, Gracie. And thank you again. Thank you again for agreeing to present at the summit and donating your expertise to share with our audience, and for the Q&A and coming live on a Sunday.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Have a great rest of your weekend. Thank you.
You too. Bye.
Okay, bear with me as I put the next presentation on the screen. Just 1 second here. Our next speaker, I'm sorry, this is a little clunky here. Okay, here we go. Here's the presentation. is Anisha Gupta, who is the co-founder at Bluebird, a climate tech startup founded in early 2021, building a software platform that provides actionable tools to enable consumer brands to develop lower waste and carbon products from the start of their product development process, make reductions, and communicate their efforts transparently. Bluebird currently works with health and beauty brands like Versed, Functions of Beauty, Glossier, De Beauty Counter, and Ritual. Prior to founding Bluebird, Anisha held product development and supply chain roles at consumer brands of all sizes, including at Unilever and numerous emerging and scaling brands. Through this work, Anisha was able to see firsthand the cost and complexity involved in building sustainable products, inspiring the inception of Bluebird to solve this need. Anisha holds a BSE in chemical engineering and an MS in sustainability management. She was named on the Forbes 30 Under 30 2022 list in the social impact category.
Hi, I'm Anisha Gupta, and I'm a co-founder at a company called Bluebird. I'll be talking to you today about substantiating sustainability and really how to walk the talk when you're talking about your product sustainability. Bluebird is a company that helps brands to make better products when it comes to sustainability and talk about that transparently with their consumers. And I know we probably have both some consumers, like all of us, and also brands in the room. So hoping that this is exciting and interesting for all of you. So we all know that sustainability is now table stakes, right? So brands know that it's incredibly important to consumers. Consumers are looking constantly for more sustainable products. It's just part of the conversation. But what a lot of people don't know is that sustainability is now key to both growth as well as loyalty for brands. So what we've seen, and the data is showing, that sustainability marketed products are now growing at almost a 3 times rate compared to conventional products. And 48% of new products now incorporate and market sustainability. And that's up from 36% in 2020. So that's a pretty huge jump in 2021. So you'll see that this is continuing to accelerate over time. In addition to that, you'll also see that sustainability is now becoming really key to loyalty. So consumers are now saying that sustainability is the thing that will make them most likely to shop with a brand again. And this is now, for beauty specifically, even more important than discounts and free samples, meaning that consumers will come back to a brand if they have sustainable packaging or talk about their sustainability, and that's more likely to bring them back than free sampling and discounts, which are things that have largely been one of the biggest, drivers for bringing customers back. But the issue with that is that as the growth of Gen Z continues to, take over the market, we see that 88% of those consumers don't trust brand sustainability claims. And why is that? Beauty brands have largely been leaning on attributes. So things like, these words, refillable or ocean-bound plastic, PCR or zero waste, a bunch of these words, and it's getting really confusing. And a lot of consumers are wondering, what do these words even mean? And how does that relate to the product's impact? Beyond just the consumer side of things as well, we're seeing that there's actually a huge move towards regulation and legislation around greenwashing. So greenwashing being companies that use language to talk about product or their company's sustainability, but they may not be talking about things fully, authentically, and transparently. And that means that they might be misleading consumers on what their products are. So in both the UK and the EU, there's actually been regulation that has been coming out over the last couple of years. So in the EU specifically, they're finding that half of the green claims used to sell products in the EU are misleading. And there's actually going to be new rules coming out to further, prevent greenwashing in the EU. And in the UK, it's also similar. And there actually was a report that just came out this week that said that the Competition and Markets Authority, which is similar to the FTC here in the US, is going to specifically introduce new rules and examine accuracy of claims made around what they're calling toiletries, which includes beauty products. So it's getting more and more important for brands to look at this. But actually, it's not just Europe. So we have something called the Green Guides here in the US that were introduced in 2012. They were pretty lenient compared to some of the new rules that had been coming out in the EU and in the UK. But there was actually just a release saying that the FTC is now seeking public comment, meaning that public can go in, including, brands and companies and consumers can all go in and submit comments to allow them to update those rules. And they're expecting for those rules to include things like, making changes to how you can talk about carbon offsets and climate change, how you can talk about the term recyclable, how you can talk about, the term recycled content and compostable, degradable, sustainable. So all of these kind of buzzwords, those attribute-based statements that I had mentioned before, those are all becoming, a little bit, harder to use, even, just right now. But as these increased regulations come out, it's going to be critical. So really what we're seeing is that, the lack of trust from consumers and this increased regulation paired together means that brands need to substantiate their claims around environmental sustainability, specifically on a product level. Without that, brands are getting canceled. I'm sure many of you remember the controversy around skin, the Kim Kardashian line, where there was a refillable product, and there were TikToks flying all over the place around this isn't actually refillable, this is just greenwashing, you're essentially making a toilet paper cover, or excuse me, a tissue paper cover that is not necessary to the function of the product and is just adding extraneous waste. And this is happening for brands for even smaller things and larger things as well, but this is just a pretty poignant example. Brands are also starting to get publicly sued or fined for violations. So this happened with Allbirds, H&M. There was also in the last few weeks, the greenwashing crackdown at Sephora as well. So this is becoming more and more common here. And ultimately what this is all doing is leaving a pretty terrible impact on the environment. So fast-moving consumer goods, which is, includes tons of different types of consumer goods, but also, beauty is a huge part of that, are one of the top 8 highest emitting supply chains globally. Those top 8 supply chains account for 50% of global emissions. So this is a huge, huge issue, and we're all aware of the toll that climate change is taking on the earth. So this is also been coming up in the press recently. This report just came out by Carbon Trust, talking specifically about clean beauty and sustainability being used as words loosely in beauty, and how that's then making it really distracting from the actual impact of carbon emissions and how that then relates to the true environmental impact of these products. What they found in this study is that really by using these types of claims, it's really leading to really limited recognition and ownership over the impact that the beauty industry is perpetuating for climate change. So again, it's a really critical issue that we all have a part to play in. And really, like, this comes down to, are we overlooking the biggest sustainability challenge within the beauty industry by using this attribute-based language? Ultimately, we need to show our homework and use science-based tools to tackle climate change. So that's leading to the fact that measurement is really the key to substantiation. Regulators already, so those UK and EU regulations that I talked about, already require the use of what's called a life cycle assessment to make claims on environmental impact for products. Just to get to some definitions, because these are pretty scientific terms, a life cycle assessment is just a way to measure the environmental impact of a product, looking at all stages of it. And I'll go into a concrete example of what this means for beauty. This can cover many different impact categories. So climate change and carbon emissions being one of those, but there's also things around air quality or water quality, biodiversity. So these are all different attributes that could be looked at within a life cycle assessment. But where we are largely focused, and where the industry has a lot of room to improve on, and it's helpful to have a single or a couple of areas of focus. So a product carbon footprint specifically looks at the carbon impact of a product. So looking at a life cycle assessment, but just looking at a single attribute around carbon emissions. I will say that waste is also a huge, huge issue and needs to be paired along with the carbon impact. But for the purpose of this presentation, I'll be, really talking and digging deep on carbon. So when looking at what a life cycle assessment is, LCAs really need to look at the holistic impact of a product and ultimately document, those assumptions in their calculations, as well as they're making, assumptions, because data is not readily available in all cases. So for a product, you're looking at, just this hair mask here. You need to source your ingredients. So that could mean, producing them, with, chemicals that are extracted, or growing them, with agriculture. You then process them, transport them to a manufacturer. You then, also make that product into, make all those ingredients into a product. So you combine all those ingredients, you process that using, heat and, different, equipment that then uses electricity, and you fill it into the factory. For the packaging, similarly, you need to source all of the materials that go into it, process those, manufacture the different pieces of packaging. So here, the tube, the cap, and the carton, the box, all require different materials, and those need to be then formed into these different pieces. And then those pieces need to be transported to where the product is being manufactured. And then after the product is made, there continues to be impact. And ultimately that's rolled into the overall impact of the product as well. So that includes shipping and distributing the product to consumers via different transportation methods. Using the product is also a huge area of impact in consumer products. And with the water use that's required in many cases, and heating that water, and then disposal and end of life as well. And that has a lot to do with waste, but also, the actual, recycling or landfilling and the processes that go along with that. So where do the carbon emissions come from? So these can come from direct emissions from factories, emissions from transportation fuel, and emissions from electricity at a high level. And, those kind of pop up in all of these different areas. So we often focus on, packaging is what we think of when we think of sustainability. And that's the easiest place to go to, because, you're holding a product in your hands. But ultimately, there's so many different places along the journey of a product, its life cycle, where emissions are actually part of the picture. So ultimately, this means brands need to look at all aspects of a product to understand its impact and not a single attribute. So why aren't brands doing this today? Historically, this can be incredibly expensive to do. For a single product, it can be, thousands of dollars. And for those of you that, produce beauty products, or you're going on a site, brands don't have just one product most of the time. They have, tens or hundreds of products in some cases. So this could be an incredibly expensive endeavor. These assessments also can take a ton of time. So when you're digging really deep into your supply chain, most of these brands don't own their own manufacturing, which is something that, the consumers in the room might not know. A lot of brands, you anticipate that these brands kind of own their own factories and are making all their own products, but it's actually more efficient and cost effective and just, standard practice to, outsource most of your manufacturing. And that means that collecting all of the data takes a really long time. And that makes it so that it can take 6 or 9 months to do one single product assessment or, your entire, product catalog. And that is a really long time that brands who are trying to launch new products just don't have time to do. And finally, there's lack of access to that information needed. So, you're asking your vendors for this information, the people that you're buying, your different, packaging from, or your raw materials from, who are actually, making the product and filling it and distributing it. And they may only have pieces of each of the equation to give you. And also internally, brands most of the time don't have sustainability talent and people who are experts. So that makes it really, really hard to know what questions to ask, how to get the right information, and how to then, match that with how to actually assess impact. But given everything that we talked about around, consumer trust and regulation, life cycle assessments are really the best way to substantiate sustainability. And technology is really making it easier to make these informed decisions and communicate them in a way that is really transparent. So the best practices that I'll try to boil down to 3 main steps are: look at designing products holistically from the start. So use data to inform your product development process versus, developing a product and then going in and checking it at the end of your process. So a lot of the time brands will start and then get very confused on what can I actually say about this product after they've made it, and they'll find that there's not a whole lot they can talk about. The next bit is measuring how your product is doing and evaluating how to reduce that product's impact over time, and continuing to take action on that. And the third is communicating using data and sharing those results and assumptions in a very transparent and easy to access way. So around designing products holistically, again, you want to look beyond just the single product attributes like plastic free, because there's a lot that can go into it. So for example, if you're, procuring a glass component, so a glass jar, and, a lot of brands have really latched onto, we want to be plastic free. So we're going to use glass. But then they're shipping it in from Asia, and glass is much heavier than plastic. If you've ever felt, a glass bottle versus a plastic one, they're significantly heavier, up to 3 times heavier in many cases. And a lot of times brands, are using air shipping. So air shipping is about 19 times more intensive than shipping via a boat. So by, eventually choosing a glass component, there's a huge carbon impact that has to do with that. Of course, there are implications when it comes to oceans and the health of our oceans and all of the plastic waste that ends up in the ocean. But again, looking at the picture holistically and making those trade-offs needs to be part of decision-making as you're designing your products. You want to measure how your products are doing over time by conducting these life cycle assessments on a regular basis, ideally annually, but again, given the tools that exist, this can be very expensive, and there are, a lot of difficulties with doing that if you don't have access to, the right people or resources on your team. And the best way actually to reduce the impact for a consumer brand of your impact is to evaluate it for each specific product. And finally, you want to communicate by relying on data over attributes for your claims, making substantiation, of those claims and communications easily accessible, and then clearly stating what your assumptions are and the method. So here's an example of a brand called Activist Skincare. They have these refill pouches that they then pair with these glass bottles as their way to reduce their impact. They've done a really good job of highlighting on their site, in their FAQ section, the trade-offs that they've made around waste and carbon emissions, what the data is and what the assumptions are that they're using, and really stating, ultimately that when they're making these claims, they've looked at each of these different pieces of the puzzle to then come to the conclusion during, developing the product, putting the product into market, and then ultimately, like when they launch it and communicate it, they've really carried through that authentic sustainability through measurement. Coco Kind is a company that's gotten a lot of press over the last couple of years in this area. They've done really a great job kind of highlighting, where there's nuance and the importance of bringing measurement into the picture when talking about, products and brand sustainability. They, for each of their products on their site, publish carbon emissions information that then, looks at each of the different parts of the picture that we talked about in their life cycle assessment, also comparing it to, what that means and is grounded in kind of comparisons that you can access in your daily life and understand how much is that in terms of emissions. And then also publishing publicly their methodology and what pieces go into their assessments. Reformation, though it's not a beauty brand, has also a really great way of highlighting their sustainability. So they publish it for every single product on their site for both carbon emissions and then water savings as well, given that's a really important area in fashion. They publish kind of their footprint on a quarterly basis, and they also publish their methodology around what is the footprint and what's included in it. Here's a brand called Experiment Beauty, and they have developed their products using tools. They actually use Bluebird, and they have been able to, from concepting their products all the way through to actually launching their products, really bring data into the picture. So at the beginning of the process, they look at the different options they have. They look at the trade-offs between carbon emissions and also waste, and root that in data, and then measure the actual impact of the product, and then ultimately communicate that out using both claims, which you can see here. You can see that they're very data backed, as well as through a widget that they have on their site. And I'll show you what this looks like in kind of a live demo now. So I'll talk you through an example for a company called for a company called DoSkin. So Do came onto Bluebird's platform as well. They, at the beginning of developing a new product, wanted to evaluate each of the different scenarios that they're looking at with different packaging options they were considering from different manufacturers in different locations. And different formats as well. And they measured each of those concepts and ultimately arrived at what they wanted to produce. So once they landed on that, they then decided to highlight that information on their site. So they include that same widget that I talked about where there is a sustainability report. And then when you actually click into this, you can see the waste impact here. You click into the link, it opens up a page that's available to the public that includes clearly what the methodology is, and you can see it here, what's evaluated in the carbon footprint. But then also it lets you kind of see what is included in each of the parts of the product, how the product's impact is. So you can see that there's packaging here, supply chain, impacts from distribution, and also formulation. They've put all of this available to the public. They're protecting their own proprietary data around who their manufacturers are, what their volumes are, but they're making it really easy to see that they've done the hard work and they're able to defend it. And also they're showcasing what they're comparing to when they're making claims. So often, you'll see brands say, our product is more sustainable because we use, plastic free, or we use, recycled packaging, or we don't ship with air. But compared to what? And you need to, really contextualize what is the baseline or the benchmark that you're comparing a product to. So they also do, they also incorporate that into their communication. So the key takeaways here, you want to design your products holistically. So again, looking just beyond a single attribute and trying to think about, what are all of the different pieces that fit in. You want to measure the impact as opposed to, just putting forward an attribute. And then you want to communicate with data. And that means, providing the substantiation through transparency. So providing access to the information upon what assumptions you're making and why, what comparisons you're making, and what you're comparing to as well, and making that information very easy to access. So ultimately, how do you know if a brand or a brand's products are sustainable? Have them show you, not tell you. And that's going to be, the future where we're seeing the industry go, especially as consumers continue to demand, more information and, move towards, needing more trust from brands. And we need, to react to, regulation that's coming out and, continuing to get more and more stringent. So thank you for your time. And I think we'll now be moving into questions.
And bear with me as I get the Zoom started for everyone. Just live streaming it now onto Discord, and it's streaming. Okay, we have a question. Oh, and thank you, Anisha, for that fabulous presentation and for agreeing to donate your expertise here. So this question was from Marina, who asked, What are the biggest challenges in presenting sustainability metrics to decision makers, especially when metrics are aggregated or summarized?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think there's a couple different pieces here. One of them is being able to present that information in a way that's really tangible and understandable by those different decision makers. So often we have, people across product development, marketing, operations and supply chain, and leadership as well, and they all have different pieces that they really care about, but getting everybody on the same page and using the same language is really important, as well as being able to provide it in a way that's really understandable. So a lot of the time we'll use comparisons to, activities that people would understand. So, when looking at your annual impact, it might be something like the equivalent of how many flights between New York and Los Angeles. So really trying to make it really easy to understand how much impact that is. And then paired with that is giving a comparison where possible, when you have data behind it, to what you're comparing to. So often just stating a measurement is not as helpful as saying, okay, well, this was our impact the year before, and this is our impact this year and how it's changed. That's really helpful. Or if you have an external benchmark as well that you can compare to, that's really helpful in getting people on the same page so that you can understand how your product's development or your brand's overall aggregated information compares.
This question is from Sakshi, who asks, what are the challenges for small brands to include sustainability from the start? And then also, how can we tackle them?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to try to answer this without talking too much about Bluebird, even though this is kind of the whole reason we started the company. So the challenges are, that it is really quite costly to do. Doing a traditional life cycle assessment is typically done with an external consultancy, where you would then pay them, have them aggregate the data, get really, really deep in talking to each level of your supply chain, because your first stage manufacturers, your tier ones, then have manufacturers or suppliers that provide them inputs, and then those have other people who provide them inputs. So it takes a lot of time as well to aggregate all of that data. And then the last piece of that is, even when you have all of that data put together, it often is difficult to then translate that into something that can then be used and actually defensible, that your consumers can understand in an easy, accessible way. So I would say the best way to do that is really to try to boil down, what your brand really truly cares about, and try to align with, industry standards, which there aren't, really that many of. I would say the UK and the EU standards around, the greenwashing codes are really where you'd probably want to start. And the US is also coming out with their standards as well. So, but yeah, ultimately, I will say that Bluebird is meant for this purpose. We do, help with all those different pieces and really try to provide a cost savings opportunity to be able to quantify this this work and actually communicate it in a transparent and easy to understand way.
And now we had a couple questions around greenwashing with data. I think these are great questions, and I have a lot of my own opinions. I can maybe just say quickly my opinion before I give the
please.
And I'm sure we'll agree with them. Okay, so this is from Laura, who asks, how can we make sure the metrics are not becoming greenwashed or skewing data? I see this a lot with LCAs. I'll say that, and you've alluded to this in your presentation, so I think you agree with me. And then this other question is from Sakshi, where many brands share sustainability reports, but most of them are based on greenwashing. How to assess these reports. And I have also seen this. And I think sometimes it's from misunderstandings and also maybe not really realizing that just because you have an LCA doesn't mean that like the what it's saying is true, because what are the boundaries of the LCA? If you're missing out certain phases like usage, or I just brought this up in my presentation, which was like the harvesting situation. If you just like leave that all out and then start after, then that's going to skew the data. My perspective. Anisha, what do you think?
Yeah, 100%. So that's why I think it's really, really important to be clear about your scopes around your measurement. So stating clearly what's included in your life cycle assessment, if you're doing one, because which you may or may not know that there's, even though a life cycle assessment is, a standardized way of measuring, there's really a lot of choice that you have in what you choose to include and what you don't. That's still compliant with the standards that are put together for a life cycle assessment. So you could choose to leave out certain stages as long as you state that you left them out. But then making that information accessible to say, okay, this is what we've included and what we've excluded is really critical then. So if a brand is just, measuring, but then not actually sharing anything around how they've arrived at that information, I would indicate that as a form of greenwashing.
Yeah. And Sakshi goes on to ask, do you have any suggestions? You've alluded to this, but any suggestions when consumers are assessing these reports? Many brands often focus on single attributes like packaging or waterless. I've certainly seen this. It really bothers me. There's a company that has been getting a lot of traction in the sustainability space, and their whole shtick is around waterless. And then I'm like, but like, you have to use more water for the consumer usage base. So how does this actually benefit? What do you think?
Yeah, I think, again, it's coming down to like benchmarking it against something. So if you're going to create, for example, a waterless product, you can talk about, oh yeah, it's less impact, you're shipping it, it's lighter, it's got less material, so it's got to be inherently sustainable. But you have to account for what it's then being compared to and how you actually will use that product. So if you're comparing it in that way, most of the time people are making comparisons, but they're just doing it without explicitly stating what they're comparing to. They're expecting you to just figure that out, kind of under the, between the lines. So for the comparison there, you want to know that, okay, that's probably let's say it's a body wash and you're comparing it to a waterless. That body wash has water inside of it as part of its manufacturing and part of, why it's then able to foam upon, adding water, things like that. So when it's a waterless product, it will require water to, make it able to be used in the same way. And then the water that would be used traditionally in your shower as well in using that product. So you really do have to compare apples to apples to what is like the functional amount of the product that you need and what goes into that to make it usable.
Now, this is something that has been coming up all throughout the morning, the need for evidence and reporting and all that to be comparable so that we're comparing apples to apples, not apples to oranges. Super important. Okay, I think probably that's about I have one more question. Before we go to lunch, and it's not actually going to be a lunch, we're going to be playing Thembi's presentation. I hear that there are some requests. They want to see more about materials. And unfortunately, we had some logistical issues. So now we're going to get one extra presentation for the summit. But my question for you is, do you have any top suggestions for industry and for brands in light of your presentation for pursuing sustainability?
Yeah, I think ultimately it comes down to better collaboration between the different parties across your supply chain, and really understanding how how you connect, both like upstream, so how your vendors and the brand connect to make the products possible and produce them, but also for the brands to then carry forward that message and that education to consumers. So there's really a lot of, onus that falls upon consumers, I think, just by saying, oh, if we make the product recyclable, that's fine. It's all on the consumer to take it forward. But having brands take a lot more accountability over their role to play in both, designing better products in conjunction with their vendors and manufacturers and communicating those impacts better with the end consumer. Because really the end consumers are the ones who have the responsibility and also the ability to drive forward the market, because they're the ones making the purchases.
Awesome. That's a great place to end this presentation. Anisha, thank you so much again for donating your time and expertise to the summit and for joining me live on a Sunday. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend.
Thanks, you too. Bye.
Okay, and as promised, we're going to have a little bit of a shorter break here because I do have that extra presentation to share with you. So if you would like to take a lunch, there will still be about 20 minutes for a lunch break. You can also eat your lunch while watching this, the great benefit of doing e-conferences. But quickly before I start the presentation, this is going to be by Thembi Meshinini. I am so sorry, I never had you say your last name aloud. But her career journey started as an SGS mining lab technician, but soon she fell in love with the personal care industry after joining one of the leading consumer care brands in South Africa. She's a qualified analytical chemist with 16 years of commercial experience, ranging from technical support, business development, key account management, and product management within the global chemical industry. She is the founder of Alta Ltd, a consulting and distribution company offering high-value networks and connectivity into the market. So bear with me as I get Thembi's presentation started here. I'm just going to get the live stream going on Discord. And here you go. I hope you enjoy it.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Sustainable Beauty E-Summit. My name is Thembi Meshinini, and I will be taking you through managing supply chains and material updates. I hope to offer some insightful frameworks and models that help create a little bit of agility and sustainability in how we view supply chain and how we manage it. I'll also be touching a little bit on a couple of materials that have become quite vocal since last year. And maybe just to step back and introduce myself and give you a little bit of background. I'm a qualified analytical chemist and have been exposed to the personal care industry since 2005, and specifically in the distribution model in 2006. And my passion really is about building models and systems that are core to the strategic intent of a company. And that's basically the work that I do as Alta. And within that comes distribution, which is where my core focus basically comes from. And this is where you get to see quite a lot of these disruptions within supply chain, and they're almost immediate for you before they even reach the consumer, right? And it's from this, industry exposure that I offer some models that are inspired by research, academia, inspired by best practice within the industry, and really inspired by what I do on a daily basis, which is building sustainability business models with the strategic intent to be as aligned as possible to the SDGs, right? So to the United Nations 2030 Sustainability Goals. Now, I hope you find this very insightful. I look forward to your questions at the end of the slide. Supply chain is the skeleton that equips business sustainability and its promise to consumers, the planet. Now, if you don't believe me, a couple of years ago, we were ignited to that fact and the fragility of supply chain when it comes to complete stop. Ever since, to gain cost advantage and market share, many firms have implemented various initiatives. They have outsourced their manufacturing, they've introduced product variety, diversified the product offering. These initiatives are very effective, of course, in a very stable environment. But what do you do when it is not a stable environment and you have a supply chain that is continuously tested and stretched because of just what is happening from a global point of view? And being very global has actually made us a little bit more vulnerable in our supply chain, and disruptions, whether they could be economic, geopolitical, even climate impacts, can really cause a huge ripple effect within the supply chain. And of course, consumer demands have really shifted since 2020. And really, how do manufacturers and brands become a little bit more responsive to that demand while still being as sustainable as possible within their supply chain management? Now, when we consider that every single thing sort of around us, except ourselves and maybe nature, every single thing was once part of a supply chain. Now, that is a massive impact. And as an industry, we tend to now think, what impact does our consumption as an industry have? What impact does us as consumers, consumption, what impact does it actually have in the world and the space that I live in, especially when everything is impacted by this network? What impact does it have in terms of a purpose? What purpose does it serve? What impact does, supply chain have on the planet, its people, the profits as business, and really towards our goals in terms of sustainability for the planet and for all? Well, the United Nations says, listen, supply chain, sustainable consumption and production patterns within the supply chain are actually very, very, very important to us achieving that sustainable development around the world. It's quite interesting. I'm touching on sustainable development goal that is not really not really popular as industry within personal care, because we tend to be focused on the environment. We tend to be focused on packaging, which is beautiful. We love it. However, let's take a step back, especially with such a fragile supply chain that we have, especially, the way we are so global as brands, as businesses. How do we become more sustainable? How do we add that sustainability element within the supply chain? And, goal number 12 sort of brings us to that. It says, by ensuring sustainable consumption and production patterns, you actually are helping in your climate impact, in terms of your biodiversity impact, and your pollution impact. In fact, I think I say it on the next slide, where I say if everything really is part of supply chain, the impact is global, it's massive. And so unsustainable patterns of consumption and production, as per the UN, can be the root cause of climate change, pollution, and even biodiversity loss. Now, if we step back in personal care, we touch on, the ingredient later on within the slides, palm oil, which a few years back, we really had a risk of biodiversity loss through deforestation due to such a large consumption of this ingredient. And so really, as consumers, but more specifically as stakeholders within the industry, how does supply chain become key to our sustainability? What models do we use to try get to sustainable patterns of production and consumption? And all of that can only happen through communication. And I hope that I share as much as possible, and please feel free to jot down your questions and I'll take them up as best as I can. But sustainability is definitely also a key focus of sustainability. And I think that's what I'm trying to get to here. Now, if we step back and say, what really is supply chain? Because if we're going to tackle anything, we need to be very clear on its definition. So I have a definition that I have taken from the ASCM dictionary, which is cited by the Cornell University as well, which defines, and I do quote, that supply chain management is the design, planning, execution, control, and monitoring of supply chain activities with really the strategic objective of creating value, of obviously building that competitive infrastructure and competitive advantage, leveraging your worldwide logistics, so the global element that we were talking about. But here's what I underline, which goes back to the sustainability part: synchronizing supply with demand. If supply and demand are actually synchronized, you're helping in sustainable consumption and production, and you're helping the supply chain to actually hunt out or actually push out what is actually wanted and demanded, and not necessarily, producing and manufacturing and with the attitude of, listen, I'm manufacturing, I'm innovating, it will sell as long as there's great marketing. Of course, we love that. I'm a consumer, and that definitely excites me. But if we really are going to be within the industry very careful in how we become sustainable within the supply chain, then that synchronization between supply and demand is going to be quite important. In 2002, we had the World Summit on Sustainable Development in Johannesburg, South Africa. I think that was first year of university for me, which placed sustainable development, especially in the context of Africa, especially in the context of developing countries, back on the global political agenda. And, there were a lot of things that were not, I suppose there's a lot of flack for each of these things, right? Because you can't cover and get everything right. But the biggest success of this particular World Summit is that it focused on implementations. It focused on actions. And, since 1992, and I think that was the previous WFSD sitting that happened in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And there it was more policies and treaties, but this one in particular focused really on just implementation. It focused on implementation of sustainable development initiatives, which is what I'm going to, basically ask from industry today to say what actions, and we can try to put them in this beautiful framework of the SMART framework, right? In terms of actions, what specific actions, measurable actions, achievable actions, resource-based and time-based actions can we take as stakeholders within the industry? And maybe that's a bit ambitious on my part, but how do we think of these challenges, especially within the supply chain, in a different way? How do we relate with each other? How do we engage with each other? And how does information sharing happen? And that's why I'm so excited to be here today on, a platform like we have today, or even platforms that are offered from IBA, which is where this presentation was sort of inspired from. Myself and a colleague, Ms. Erin Mataska from Barron's US, we basically gave, a presentation on sustainability within supply chain. But that's what we need more of, platforms that inspire us to think differently through information sharing, through collaboration. And I think really, if we want to be very key as an industry, in offering some insights and some learnings in sustainable consumption and production, that's where we start. Now, sustainable supply chains, in other words, sustainable consumption and production, that is an important opportunity as industry to further demonstrate conscious beauty, not only through our packaging, not only through the ingredients we source, not only in how we put together these ingredients to provide the beautiful products that we have, but how do we look at supply chain in order to build on what we have already done. And I'm really inspired by the fashion industry, which embraces the 2030 SDG. I found this also on the United Nations website. And I think fashion is an industry that has embraced some technology, very disruptive technology, to try get to a much more effective and efficient supply chain. I mean, we see it now. You place an order on, for me personally, through my daughter who loves to shop. There's a website called Shein. She places her order, you know where it is, it comes, and it basically meets that demand. But how do we make that smarter, especially within personal care? And I think there's some insights from that industry that we could also take from them in order to achieve this goal, number 12 out of 17, right? To ensure that sustainable consumption and production pattern. Now, that's quite a bit, but if we step back, and I'm going to step back a bit and say, we hear you, Thembi, we have this big purpose, we want to be sustainable, and maybe we need to look at our supply chains and how do we become sustainable with that. But do you know the environment? Yes. So let me take a step back. Again, something that was touched on in the IBA's fall summit, the virtual fall summit on sustainability and supply chain and sustainability. Dr. Kemi, don't kill me for getting the word order wrong. But it was really saying there's a lot that happens on a daily basis, on a month-to-month basis, and there's so many things that happen that cause such a crisis within the supply chain. In 2022, we reflected on how, supply chain is changing strategies, for businesses and how they review and how they look at things, and how a lot of manufacturers we touched on earlier thought, okay, maybe I can outsource my manufacturing. Maybe I can move, this part of supply chain to a 3PL, a third-party logistics partner. A whole lot of strategies had changed, but we still have quite a bit of things that can really throw you for a whack, like container shortages. But what was massive for all business, regardless of industry, was of course the Russia-Ukraine crisis, a war that we thought, okay, it's causing a little bit of instability, but we're starting to question if this is the new normal when it comes to supply chain crisis. It looks like it's a war that is going to be around for a while. And as supply chain, how do you become more agile? How do you become more responsive and a little bit more in tune in terms of supply and demand? Again, yes, I think I've touched on the supply chain and sustainability virtual summit. And myself and my colleague also looked at the climate impact on supply chain, how it can impact transportation, how climate impact can cause massive disruptions, which have huge losses for businesses, which we feel as consumers as well. But how also, which isn't really climate per se, but maybe I suppose it's the political climate, the macroeconomic impact of decisions that are made in specific countries that can have these ripple effects within the industry that we're in. Now, in the quest to build resilience, most firms invest in a variety of risk mitigation. But again, I think this platform is where we can say these challenges where supply chain crisis is almost becoming like a new normal. Well, we're going to have new ways of thinking and new ways of doing. And I'm extremely inspired by an article that Dave Ulrich, a very well-published journal in academia, in management, and business science, Dave Ulrich, in his 2020 paper, talks about harnessing uncertainty. And it was reading this article that it further affirmed, gave affirmation to the model that I am sharing with the industry today, inspired obviously by academia, by research on how you can create some innovation that helps with that agility. But in this paper, Dave Ulrich talks about how do you harness uncertainty. On one side, please don't fall into the trap of false hope, where it's false optimism or where you give up or give into it. In fact, he says it's a time where you can actually get energized and excited because it's a point in time where you can reflect and probably a point where you can reinvent and transform or reimagine how we can do things. He actually goes into the different 6 steps of how you can harness uncertainty. So I do implore you to please read up his article, which I'm happy to share at the end of or link to his, or the name to his article at the end of the slide. So in terms of models, now we have, that's me sitting there. I was recently invited to the 6th biannual conference by AFAM, which stands for Africa Academy of Management. And there and my colleagues, you can see the cohort there, we presented sustainable business models in and for Africa. And this is where I presented, a lot of the work that I am doing from research point of view, from business point of view, from data capture point of view. And I think this is quite an interesting model that is inspired by research literature to maybe start a conversation on how we look at supply chain. And I like to call it the big hug model because it literally means, collecting and just harnessing and leveraging on these partnerships. But you'll see why it's called sort of like the big hug now. Now, this value chain obviously is cemented through purpose, planet, people, and profit. And that's always the question that, we recommend to companies, to customers. And what we talk about is that, the business of the future is a business that has its purpose, planet, people, and profit at the forefront of its strategic intent and at the forefront of its systems and its systems thinking and its way of implementing what it needs to implement. This value chain model is based on the work done by Soleimani and Van der Veer's 2022 research paper. I like to call it the big hug model. The observations from the Soleimani and the Van der Veer show that collaboration, and I do quote, collaboration with the firm's supply chain partners could be a rich source for highly needed innovation. However, it is both practically and theoretically unclear how we focus such collaboration. We're leading to the research question, which they tried to answer within this model, on what are the essential collaborative capabilities that organizations and external networks must obtain to foster innovation, to help them be agile. Organizations, obviously, that incorporate supply chain management within their core strategy go beyond and who go beyond the operational view of supply chain have a better market advantage. And this is the words from Graham Stevens' publication in 1989. So in the last 20 years, several new best practices have been created, but this value chain is quite, this value chain model, this framework that is presented by Soleimani and Van der Veer is actually quite a cool one. Why? Because it incorporates the front and the end. On the left, I changed it slightly in that they speak of leadership within industry, and I say maybe it's a consideration to have consumer leadership, where the exploration and leveraging on that exploration occurs because that's where the demand is, and that's where you can create a demand-focused supply chain by having consumer-led supply chains, productions, and innovations where possible in order to feed into the demand for supply and innovation on the other side by manufacturers. So on the left side of the model, you've got your consumer and that data and that demand. And on the right, you're talking about your manufacturers who are basically getting this information and exploring that area and leveraging on this to create a little bit better agility within their supply chains through innovation. But how do you do it? Well, the first thing is systems. The top part, of course, is about a continuous learning culture. In fact, Dave Ulrich, in his paper on harnessing assets, he speaks about how continuous learning, networks, and information sharing and creating this ecosystem can actually help in you navigating through this uncertainty. And this value chain model also does it in such a way that it helps to sort of visualize how do we take supply chain, break it up into three main components: the consumer demand exploration side, the manufacturing on the right, and together joined by continuous learning culture through real-time data. Now, this is where the trends, innovation, disruptions happen, because that's where the technology, the systems are, which I touch on later on. We're talking about data networking, RFID. There's quite a lot that happens. And again, where the fashion industry actually does quite well here. But also cementing this with supply chain participation. So collaboration. Supply chain from now on, and particularly the procurement role, can no longer be something that sits on the operation side, only isolated from strategy, isolated from marketing, isolated from the consumer demand and sales side. So how you look at your procurement role, but also the relationships that you have. So diversifying your relationships and managing those relationships will actually help foster your agility. Again, Viv Ulrich speaks about that, is that when you create a network, when you have supply chain participation from all ends, you're creating relationships, you're having conversation as you receive the information from your continuous learning, from your real-time data. And as you are actually collaborating with your suppliers, collaborating with your distributors, with your vendors, with your service providers, collaborating with your consumer, collaborating with your, especially the advocates who are your consumers, the people who are spreading the word about your brand, how much collaboration do you have with them in order to actually start understanding that demand-focused supply chain? And how do you take that and then take it through into what you manufacture, ensuring that, you know, you still follow the model of constraint management, right? The theory of constraints, where you are very aware of what the constraints are and then effectively work to mitigate them in order to become a little bit more versatile, to create much more smarter supply chains. Now, that is the model that I am actively working on. It is based on research. It is something that is best practice. But, you know, if anyone has further questions, in fact, if anyone has any case studies where they would like further insights into how does this actually work, please feel free to drop me a line, contact me on LinkedIn, whatever, and I'll send that information through to you. A very good read. Now, in terms of material updates, and very key again. So we spoke about supply chain, how sustainability is really core to supply chain, because if you have sustainable consumption, sustainable production, you're actually part of helping the cause. Now, and then we spoke about, listen, this is the environment that we're in. We're living in a very chaotic world, moving parts all the time. There's climate impact, there's geopolitical impact, etc. And then we spoke about, you know, a model that is, you know, the Alta model inspired by Soleimani and Van der Veen, that says maybe supply chain can be this ecosystem of networks, and you can actually break it down in such a way that, you know, it informs how you approach supply chain. But then at the end of the day, these materials themselves. And how do you take all of those three in context of how you look at ingredients? How do you look at procuring those ingredients? Especially when, you know, the macroeconomic factors that we spoke about, the Ukraine war, you know, the recessions, food security is a huge worry and a concern for this year, especially when you have Ukraine, especially when the Russia-Ukraine war, especially when you have droughts, especially when you have literally biodiversity changes because of climate change. And, you know, all of these impacts. Well, the key ingredients to possibly look at is sunflower oil, because that's still something that is quite key because of the war. Palm oil derived ingredients, still something to keep an eye on, jojoba oil, and even corn derived. I use these ingredients as examples because that is the same ingredients that we used in the IBA Fall Summit presentation. And I thought it would be nice to actually get sort of like a rundown since October to now. Where do these ingredients sort of stand? But I'm going to use the same frameworks of how as procurement, how as business, you start looking at ingredients based on what is happening around you in order to be a little bit more responsive within your supply chain and to be responsive in terms of Like, where do you go? Do you find alternatives, or do you build stronger relationships with your distributors and suppliers? And that is always what I say is the first step, like building those stronger relationships, diversifying where those relationships are, not just with your suppliers, but with industry associations like our IBA. I know I'm promoting it a lot, but I love it because it's all about education, which is a passion of mine. But really teaming up with those type of industries to get as much insight as possible and getting that diversity. So these are some of the ingredients, sources to really watch out for. And here's an example. So you are a user of palm oil derived ingredients. From now on, and I'm going to go back to the slide, and I hope I actually can. Oh, I can't go back to the slide. With the context of what the model is, with the context of the trends, with the context of macroeconomic factors, this is how I look at it. I would go, so palm-derived ingredients, Indonesia is the largest supplier of palm oil and palm-derived, followed by Malaysia, Thailand, and there's some palm in Nigeria. So if you're looking for alternatives, Nigeria is there as well. Africa offers some palm oil. But you look at it from a macro point of view to say, well, what is the activities that are happening with palm oil? Is it getting better? Last year, we saw prices skyrocket. Well, the prices have actually come down because Indonesia and Malaysia have picked up on their production of palm oil. But here's the big snag. Indonesia is implementing a biodiesel B35 mandate as of February 2023. We don't know what the impact is, okay, so far. However, what this B35 mandate is that from now on, within Indonesia, the biofuel blend will increase from 30% of palm derived to 35%. So an increase of usage of palm oil within your biofuels. That takes supply out of where we currently are. I think Indonesia will increase its production by over 2%. I'm not an expert, but I'm just showing you how to start thinking about it, to go, okay, so if there's going to be, a little bit of restrictions in terms of how much supply this manufacturer can offer into the market, then, I need to be a little bit cautious. Do I start looking at Malaysia? Do I start looking at alternatives? And when you look at the prices are falling, that's great, but what does that mean? So you start looking at your material from this point of view to really start understanding what is the impact all the way to me from a supply chain point of view. Especially we have, news reports, Just Food, and these are things that I take from the internet, as credible as it possibly is. Global palm oil supply set to shock as India tightens exports. A little bit extreme. I don't think it's shock, but let's see. This B35 mandate is implemented only in February. We'll only see the impact thereof. But you're starting to see how something that happens in another part of the world can actually impact this part, which is your world that you're dealing with. And another example would be the corn-derived ingredients, right? Where it's quite interesting. You have a major drought that is happening in Argentina. Argentina is the third largest producer of corn, and corn is a staple food, just like palm oil, right? And again, it sort of makes you wonder, okay, if we're sustainable, do we tap into, and especially if the trends are about food security, if food security and staple foods are going to be struggling, do we still use them? Do we find alternatives? I don't have an answer for that. It's a very complex one, but these are the types of things that we need to start thinking if we want to be sustainable, especially from a supply chain. So in terms of corn-derived ingredients, because Argentina is suffering from drought, I think US is set up to be, the number one or leading corn producer or supplier into the world. But here's the thing, climate impact. So according to the S&P Global, a very interesting read. Again, I'm happy to share all the links so that you guys can read this for yourselves and discern the information yourself. But based on climate change and the fact that the world is getting warmer, maize, out of all the crops, the staple crops, is the most susceptible to this impact, where maize could see a 30 to 40% decline in yields around the world due to higher temperatures. Now, I'm not trying to create any panic or anything, but it's really just showing how you start looking at it to say, if my ingredient is corn derived, what are the things that I start looking around in terms of the trends around me? How do I look? And then I look at my purpose. I look at all the things that I am focused on, especially my purpose. I look at my relationships and I kind of go, wait, if this is corn derived, I need to start having conversations with my suppliers. I need to have conversations with people around me. You could find that an ingredient that you're using, citric acid, for example, which can be corn derived, can also come from other sources as well. So do you start having conversations and really just leveraging what you have to start becoming a little bit more smarter and more purposeful? Now, that's a lot it. In terms of the sunflower oil, I didn't touch on it because we all know that sunflower oil has really dramatically gone up because of the instability within Russia and Ukraine. Jojoba oil, again, something that has to do with climate change because of the low production of seeds. Beautiful ingredients, all of these, but it makes us actually start thinking about supply chain because we're thinking of source, but we're also thinking of the consumer. And in the middle, we're saying all these relationships that we have, how do we start leveraging real-time data, macroeconomic factors into the supply chain? So let's reflect. Okay, a lot has been said, but let's reflect. So all we're saying is channels are important. Who are my key stakeholders? And what systems am I using to really harness those relationships, those channels, but also the knowledge that I'm receiving from my stakeholders, from the channels, from my consumers? So information sharing is going to be pivotal to agility. Social capital, people-focused solutions. And when we say people-focused solutions, relationships are about people. Effective versus efficient distribution, right? Demand-based supply chains and solutions, breaking bulk marketing, and it goes on. But the one thing that I definitely want to highlight is to be very targeted in our approach. What is your purpose? What are the people involved? What profits do you have in mind, and who is supporting you in those profits? And what is the impact on the planet? And how do we facilitate through smart agility? And again, I'd like to implore you to read on Dave Ulrich's article published in 2020 on how we harness uncertainty and how we use that to become better at what we do and become a little bit more informed and smarter as we move into very, very uncertain times. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions, if any. Thank you.
So, unfortunately, we don't have time for the Q&A because of the logistical issues getting this presentation, but I hope you enjoyed it. If you do have questions, though, should I say we don't have time for the live Q&A. So if you do have questions for Thembi, if you send them in the discussion, then I will send them to Thembi, and then she will answer that, and perhaps I will put a response section in the replay for this conference. So I'm just going to get the lunch break started, and then we will be returning at 1 p.m. I'm just going to have to fast forward a little bit to where we are right now, which is we're at 12:38. So I'm just going to fast forward here a little bit for our lunch break, which everyone on Discord will see shortly. We'll be back at 1 p.m. Sorry for this shortened lunch break. Also, I just wanted to say a reminder that the SCC Next Gen is with us right now. So they have a virtual booth over on Discord, and you can find that in the Summit Interactive section. And it says SCC Next Gen Summit Booth. So if you have questions, Dr. Gabriella Bacchi from the University of Toledo, who runs, I think she's the chair of the SCC Next Gen, and Ava Perkins who is, I believe, Ava, please correct me if I'm wrong, a cosmetic science student still. I think you're doing your master's. I forget. Please correct me. But if you have any questions about the SCC, which is a really great organization that I think scientists in North America, it's really great to get involved. If you're in the EU, you guys have the SCS. If you have questions about cosmetic sciences, continuing education, career opportunities, and so on, this text channel will be a great channel for you to go ask your questions and get them answered. And then the second point that I wanted to leave you with before I just leave you guys alone for the next 20 minutes, we also have a networking voice channel. So if you want to network with other summit attendees, then you can go to that voice chat. It's also in the Summit Interactive, and you guys can connect with each other, talk until we come back. And again, we'll be back. It says it right here, so I don't have to repeat it, but I will anyways. We'll be back at 1 with a presentation featuring Michael from WWP Beauty on sustainability and packaging. Our next speaker is Michael Tognetti, who is the Senior Director of Global Sustainability and Sourcing at WWP Beauty. Michael plays a key role in leading the development of future-focused sustainability initiatives at WWP Beauty. His background in manufacturing includes work in the beauty, pharmaceutical, and liquor industries, covering a wide range of manufacturing processes. His experience also includes work in the resin industry, creating custom plastic master batch formulations, establishing global distribution partnerships, and facilitating audits of manufacturing facilities.
Hi, and thank you for joining the Sustainability and Packaging session at the Sustainable Beauty East Summit. My name is Michael Tognetti, and I'm the Senior Director of Global Sustainability and Sourcing at WWP Beauty. Today, we're going to be talking about packaging and how you develop a sustainable packaging strategy by using design strategies, material strategies, and how you can use data to drive more sustainable packaging decisions while avoiding greenwashing at all costs. As a quick background on WWP Beauty, we've been in the beauty space for over 40 years, and we're a full service provider to the global beauty industry. So we supply packaging, filling, formulation, as well as accessories, and have a global team based here in North America with teams in Europe, as well as the APAC region. Internally, we have in-house designers, engineers, product development experts, QC experts, as well as a whole wide range of internal resources. And we also have a number of fully owned manufacturing facilities. So when it comes to sustainability, our goal is that together we can create beauty with purpose. And so this is really looking at collaboration as the strongest approach to sustainability. And you're going to hear me say that a lot today. And the reason for that is we can't do it on our own. It really takes close work by manufacturers, brands, and industry groups to drive the industry forward. And the quickest way to get there is through collaboration. Internally, we've set goals that every new innovation we develop, every new component and package has to have a sustainable story. And that's combined with a number of other sustainable initiatives that help us support the growth and acceleration of sustainability for our brand partners. When you look at the framework that we've developed for building sustainable products, it covers a pretty wide range of areas. Just to touch on them briefly, looking at clean and conscious formulations, internally we use the Credo, Sephora, and Ulta Blacklists as our standard when developing formula collections, but we can develop outside of that as well, depending on specific brand blacklists. Eco-smart design and new materials. So this is really looking at the packaging. What design strategies can you use? How do you evaluate materials? And what frameworks can you use to evaluate the sustainability of a component? Our Eco-Analyzer tool and data validation. So this is looking at using that data to make sustainable decisions. And again, avoiding just looking at buzzwords and market trends. So you can actually use that data to make sure you're making an impact. Next is transparent and ethical supply chain. So, it's great to focus on the formula and the end component, but you really do need to pay attention to that supply chain. Make sure the facilities are making efforts to improve the sustainability of their operations, and make sure that the people who work in those facilities are being treated well, are being paid a fair wage. I mean, this is really a big piece of the puzzle when it comes to sustainability and the overall 360 view of the product. Next is inclusivity and diversity. When we look at packaging, this is really looking at how can you make the product and the packaging more accessible and user-friendly for all people. We are seeing a huge trend in this area of growth, and we continue to see that into the future. So it's a great area of innovation to focus on for brands. And then the last piece is social responsibility. So this is about partnering with like-minded organizations to make a larger impact, whether that's charities, material groups. There's a number of ways you can do this and integrate it into your sustainable strategy. So when you look at these categories, we circle these and combine them into our Beauty with Purpose approach. This is really working with brands to do a full view of their strategies in their entire product portfolio. And what this lets us do is understand the challenges they face and what their short, mid, and long-term goals are, so we can offer them the best solutions that fit their unique needs. outside of that, we can definitely develop around specific needs, but this is the best way to really understand where the brands we work with are going. So it's something that we highly encourage any brands we work with to have that discussion so we can understand what they need. And I would encourage you to do with your suppliers as well. Today, we're mainly going to be focusing in this eco design and new materials section, as well as the eco analyzer, because that's really where where you get the most impact on your packaging decisions and the best way for you to evaluate the sustainability of your components. Another thing that you're going to notice as we go through this today is a lot of it focused on the beginning of life of the product. So really looking at what the brand and what the manufacturer can control. So how we're making sure there's a sustainable story in that product from the very beginning. And that way it's not all put on the consumer to figure out what to do with the product at the end of life. And that's also where, as the brand and as the manufacturer, we really don't have control over what happens to that product once the consumer purchases it. So looking at the beginning of life of the product and making sure we're building a sustainable story and making an impact from the beginning is extremely important. One other thing that I always like to highlight in discussions like this is the partners in sustainability slide that we have. And again, this really drives home that point on collaboration. Internally, we have a big team of experts, engineers, designers, everyone I spoke on earlier, that work to develop our sustainable strategies, build our sustainable products, and make sure we're driving everything forward. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we're taking a completely unbiased approach. We want to make sure we're auditing our processes, and we want to make sure that we're getting the latest and greatest information that's out there. So participation in groups and different certification processes are what really allow us to do that. So just to highlight a few and show you why this can be an important thing for you to look at as you're evaluating packaging suppliers or various components for your brand. On the top left, you see we are EcoVadis Silver rated. So if you're familiar with EcoVadis, they audit a facility, really look at their operations, their sustainability initiatives, and give a great baseline for the overall sustainability of the operation. So that provides full transparency to what's happening at the facility where your products are being made. We're members of the UN Global Compact and the Sustainable Packaging Coalition, to highlight a few. At the Sustainable Packaging Coalition, we participate in their Chemical Recycling Committee and their Refillable Packaging Committee. There's also a number of other great groups out there. We participate in the IBA. There's groups like the APR. Even if you don't want to become a member, I highly encourage you to look at these groups and take advantage of their resources. It's really a place where cross-industry experts from all different companies and even different areas combine their knowledge and look at new regulations that are coming down, build strategies, and also develop different tools that brands can use to make sure that they have that information at their fingertips. So it's really a great resource. The Pack Collective, so this is looking at the end of life of the product, and so many beauty products are too small to recycle, the deco can't be recycled, or they're mixed material. So Pack's looking to change that. So they're specifically working in the beauty industry, taking hard to recycle products and making sure that end of life is responsibly managed. So participating companies, it's a great way for them to create a controlled recycling stream for their product that their consumers can take advantage of. You'll notice a number of certifications here, like ISCC, SAI. Again, just looking at full transparency through certification is one of the best ways you can evaluate an operation, because it sets a standard that they have to comply to. I touched on Credo, Sephora, and Ulta Blacklist being our standard. And the last one is corporate citizenship down here in the bottom right. They're a third-party group of sustainability experts really working cross-industry. And we use groups like them, again, to evaluate new initiatives, bring in new information, and audit our processes. So something that we highly encourage. So again, to make sure you're taking a completely unbiased approach to sustainability when you work with groups like this. So that brings us to evaluating products and how do you design sustainable products? So in our company, we break it into 3 different categories. First is formulation, second is beauty and accessories, and third is packaging. So all of these different things combine to build one cohesive product and one cohesive customer experience. So it's really important to pay attention to everyone. And there's different sustainable challenges that impact each area of these businesses, each area of these products as well. So today we're focusing on packaging. We only have 30 minutes, but you could do much longer on all of these. But again, if you are looking at the overall sustainability of your product, it's important to break it out and really look at the unique challenges facing each different category. So with that, starting off on the packaging. When we look at packaging, we really start with 3 categories and 3 main needs to build a sustainable component, or when you're evaluating stock components for a project, these same 3 categories apply. So the first is, how do I reduce the environmental impact of the product through the packaging? And that you really look at 2 different things. The first is the design strategy. So you're talking monomaterial, refillables, lightweighting, which I'll get into in the next couple slides. And then you're looking at the material choices. So, does it make sense to add recycled content? Should I look at bio-based packaging? Should I look at an alternative to plastic like paper? There's all these different things and that combine to build that one cohesive packaging strategy. Next up is, how do you develop sustainable products? So with that, we've built a framework with our 6 R's. That's really our design checklist. Do we check one box and have a sustainable story? Can we make this product more sustainable? And does that make sense for the end goal of what this customer is trying to achieve? So those 6 R's are reduce, reuse, recycle, replace, respect, and rebirth. I have another slide we'll go in a little more in depth, but again, this is a great takeaway that anyone can have from this call today, is use that as your design checklist to see if your packaging has a sustainable story. And then third is promoting responsible procurement. So, I mentioned this earlier, but it really goes beyond the product, beyond the packaging. You really have to pay attention to the supply chain, because if you build this monomaterial product with a bunch of recycled content, but it's being manufactured in a facility that's not treating the people right, or not paying them fair wages, or not paying attention to their emissions and sustainable practices, then there's a whole nother issue there that's impacting the overall sustainable story behind the product, and really the strength of that product and the sustainable story you're trying to build into it. So, you have to pay attention to the transparency of the supply chain where those products are being manufactured. So the first real design strategy that we use when developing new products. So this can be used for custom designs. It can also be used when evaluating a stock component for a project, is the 6 R's. So the first is reduce. So does this component use less material? Because then right off the bat, you're making an impact. You're using less product, is a lighter weight. There's all kinds of ways that a lightweight component has a sustainable benefit. Second is reuse. Does it make sense for this component to be refillable? And if so, can it be refilled or repurposed? And if it can be refilled, how many reuses are realistic? And that's a complex question. 1, you have to look at how long that keepsake will last. And 2, you have to look at your consumer and how likely your consumer is going to be to refill that product through your traditional distribution channels. 3 is recycle. So can this product be recycled? And if you're going to use a recycling claim, does it make sense to use that claim? As far, does it comply with your majority of the curbside recycling programs for the regions where you sell that product? If it can't be curbside recycled, can you at least make it recycle ready? So you're not going to make that claim now, but you're looking at monomaterial designs that, if you do have a collection scheme like a pack collective, or when recycling centers do new technology comes in that allows them to process more products, will it be ready to be recycled or more easily recycled? 4th is replace. So how can you move away from using virgin plastics with this product? Can you add recycled content? Can you use a bioresin? Can you make it out of something different than plastic completely, like look at glass, metals, and papers? Number 5 is respect. So this is an overall design strategy. So as you're evaluating a component or a new design, does it have sustainability in mind from the start? If you're looking at something that could be monomaterial and is made from mixed materials, or you're looking for a more luxurious feel and it's going to have more weight, that's going to have an impact from the start. So paying attention to, just the overall strategy behind the component and what you're trying to achieve is what this focuses on. And then number 6 is rebirth. So this is really looking at the circular economy goals set forth by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and how can you build products that fit into that circular design strategy. So again, as you evaluate new custom designs, as you evaluate stock packaging for a project, this is a really simple way just to run it through a checklist and see if it has any of these attributes. If you have one, you already have a sustainable story. If you can check off more, then that story becomes even stronger. And so really just at a very simple level, this is a great way to evaluate packaging. Next up are the design strategies. So again, this can be used heavily within custom design, but it also applies to evaluating stock packaging and how it was designed and what strategies it's going to bring to that product. It also relates really closely to the 6 R's. You'll see a lot of crossover here. But number 1 is lightweighting, which we've touched on. Number 2 is refillable. So does a refillable strategy make sense for this design, for this formula, for this product? And number 3 is design for disassembly. So this relates somewhat to that recycle category when you're looking at a product that has to be mixed material. Is there a way you can build that where those different materials can be separated and processed differently in a scenario where they could be recycled? Number 4 is monomaterial, again supporting that recycle ready area of focus. And then number 5 is commercial ready. And this is a really important one. So many conversations around sustainable packaging have these big blue sky ideas that either will take a lot of time or a heavy investment to achieve. So having commercial ready product that has a strong sustainable story that's ready to go now is extremely important, especially if you're looking at your brand's immediate, short, and long-term goals. This is what's really going to help you bridge that gap. Maybe for your 5-year goal, it's going to take a certain level of investment, or there's a new technology that needs to be implemented for you to achieve that. Well, you have to bridge that gap somehow. So instead of doing nothing, you can use these commercial ready products to have an immediate impact on the sustainability of your packaging, and do that right away. So you're achieving your immediate goals, you're making progress towards your midterm, and even making progress towards your long-term sustainability goals in packaging. And once you kind of settle on what design strategy is best, that's where you start to focus on the materials. So this section is really focused on what we call proven materials. And so these are what we work with every day, what brands are very familiar with and work with every day. And it's also, they're all materials that have a high level of recognition by consumers. So, it's very easy to tell that sustainable story to your customer as you select packaging that uses these materials. So the first is PCR, looking at using post-consumer recycled content in the product. The second is plant-based packaging. The third is glass. The fourth is metal, and the fifth is paper. So we're just going to touch on all these at a high level because we only have 30 minutes today, but highly encourage you, whether you're working with WWP or a different manufacturer, to really do a deep dive into each material that makes sense for your package and understand the benefits as well as the considerations, because again, there's no real single solution to sustainability. There's always going to be certain challenges. So understanding what those are from the start is really going to allow you to make the best decision. So PCR is really a popular category. You're looking at, that post-consumer regrind, those products that have gone through the consumer cycle, they've been recycled and turned into new materials that are now put into a product. We focus on PET, PE, polypropylene, and ABS when it comes to recycled content. And of that, the PET, PE, and polypropylene tend to be the bigger focus. It's a popular category because 1, you can use your stock tools. 2, you keep that same look and feel that your customer is familiar with. And 3, there's a lot of new laws and regulations coming around the recycled content and plastic packaging. So by using PCR, you're making sure that you're getting ready and compliant with those laws. Most common is still kind of in that 25 to 50% range, but there's a lot of brands looking at going to that 50, 75, and 100% recycled content. The main consideration there is you're going to have a certain color range. PCR does come with a little bit of a defect. So from pitting, some color tinting, and the higher PCR load you have, the higher that defect's going to be. And it does vary from batch to batch because it is consumer recycled product. So it does, the feedstock does vary. The other thing to consider here is for formula contact, looking at PCRs that have food grade certifications. That's really going to fall into your PET, your PE, and your polypropylene categories. Your ABS typically comes from recycled auto parts, so it's going to be darker in color, gray or black, and not have that food grade certification in most cases. Next category is plant-based packaging. So the first one is sugarcane resin. And this is a really great material because you essentially, an oversimplified explanation is you're replacing the petroleum base with a renewable base that comes from that sugarcane, a sugarcane ethanol that's then turned into that plastic. The end result is a polyethylene that performs just like a traditional petroleum-based polyethylene, and it can be recycled in cases where the package is recyclable just like a traditional petroleum-based polyethylene. We own a tube factory, so a lot of the biggest category for us when it comes to sugarcane resins is definitely tubes. And the other really strong story behind using sugarcane beyond it being a renewable resource is that as that plant grows, it sequesters carbon from the environment and that traps it in the material. So it actually drastically lowers the carbon footprint of the product when compared to a petroleum plastic. On the consumer level, you do have to consider that there can be confusion between bio-based and biodegradable. So this is not a biodegradable material, it's a bio-based material. So it's using that renewable resource, and that's really the story that you need to make sure you're telling. Another plant-based package that we offer is our plant fiber polymer. We have also a newer version called Nature to Need. And what these are, they are completely plastic-free, plastic alternative resins. So they come from, they're plant-based, they come from the byproduct of farming. So you're not impacting the food source, you're using that second and third generation biomass that's waste anyways, and turning it into a new product that can be given that second life into a package. They do have a few really unique characteristics. One is that they're heavier weight than a traditional plastic, so they add this premium weight and feel. They do tend to require custom tooling, so that's something to consider. We're always developing new stock tools for them. There's other similar materials on the market that are being developed in the same way, but for very specific applications, you're probably going to need a custom tool. Because they are plant-based, they have that same carbon sequestration benefit. As the plants grow, it traps that carbon in the product, so it lowers the overall carbon footprint of the product in the end. And as a material, they do degrade, but we typically recommend against degradable claims. So, packaging usually isn't going to meet the Green Guide's requirements when it comes to biodegradable claims. So best to stay away from that. And, if you want compostable claims, you have to do third-party testing in the final format to see if it meets that requirement. But even if it does, a lot of compost facilities don't necessarily want packaging. They prefer plants and more organic materials. So really the benefit there is that it won't be leaching chemicals as it breaks down in a landfill like a plastic would. Glass is another great category. There's a high level of consumer recognition, very luxe look and feel, and glass is also highly recyclable. So it's something consumers know how to process, and it's very recognizable. The consideration there is that it's heavier and can have higher breakage, and price point can sometimes be higher as well. So it really depends on the product and the price point you're trying to meet to see if glass is a good fit, but always something to consider. Metals are a great category. A huge benefit here is that metals in general are typically infinitely recyclable. So you look at plastics, as you recycle them time and time again, the quality gets lower, so they're usually downcycled into a lower quality product. Whereas a metal, as you recycle it, it maintains that same quality and can go right back into the same type of product. So really a strong recycling story here. Lots of deco options, and you can also get a really premium look and feel. There's a number of metals you can work with to get different weights, different appearances, things like that, and different attributes to the product. But metals are definitely a category to look at when it comes to sustainable packaging. Next up is paper. So papers, again, have great consumer recognition. They're generally seen as sustainable by consumers, so it's a good category to start in. And it's a good way to move away from plastics. There's a lot of, a lot of things that you can do with paper as far as decoration, a lot of things that can impact the recyclability when it comes to the adhesives and finishes that you use. But there's a huge opportunity here for the materials that you use from the start. So even if it can't be recycled, you can look at using recycled content. You can look at FSC forested papers, tree-free papers like hemp paper and stone papers, and really achieve a unique look and feel to your product. And that brings us to our next area. So, those who are proven materials, this next section is what we call future focused materials. So this is really what we see as that next wave, going beyond those materials everyone uses today, to new technologies or new materials that are really bringing us forward to another level of sustainability or solving a problem that those proven materials couldn't. So I'm just going to highlight a few today, but we're constantly evaluating new materials and testing them and seeing how they can be used within package manufacturing. So the first here is ocean plastics. A lot of you may have heard of this, and there's a number of challenges with ocean plastic that worry people when it comes to evaluating this for their packaging. So the first is the ethical concern. Are the people who are collecting these materials being treated fairly? They're making sure there's not forced labor and there's fair wages being paid. The second is lead time, because a lot of time they're not collected until there's a need. And the third is the quality. So because this is recycled material that's littered into the environment and exposed to the elements, there can be a wider range of quality defect when compared to traditional PCRs. But the good news is there's a lot of ways to offset that. So, we recently launched an ocean plastic collection that used ocean plastics from OceanWorks, or who we've partnered with on this. So on the product, you'll see the OceanWorks guaranteed in the decoration. And what that means is that there's full traceability to that plastic. So you know where it's collected. You have traceability to the fact that there were jobs at fair wages being created and the people were being treated correctly. And you also have traceability to the quality. So the guarantee comes with a better level of quality, a more predictable level of quality. So typically ocean plastics come in you'll see them run in darker colors that hide more of that defect. But if you see that collection we launched, it's a lighter blue tone and you still don't see the defects. So it speaks to the fact that it's being closely monitored and you have that extra documentation. So, there are ways to address this. And what's great about that is you're going beyond PCR, right? You're adding that recycled content, but you're adding that social benefit of creating jobs, and you're collecting litter from the environment to give it that second life instead of just letting it sit there for hundreds and thousands of years. So, ocean plastics are a really exciting category that's been growing a lot within the packaging space. IPET is up next. So this is a virgin material. So unlike a lot of these that are using alternatives, this is a virgin plastic, but the benefit here is it's really durable. So if you're looking at a refill scenario and you want something to be, crystal clear, really premium look and have a long lifespan, this is a great option. The other benefit is that it runs pretty well in ABS tools. So traditionally, a lot of the stock tools for our industry are using ABS, and with a big push to move away from styrenic resins, those are becoming obsolete. So how do you repurpose those? Well, the IPET runs pretty well. Usually you have to do either some type of minimal modification to the tool to make it run efficiently, and then you can replace that ABS. So it's something to always evaluate. It's not going to work in all cases, but it can be a good solution to avoid having to build an entirely new set of tools and to repurpose those old tools that may not be used anymore. And then the third one here is molecular recycled resins. So we've partnered with Eastman. We work really closely with them in R&D new materials, and we've been doing a lot of work with their Crystal Renew series and their Crystal One Renew series. And what molecular recycling is you're essentially broadening that recycling stream. So with your PCRs, you have to have a clean product that's certain colors, certain types of resins, and free of contaminants for it to be ground up and recycled and put back into the manufacturing stream. Whereas with molecular technology, you can accept textiles, carpets, things that would typically end up in a landfill, break them down to that molecular level, and that creates a brand new resin out of them. Again, this is an overly simplified explanation, but essentially what you do is you have that wider stream and you end up with this brand new resin. And what happens is you also get rid of all that PCR defect. So you end up with a crystal clear resin at the end. So the Crystal Renew resins are a PETG grade, where the Crystal 1 Renew are a PET grade that comply with the California RIC1 recycling code restrictions. So it's really a great option, especially for those categories that, PETGs where you don't have a lot of PCRs available and you need to keep that crystal clear look. The other benefit here is it's actually a certified recycled content claim. So the most common versions of the 25 and the 50% recycled content, all the facilities that process them have to have this ISCC certification that you see in the top right, including our factory. So it's a chain of command through the entire value chain of when this material is created to when it's processed. So you have a full audit trail that you do have that certified recycled content in the package. So it's a really unique new material that's, it's just coming on the market. The facilities to produce it are just being, built out now. So it's something to definitely pay attention to as it grows and begins to be used more widely. And that brings us to our eco-analyzer tool. So this is how we use data to drive better sustainability decisions. So again, going beyond buzzwords, we built this tool to follow the EPA standard for the emissions for these materials that we evaluate, and we also had it validated by a third party in corporate citizenship. So essentially what this tool does is you take one product as a benchmark and you compare it to your new design, or even that same product side by side with different materials, and it gives you different statistics. So the first is what the material use is and material reduction. Second is emissions use, emissions reduction, and third is how a refill life cycle impacts it. So we're pretty much at time here, but just to go through this really quickly, with the EcoPack tube, you can see, this one's evaluating a 50 millimeter size in a traditional tube to our EcoPack design, made in 100% bioresin. You have 93% less emissions per piece and 19% less plastic. And you can build a strong story like for every 1 million tubes, 5 tons of plastic are saved, and really show how that impact's being made. Our refill revolution stick is a refillable component that instead of replacing that full mechanism, you're just replacing the cup and the formula. And so again, after 3 reuses, we kind of see that as the industry standard. That's a realistic expectation for consumers. You reduce those emissions by 72%. When you add PCR content to that, it has an even bigger impact by reducing emissions by 85%. And then our Color View lipstick, this is a mono-material, lightweight design, 100% polypropylene, and we compared this to a more traditional mixed material lipstick design. So with that, you have 85% less emissions per piece plus 12% less plastic. So by going through this type of data, you can evaluate your different design decisions, your different material decisions, different recycled content loads, and really see what impact you're making. It does make certain assumptions just because, there's a wide range of products and that are used here, and a lot of brands we work with want us to compare their benchmark as well. So we have to make certain assumptions. So if you're doing a formal LCA, you're still going to want to go kind of beyond what we're giving you here. But this is a great baseline to make sure that you're using data to make sustainable decisions. And just to show you real quick in the last minute here, what we can do is we can pull this data into charts, compare your benchmark to the new design, and show you how that impact's being made. This is all the same information from the previous slide. And then in that same scenario where it's a refill type product, we can add a different number of reuses and show you how that carbon footprint's impacted as you use that product over and over again. So whether it's with us, there's a number of other, or if you have your own solution you're looking at for something like this, using this type of data to make your design decisions on your packaging and your material decisions is really what's important. It's what makes sure that you're building a true sustainable story into the product and going beyond just the buzzwords that you're hearing, and truly making the best decision you can for your packaging. So that's what we have to cover for today. Again, I know it's a lot of information. I'm happy to answer any questions, and looking forward to connecting with some of you soon. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes Michael's presentation, and we're about to get to the Q&A. Just bear with me as I start streaming again onto Discord. Okay, here we are. Okay, we've got a lot of really great questions, and Michael, thank you so much for that presentation.
Of course.
So the first question was from Teresa, who asks, given an earlier statistic quoted in the summit on percentage of plastic actually recycled, would it be safe to say that if a company had to choose between focusing on using PCR or creating a package that is recyclable or readily recyclable, that using more PCR would increase demand in the longer term and hopefully make more recycling more lucrative? And perhaps you can tie this in also with the, and Akemi might bring this up for her presentation when she's talking about regulations, but how some of the PCR regulations that we're seeing may improve the profitability for these types of materials.
Yeah, I mean the end of life and the recycling of the packaging can be very complex when you're looking at the size, the deco, what materials, even the type of plastic, and the chance of a consumer actually being able to clean it out at the end, so it would ever even be recycled. So focusing on the PCR is a great place to start because, to your point, it increases the demand. We are seeing the laws that are coming in place globally. So here in the U.S. as well as other countries where many brands distribute, where you're going to, have to have PCR content within the plastic. And the other side of that is, it really speaks to the brand taking responsibility from that beginning of life of the product, right? So, once you sell it to the consumer, you don't know what's going to happen. It may end up in a landfill, even if it's the perfect component that's very recycle friendly, it may still end up in a landfill. So adding that PCR from the start, making sure you're making that impact on the product is honestly the best thing you can do because, you're taking that responsibility. And then, it does increase the demand, and that'll increase the funds within that side of the market, and really just help improve the technologies behind recycled content.
We had an interesting question from Sakshi, who asks, how financially viable and reliable in terms of transportation, formula stability, product shelf life, etc., are the alternatives? For example, PCR resin, sugarcane resin, etc., compared to more conventional plastics. I think that this is a really interesting question in the context of, I suppose, the harshness of cleaner formulations and how they may interact with cleaner packaging.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, there's a pretty wide range, so you'd have to look at each material. But generally, when you're looking at PCRs, if you're focusing on a stream of PCR that has your FDA certifications, and you have that food contact safe plastic, you're going to be pretty similar. It's more going to be a visual defect. When you look at the area of molecular recycling, same thing. It's going to have the same properties as a virgin resin. Bioresins are very similar as well. You're just replacing that base, but it still has the same performance characteristics. But as you get into some of the alternatives that are blending in biomass and really have different characteristics, that's when you're going to see a performance difference. Like I highlighted some of our plastics like that within the presentation. And for example, those don't do well with any water-based formulas, whereas it's a traditional plastic, you'd be okay. So anytime you evaluate a material, there's always going to be, those benefits and considerations that you have to look at. So something that's important to consider. And then always, anytime you change a material, that compatibility testing is going to be important. Just if there is a minor change that does have an impact.
This next question was from Teresa, who asked, for lightweighting packaging, is there a calculation that would help to predict formula stability versus moisture loss?
I think, again, I know it's kind of the same answer, but it's going to depend on the component in that specific formula, because your rigid components, your blow molded components, your extruded tubes are all going to perform a little bit differently with your formulas. So for a lot of formulas, just lightweighting a pack is not necessarily going to have that big of an impact, but for others it may. So that's why it's really important to work closely with your package manufacturing partners and evaluate each product individually.
This next question is from Nostin term. I'm sorry. I think I tried earlier and I got it wrong then. I'm sure I got it wrong again. Your username. The question though, can borosilicate glass for packaging be used for its lighter weight and higher durability? Would it be more sustainable I suppose blanket statements maybe don't work for one thing being better for everything, but I don't know. Maybe it does. Michael, what do you think?
It's a good question. Honestly, most of the brands that we work with are still using your traditional glass manufacturing, and more focusing on the deco processes. Because when you look at glass recycling, there are a lot of limitations, especially in the US. There's only so many places that take glass to be recycled. And that's something that's important when you're using glass packaging because it's heavy. So you're not going to want to ship it around the country to these processing centers. So making it as recycle friendly as possible by focusing on that side of it's where most of the brands we work with tend to focus. So, using your clear glass, green glass, amber glass, looking in that area.
I see some people typing in the chat. I'll give you guys one more minute to get. Okay, Leah. Leah got her question in. Okay, this might be the last question. Okay. Oh, you both did. Sakshi did as well. Okay, I'll ask both of them. We have time. This might just shorten the break before the panel, so I'm sorry for that. Hopefully you guys don't mind because you're getting the answers to your questions. Okay, so this is from Leah, who asks, how would refill pouches compare to refillable cartridges or inserts or jars in terms of the impact?
Yeah. Pouches are great because, they can be lighter weight than certain formats if you're doing, say, a bigger bottle. But again, it'll come down to what type of product you're selling. If it's a larger pouch that's going to be refilling a similar size bottle or, have multi-uses in it, then that can be a great option than doing, say, a big thick wall bottle that would have to be more durable. But if, say, you're doing a cosmetic with, a small eyeshadow pan or something like that, obviously a pouch won't work in that situation, but something in that size, right? You also have to look at how you're distributing to your consumer. So if it's a store shelf situation, then smaller pouches or smaller components can work. But if you are doing, drop shipping or direct to consumer shipping, you may have to consider, a minimum on how many a consumer buys. And that's where that format can really make a difference. Because, you don't want to be shipping an empty box just to get a refill scenario, because then you kind of defeat the purpose. So again, a lot of these answers I know are case by case, but there's definitely a case to be made for pouches for larger formats and situations where you can avoid using a thicker wall bottle and more plastic.
Okay, final question is from Sakshi, who asks, can we package chemical exfoliating acids using the more sustainable packaging options? Will they react or stay stable? I suppose it depends on what type of packaging you're talking about here, but
again, I think we covered a lot of material options. If you're looking at some of the more traditional materials that just have say a different source or a different base in them, then there's probably a better case to be made there. But if you're looking at some of these plant-based alternatives that have biomass, again, like I referred to earlier, those don't tend to do very well when it comes to more aggressive compatibility situations.
Awesome. So we went a couple minutes over time. Thank you, Michael, so much for your time today and for donating your expertise to the summit. I hope you have a great rest of your Sunday.
Yeah, thanks for joining, everybody.
Okay, with that, we have 2 presentations left before our panel. Neither are going to have audio Q&A, but if you do have questions for the presentations, ask them in the discussion and we will get back. Get back in the summit discussion and probably other mediums as well with answers to your questions. So bear with me as I get the presentations queued to stream for Discord as well. And here we go. I hope you enjoy. Our next speaker is Eva Lagarde, who has over 15 years of international experience in the beauty industry, starting with Cosmoprof and continued with makeup in shows and then premium beauty news. Eva is now helping brands to develop beauty product with sustainability at the core, thanks to the resources.co platform. Eva is always about innovation, scouting the latest trends in products over the world with sustainability in mind. She has hosted in the last 4 years annual events about innovation in beauty packaging, makeup, skincare, and fragrance in Paris. Eva holds a master's degree in communications and marketing from Paris Assas University. I am so sorry for butchering the name. Without further ado, here's Eva's presentation.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Jen, for inviting me to this Sustainability Beauty E-Summit. I think it's a fantastic initiative, and we need more things like this because we need to talk about sustainability. We need to become more sustainable, and we need to understand what it means. So thank you for organizing this. So I am Eva Lagarde, the founder of Resources, which is a platform dedicated to helping beauty brands become more sustainable. And today I'm going to talk to you about communicating sustainability, meaning then how to make sure that whatever you communicate regarding your brand is good and doesn't do any greenwashing. I didn't want to say clean because I think clean is a no word. It's like doesn't mean anything. But yes, how to become more sustainable. So the idea of this topic today is to talk about communicating beauty and sustainability, because there's an increasing regulatory attention on sustainability related claims, and companies are really scared or like fearful about what they should do, what they should say, and sometimes they don't even know. So it's more important than ever for brands to understand what they can and should not say, and why how they should talk about sustainability. So how can brands best communicate about sustainability? Just to give you a quick intro, I am the founder of Resources, which is a platform dedicated to sustainability and beauty. And I help marketers and beauty marketers understand sustainability, because it's really hard to know what to do. And you know that the beauty marketers are the people that would be doing the that would developing product for beauty, and so they know what they should do, what they should look for in terms of sustainability. And that's why I'm addressing this content to them, because they are the one putting product on the market, and they are the one who have the most pressure on messaging and on marketing. So you can look it up online. You can scan the QR code here, and you end up onto the website, and you will know what I'm doing. But basically, it's an online content platform where you can become a member and have access to all of the report that we do about sustainability, product development, marketing, etc. Have a look and let us know what you think. Anyway, so to keep going, today I want to talk to you to give you an overview of the market with consumer expectations, because it's interesting to talk about claims, but it's interesting to understand what people are looking for when it comes to sustainability, what type of messaging they are sensible to. Then we're going to talk about what is greenwashing, and at the end about the green claims and the definition of what cosmetic green claims are, and the recommendation and conclusion that we give you, the key takeaways that we would like to give you with this presentation. So consumer expectation when it comes to sustainability. What does sustainability mean to consumer after the pandemic, because things have changed, that people are more and more sensitive than they were before. What are the new desires and priorities when considering beauty and sustainability? And then what are shoppers' motivation or even roadblocks to sustainability? Why people say they want to be sustainable, but actually not doing anything sustainable in their lives. So how can we change that? How can we be more aware of this as a brand and help them understand that? And at the end of this report, I talk about the 10 sustainable beauty trends. This is just the extract of the report. So all of this introduction here, you see, this is what you're going to have available on the report that will be released in 2 weeks' time on the platform. So then you will have all the information that you need about sustainability and product development. So to keep going on this, so the five we have identified 5 macro trends. And here is the first trend that I think, not the first trend, but one of the main trends that we need to be aware of is the social responsibility. Consumers, as we know, are saying that 96% of consumers now expect businesses to help solve global climate and social justice issues. It's not enough to reduce your carbon impact. You need to make sure that whatever you do socially, with your workers, with the suppliers, with everybody you are working with and is involved in your business, that you are treating them fairly, appropriately, and you're doing everything you need to do. Then 80% of consumers believe that climate and environmental issues are inextricably linked with poverty, inequality, and social justice. I don't know if you know, but in the triple bottom line, when we talk about sustainable business, we talk about people, profit, and planet. And people is in this, and then anything you do with your business, you need to consider the people. So what are you doing to make sure that your people or people that are touched by your business are impacted fairly or equally, in the way you do your business? 71% of consumers also say that brand makes strong commitment to equality and social justice can sway their purchase decisions. Meaning that today, if you do something that is good for the people, good for socially, then maybe chances are that you will gain new consumers and you will gain new interest about your brand, and people might be surprised by the actions that you're doing and might be interested in working with your brand if they didn't buy your products before. As an example, I want to talk about the Keep the Grey campaign from Dove that was happening in summer 2022. Basically, there was this journalist in Canada. I don't know if you know of her, but she was made redundant because she had grey hair. She refused to keep dyeing her hair. And Dove decided to take on the social media with a Keep the Grey hashtag and keep the conversation going about this topic and asking people, whether they agree with this statement or what they should do. And I think it was really interesting in this case because for Dove, they've been involved in social and open campaign about beauty and reforming the beauty standards and changing the way we see our bodies and what it means to be beautiful and the pressure for girls as well, like as they feel to look beautiful. So it's in line with the brand ethos already. Because Dove was already talking in the past and has been doing this for at least 10 years, taking a stance about, beauty standards and everything else, then it made sense for them to be involved in that discussion, and it didn't look opportunistic. But if he was coming out of the blue without any reference to anything previously made by the brand, then it would have been sounded like a greenwashing statement if it wasn't coming from a place where the brand has already acted before in a social sphere. So you need to be wary of this. Is it in line with your brand purpose or with your brand identity? Does it match with what you're doing in the past, what you're doing right now, what you've done in the past? Is it really working well together? Another example is this the Everybody campaign that was launched by the Se beauty brand. And they picked on the color green, which was the representation of the bandanas of the protesters that were protesting to protect women's reproductive rights. And the idea here was to develop one product or to pick one product of the range and to change it over to the green packaging. So all the brand played the game. And you know how important it is for a brand to have the brand design and their brand design respected and the guidelines to be specific to their brands. They all switched to this green color and then decided to talk about and to support women. So this was interesting as well because all of the proceeds here were given away to a charity, which means the impact, the involvement of the beauty brand and the fact that they were going all the way to found and defend this cause. Consumer attitudes to sustainability. Are consumers really sustainable? When it comes to sustainability, they are really ethically driven as well. So in line with what we just said, we find that 9 in 10 shoppers believe sustainability and other ethics-related considerations are important. I know it's really complex, but you must know that now you have to look at the product in this entirety, meaning all the workers and the people involved in your product making, and make sure that everything you buy or you do is ethical. 1/3 of consumers report having stopped purchasing brands over sustainability and ethics concern. I don't want to quote any campaigns here or anything that's been happening in the summer 2022, but or even lately in the end of 2022. But some brands in the fashion industry have been receiving really bad press because of a decision they made in their campaigns, and they need to be really wary of this because it's not enough to be fashion. You have to make sure that whatever you do, you respect people. And any kind of people, so it's really important to be super ethical in your business. 44% of 18 to 36-year-olds say that sustainability and ethics-related considerations are very important when buying beauty and wellness products. Because we are in a wellness fair, we're not just talking about we're not just talking about, a necessity product like water or like salt or like some product that we need, because it's cosmetic. We need to make sure, we need to be even more careful on the fact that whatever we do is ethical and in line with the business. Again, don't take this opportunity as an opportunistic moment, but just make sure that whatever you do is in line with your business and your brand ethos. Is there any barrier to buying a sustainable beauty product? As you know, there are a lot, because people tend to find like convenience, for instance, being super important. But again, to go back onto the ethical side, the lack of trust. 50% of Chinese consumers was distrustful of corporate sustainable claims. It's not just Chinese, but I think most people are quite distrustful about the corporate claims. And 94% of UK consumers think that brands need to be more transparent about their sustainability credentials. So meaning you need to explain what you do for sustainability. It's not enough to say we are sustainable, we have done this and that. You need to be very specific, and we're gonna talk about this a bit later in the claims and the what to do. You need to be to explain exactly what you do, and even telling the companies or like the consumers, that we try to do like fully recycled packaging, for instance, in all of our range. Today, sourcing recycled material is really complex on the market because everybody is asking for this, and the pipeline or the entire supply chain is not organized for this. So our purpose is within, 2 years to do 30%, 5 years to do 50%, and hopefully by 10 years we'll do 90%. I don't know, something like this, but give them like an outlook of what you're doing right now and where you are going, where you are heading in terms of your sustainability. Be very transparent and explaining what you're doing. Because also 68% of global respondents say that it is more important for them to be able to trust all the brands they buy from today than in the past. So they are really looking at what you're doing, and they're searching on social media, searching on your website and everything to know what you're actually doing in terms of sustainability. So they will be asking questions and looking around, as you know already. So, are you doing any greenwashing? And how to prevent you from doing this? How can we support you in this? So the definition of greenwashing, according to the UN, is an attempt to mislead consumer and to market products more environmentally friendly than they actually are. Meaning that you exaggerate, exaggeration, misrepresentation, a claim that cannot be verified is irrelevant or simply false. Let's say that you reduce your carbon impact into your formula and your packaging, and then you say that, thanks to this we are helping polar bears, and we are saving polar bears. Are you really? Because this is a bit far-fetched and it's a bit too long, and we can't really trust that this is going to be happening. Maybe you are, maybe because you've developed specific actions in the North Pole or in that front. But unless you explain that you've already actually specific done a campaign, then it doesn't matter that you can say that, because it doesn't really, you need to prove what you say. And then greenwashing is also where green relates to environmental claims, but is also used in the context of social and ethical product information. Be careful of what you do and how you use your words, and how you talk about ethics and social responsibility as well, so that you don't take, you don't take opportunistic actions, and you are really doing what you say you are doing. Misleading claims you shouldn't be using, and why? These are a few claims that I think that we shouldn't be using because they are too simplistic, or sometimes too black or white. There's no, sustainability is more like in the gray scale. There's nothing that is a silver bullet. There's no simple answer. It's more in the gray scale, and we need to give a bit more nuance to our discourse, and to be able to help consumers have a bit more nuance. Today we are in a very black or white system, meaning that this is right or this is wrong. It's not like that. It's a bit more complex. That's why I wouldn't recommend to do a zero waste claim, because zero waste is very, or like zero plastic, or like no plastic, whatever, because all of these claims are very limitative, in a sense that it's probably not possible in the long run. Zero waste, let's say that you say your brand is zero waste. Technically, even if you reuse this product, let's say like I've got this product in my hands, because I can refill this, I can reuse it as much as I want. okay, technically people don't want to be putting it in the bin, but to make the formula inside, I've spent some energy, I've used some water. So all of this is not zero waste, because everything that is done here in this product uses any sort of energy. So you can't really claim that this is zero waste completely. You need to be careful, wary of this. And for zero plastic, for instance, let's say that today you do like, only solid formula, and tomorrow you want to launch like a gel, or like I don't know, like an oil or something for the face. How are you going to put an oil in a packaging that doesn't create any waste? Tell me. I don't know any solution today. Unless you use plastic or glass or something else, then you won't be able to protect this oil formula. So zero plastic, be wary of this as well, because even though it's possible today for your brand, will it be possible still tomorrow? So you don't know. Eco-friendly, greener, sustainable packaging, all of these type of claim, because they're very broad, very generic, don't explain anything very specifically. I don't think you should make them, because are you greener? But greener compared to what? Greener compared to who? Greener compared, what are you doing greener than people were doing before? So you need to be very specific on what you're doing. And these are very, very broad claims. Eco-friendly is the same. Water-free, again, same idea as the zero waste. You've used water to create your cosmetics. You use water to make your formula, to make your ingredients down the line, not necessarily you, but your supplier. So you can't really claim water-free. You say using less water. We could say waterless, but is waterless understood as water-free, meaning like no use of water at all? Because even when the consumer is going to use your product, they're going to use water to use your soap, wash their hair, etc. So how is it going to work? So it's not going to be working really well. Biodegradable, compostable. Today it's completely prohibited in Europe to use that language, because it's misleading. Because people think that if you have a biodegradable packaging, you can just ditch it by the window in the forest or wherever, and then it will be degrading. It will be degrading. There won't be any plastic left over, but it will take like maybe 3 years time. And oftentimes all of this packaging, because they are heavy wall, they are very thick. They're not like a piece of paper. They're much thicker than that, meaning that it will take time for them to degrade. And oftentimes they need to use industrial composter to do this. So you can't just make this kind of claim. You have to explain what it means, because consumers don't really know what it is. And also you need to make sure that the end of life will be taken into consideration by the consumer, and they will know what to ditch the product. Recyclable, same idea. Not everything is recyclable today. Even though you claim to be making your product recyclable, not everything will be recycled today. So you can't really make these claims. Going forward, green claims and when to use them. This is I'm going to give you an insight of what is the green claim codes and basically what is the scope of a green claim. The environmental claim scope is considered an environmental claim. The meaning of any term used, anything used on your website, on your packaging, and everything can be considered a claim. So anybody that doesn't agree with you can take you to court for this. Take you to court and and claim that you are misleading or you're doing greenwashing. Any qualification or explanation of what is said, any evidence that supports those claims, the information that is not included or hidden, or the colors, pictures, or logo used, or the overall presentation. Everything that you do to present your brand in a green way can be considered an environmental claim. So make sure that whether it's explicit or implicit, it can be taken against you. So be careful of what you say, what you use, and how you claim your product. Remember, right now there is I don't know if you're aware, but there's a class action against Sephora in the US, about the term clean at Sephora. Consumers are really wondering whether this is a proper claim, this is a scientific claim or not, and it's not. It's just a marketing claim. So they are coming against Sephora because they don't think this is fair for them to use this type of claims. So what you should look for, what you should do when you do an environmental claim, you should be truthful and accurate. Whatever you say, be very specific and be very clear. And measure, give measures, give indication, give figures, explain what you do and why, and be clear and unambiguous. Be super specific. Like, don't say we're saving water by we have saved water because we reduced the number of water in our formula by 10%. I don't know, X percentage. We are using less virgin material because we use X percentage of this material into our packaging. Moving forward, we're going to do this. Be very specific, give numbers, figures, be super transparent. And do not omit or hide an important fact. Let's say that you move to non-virgin material, but then the material that you're using is, let's say, I don't know, recycled aluminum. I don't know, whatever material you use. But then you hide the fact that recycling this type of material is going to cost more energy than actually using virgin material. So, again, sustainability is not silver bullet. So ask your supplier, ask everybody, and go to the platform or resource as well. Read everything you can to understand what sustainability means, because something that may seem simple is actually not that simple, and maybe it could be a counterintuitive action that you've done. Compare goods or services that are comparable. Let's say that you compare, like, I'm using this plastic right now. Before I was using that type of plastic, and we reduce by this and this. If you change from 30 ml to 20 ml or whatever, then doesn't make sense. And again, if you compare with your competitors, they're doing this and we're doing that. If you compare aluminum with glass or glass with plastic or whatever, it doesn't make sense because it's not the same material. So you can't say really that. You have to make sure that you measure things that are comparable. Consider the full life cycle of the product. And if anything, I think this is the most important part of your claim. Because people talk about, let's say, when you talk about zero waste and this kind of impact of the product on the market, making product uses energy, water, anything. And so you can't say that your product is waterless or water-free, because at some point in the life cycle of your product, we are going to use water. So that's why whenever you make a green claim, make sure that you take into consideration the entire life cycle of the product. And also make sure that whatever you say can be substantiated, proven. You need to prove what you are saying. Show figures, demonstrate, I don't know, if you have a report or anything, just show that and explain to them what you are doing. So the do's and don'ts of a marketing claim. So these are a few examples of what you should say in terms of marketing claims. So as I said, I keep saying this, but zero waste. Instead of this, try to say less waste or waste reduction. And you explain what type of waste you have reduced. Like, we are not using this anymore. We're using that type of bottle. So then we reduce the waste by X percentage or whatever it is, but just explain your actions in detail. Then reusable packaging. Partly reusable, partly refillable, because you know that in your packaging, whatever you use, let's say, like, if you have a reusable packaging, but because it's like not a rinse of product, but you're going to use again, you need to change the pump, then this pump is not reusable technically. So you have to ditch it. You see, so make sure that it makes sense. So for consumers, like reusable packaging, partly refillable, explain exactly what is refillable and how to use to refill or reuse your product. Same for recyclable packaging. You can't really claim that your packaging is recyclable if it's only partly recyclable. Even if you built it to be recyclable, you can't really technically make sure that it's recyclable, especially if you sell your brand globally. So you have to explain packaging partly recyclable. We've built this packaging to be fully recyclable, but we cannot guarantee that locally this packaging is going to be recycled. So check locally whether you can recycle this packaging. And if you want to claim to be fully recyclable, maybe you need to organize a closed loop system where people send back their packaging to you and then you can recycle them. Another example here is the recommendation from the FTC Green Guides, where they say if recycling facilities for a product are not available to at least 60% of consumers or communities, a marketer should say this product may not be recyclable in your area. You see, so that's why if you want to claim recyclability or even partly recyclable, you need to have 60% of your consumers that be able to recycle in their area. And you can't know that. If you sell globally, there's no way you can have this type of information that you can guarantee that 60% of your consumers will be able to recycle. You can't really. Then the other recommendation is like if it's only available to a few people, then this product is recyclable only in a few communities that have appropriate recycling program. You need to be very specific. Don't greenwash people. Don't tell them that your product is miracle when it is not. It's really complex, I know, but this is the way to go. And then, so the key takeaways from this presentation is that product should be promoted in their entirety. CO2 impact must be communicated with a full life cycle in mind, from sourcing, manufacturing, distribution, up to usage and discarding. This is really, really, really important. And you need to promote a more conscious consumption as well. We don't really say that, but I think we need to start saying this: buy less, use less, reduce water usage, and make sure that whatever you buy, whatever you create, is needed for the consumer. This is the first question I ask brand. Do we need your product on the market? What is it made for? Is it really necessary? This is the first question you should ask yourself as a product development. Then the other question that we have is, like, when it comes to packaging, marketing claims must indicate how to discard the product. And it's so true now because it's in the regulation in France, where you have to be very specific. You have to indicate like a box at the bottom of your packaging, where with indicating the type of material and where to recycle the product. So it's really important right now. It's technically, you have to do that. And another, in conclusion, we wanted to give you the 3 steps to avoid greenwashing. So is your claim under the green or environmental claim scope? Make sure that whatever you say, try to avoid it by just talking about the product safety, etc., and maybe not mention environmental claims if you're not sure about the scope and about the impact it's going to have. Look at the claim criteria, look at the purpose, and whether your claim criteria are really trustful, accurate, specific. Make sure that whatever you do is specific. And then does your claim include the full life cycle of the product? You need to really make sure that full life cycle is considered in your product. All right, I know this is a very complex topic, and I know we can't give you all the answers in one time. So honestly, just feel free to get in touch with me, ask questions or anything, and I'll be happy to answer you. And honestly, browse the website resources as well. I've created that as a resource for cosmetics marketing managers to make sure that they develop products that are really sustainable and that we don't do greenwashing. So feel free to browse the website, pop in your email. You can have the free newsletter that I sent every 2 weeks on Friday, and ask me any question. Honestly, the more we answer questions, the more we help this world, and the better it is for the future. Thank you very much, Jen, for inviting me again. Thank you for this presentation, and thank you. Feel free to ask me any question. Bye-bye.
Our next speaker is Akemi Uka, Ph.D., who is the head of Global Supply Chain and Sustainability Resources at Independent Beauty Association. With over 20 years of CPG experience, from Fortune 500 companies to small startups, Akemi's experience ranges from product development to sourcing and supply chain transformation. Akemi has run chemical procurement at the Clorox Company, formulation and fragrance development at Method, and was most recently VP of Product at J.R. Waskin. Overseeing development, quality, regulatory compliance, claim support, and third-party manufacturing oversight for hand care, personal care, home care, and OTC remedies. She now heads up the Independent Beauty Association's Global Supply Chain and Sustainability Programming, supporting small to medium-sized businesses in the beauty and personal care sector. Akemi holds a BA in chemistry from Rutgers University and a Ph.D. in chemistry from the University of California at Los Angeles.
Hi, my name is Akemi Uka. I'm the head of supply chain and sustainability resources at the Independent Beauty Association. And I thank Jen Novakovic and the EcoWell for allowing me to provide an update on sustainability regulations in the beauty industry. So let's go ahead. I'll share my screen and we can start the presentation. So I think we can all agree that sustainability regulation is definitely on the rise. And certainly in the last 2 years, we've seen quite a bit of activity in this area. A lot of that's driven by consumer attention and the very visible climate change impacts that we've seen over the past few years. And what that's done is really spur lawmakers to take policy-driven approaches to try to address sustainability in the industry. That has led to, I think, some good conversation and discussion about much needed oversight around many of these key issues. But it does also pose some challenges, I think, for the beauty industry and others, because it creates this patchwork of regulations that are operating at the state and regional level. So compliance starts to become very challenging if you are selling your product in multiple states and or multiple regions. I'm going to focus on 3 areas, and these are kind of the hottest areas, I think, right now for sustainability regulation and environmental oversight. One is green marketing. The second is corporate reporting. And the third topic is waste management, but very specifically around plastics. So let's start with green marketing. At the federal level, this is one area where there is some level of oversight. There is a published guideline document from the Federal Trade Commission. It's called the Green Guides, and this is really guidelines on environmental marketing claims. These were first issued in 1992 and have been revised several times. The last time they were revised was 10 years ago in 2012, and so there was a lot of interest in whether or not the FTC was going to issue an update to these guides in 2022. And sure enough, at the end of the year in December, the FTC announced that they were going to look at the guides and actually wanted to get public comment and get feedback ahead of, I think, this update. So, they're requesting some general commentary on a few different things. But just for context, the Green Guides really are do 3 primary things. One is that they provide general principles that apply to all of these environmental marketing claims. The second thing they do is help marketers understand how consumers are likely to interpret these claims so they can give some guidance on appropriate substantiation for environmental marketing claims. And the third thing they do is help marketers understand how they can qualify claims so that they can avoid deceiving consumers, with respect to these types of claims. So the FTC for this latest update is looking for some commentary on whether the guides are still needed. What is the economic impact of these guides? Has there been an effect on the accuracy of a variety of environmental claims? How do these guides interact with other environmental marketing regulations? And we'll talk about some that are coming up at a state level, as well as, what is the consumer perception on environmental claims? So particularly for things that aren't talked about in the current guides, which again weren't updated since 2012, what language and perception around environmental and sustainability claims are consumers reacting to? So there is a process for this. The FTC wants to hear from everybody. So if you're an individual citizen or a member of an organization, a company, or if you'd like to even submit something to the IBA to submit on your behalf, these are all vehicles to provide feedback to the FTC around this topic. And the submission period is open until February 21st, 2023. So we've got about a month to go ahead and submit any comments. There is a specific framework to submit it, and you can do that on the website. The other particular areas that I think the FTC has noted that they have some interest in, so these are probably areas that they're poking around in already, is on carbon offsets and climate change. So they're looking at whether there's additional information that needs to be outlined here. The term recyclable is also something that they're looking at. Is there a different threshold required to make unqualified recyclable claims? How do we deal with claims for products that may not in fact be recycled in a particular municipality? And that's actually going to come up in some of the other in the later part of my conversation today as well. And then recycled content. So there's a lot of activity around post-consumer recycled resin and a requirement around recycled content. And, there is some question about whether consumers understand the difference between pre-consumer, post-consumer, post-industrial, all of these different kinds of definitions for recycled content and the benefit of using all of those kinds of recycled content. And then I think there's also just additional guidance needed for terms that I think very similar to sort of this conversation we've had in the industry around natural, that there are these fairly broad terms like compostable, biodegradable, organic, sustainable that are used to describe environmental marketing claims, and these don't really have a harmonized definition in the industry. So there's some question around whether or not there's guidance needed for these claims, or even new terms. So things like advanced recycling or chemical recycling have also started to come to the forefront, and consumers are even less informed, I think, about those kinds of topics. So all of these are welcome commentary to provide to the FTC. So we encourage those of you who are interested in this area to please go ahead and provide your comments. As we move into the state level, we're also starting to see, so I mentioned that there's this like patchwork of regulation. The Green Guides is interesting in that it's at the federal level through the FTC, but what we are now starting to see is that there's a lot of state-driven regulation going on in terms of sustainability laws. And so one that was passed recently, is effective last year, is California SB 343. So this is essentially an amendment to the truth in labeling law. So California requires that you substantiate your claims anyway, but they really wanted to explicitly talk about environmental marketing laws regulating recycling claims. And one of the things they really focused in on was the chasing arrow symbol on products. And they want to make sure that that symbol is really only used on products that are recyclable according to California standards. So through this law, California notes that a product or package is recyclable only if it's made from a material type and form that's collected by recycling programs in jurisdictions encompassing 60% of the state's population or more, and then that it's sorted into defined streams for recycling processes by at least 60% of the state's recycling program. So there's now a standard, kind of a minimum standard by which you need to comply in order to use that chasing arrow symbol. The other thing that they require is, if you are using the chasing arrow symbol, that you need to maintain record keeping to support the validity of the representation. So this, includes why the entity believes the representation is true, and any measures taken to mitigate any environmental impacts associated with the product. Importantly, this information must be provided to any member of the public who requests it. So, if an interested party wants to know your substantiation for using the chasing arrow symbol, you would by law be required to provide that. So interestingly, the timing on this is a little bit is a little bit fluid, but things are kind of already happening. So the deadlines apply to product or packaging manufactured after the later of January 1st, 2024, so a year from now, or 18 months after CalRecycle publishes its first material characterization study, and that's underway. So CalRecycle did, I believe, put out an RFP for the study in November. I think they were due in January, so they're probably reviewing those proposals now. So they are underway and are intending to publish a material characterization study that informs CalRecycle and the advisory boards of what materials are currently being recycled in the state and which jurisdictions, as well as their levels. We are seeing that this is continuing to propagate through other states as well. So just as a heads up, these are proposed bills. These are not enacted laws, but just as a heads up, what is it, like the third, fourth week in January, already 3 bills have been proposed in different states that are very similar or have some sort of a labeling or advertising component to them. So in Connecticut, H5571 was proposed, which is establishing a coding system for recyclability, compostability, or neither, which means they are looking for Connecticut manufacturers to note on the bottom of the bottle whether a product is recyclable, compostable, or neither, and they would require compliance as early as 2025. They also are proposing amending the Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices Act to include health and environmental damages as part of consumer protections for unfair or deceptive acts. So it's fairly broad, but we'll keep an eye on that one and see sort of how that moves through the legislature. Oregon has proposed H 2871, which is modeled, is very similar to California SB 343. I actually think they had a committee that was sort of reviewing SB 343 in California to see if they could implement a similar kind of law. So again, it's requiring products making these kinds of recyclability claims to meet required standards in the state. And then Maryland H31, labeling, marketing, and advertising for recycling. Again, similar oversight around when and where you can use symbols, how you need to substantiate claims, and ensuring that requirements for product or packaging, excuse me, recycling claims are aligned with recyclability activity in the state. So quite a bit of activity in green marketing, and it'll be interesting to continue to watch to see if there are more state bills proposed in the coming weeks. So what do you do? If you're a brand or a manufacturer, or you have customers in this space, a few things that you can do just in preparation. One is just review any of your environmental claims that are associated with the products, particularly if they're sold in California or some of these other states. And this includes both on-pack labeling as well as online materials and other collateral. So just make sure that you have a good understanding of your environmental claims. Document any of your substantiation. Make sure you have that on file and readily accessible. Check to see if you have the chasing arrow symbol on packaging, and just make sure that its use is appropriate for the products that it's on. For many bottle and container manufacturers like that, there may be a mold that has that chasing arrow symbol embedded, particularly around the resin number. So you may want to make sure that you go back and look through your supply chain to understand where it's being used, and if you can or can't continue to use it, and what action you might need to take there. And then obviously stay abreast of updates in green marketing laws and guidelines, just to make sure that you're managing compliance and risk overall for your business. So let's move to the next one. This is corporate reporting. Corporate reporting probably doesn't affect smaller companies directly, but I think it's something that is important to understand because it does have like sort of broader implications depending on kind of what retailers you're working with. So this is really focused on sort of this ESG oversight and interest with the Securities and Exchange Commission. So there has been growing SEC interest in oversight on ESG reporting for public companies and for investor groups, largely because many companies are now voluntarily reporting ESG disclosures and talking about efforts that they're making in these different efforts of environmental, social, and governance activities within their organization. And some of the feedback has been, while I think this is interesting and important for consumers and stakeholders, it's very challenging to sort of compare and contrast because there aren't sort of harmonized ways to report this. So in March last year, the SEC proposed some rule changes requiring registrants to include some specific climate-related disclosures in their statements and their periodic reports. And specifically, they released a proposal called the Enhancement and Standardization of Climate-Related Disclosures for Investors. And, really what they're trying to do is, again, kind of have a little bit more of a level playing field. So it's easier to compare and contrast companies, particularly for investors. But they're looking for four primary things: that the registrant's governance of climate-related risks and any risk management processes associated with them, how climate-related risks have had or could have a material impact on your business, as well as how it will show up in your consolidated financial statements. And they're interested in like short, medium, and long-term effects. The third thing they're interested in is how climate-related risks could affect your strategy or your business model or your outlook. And this is important as you look at what happened, in this last year. We've had record drought, and that actually affected transportation. That affected crop yield. So I think people are interested to understand, like, how are companies sort of thinking about addressing those kinds of risks in their businesses and supply chains. Last, the impact of climate-related events, so severe weather events like extreme drought we had in Europe, for example, other natural disasters like extreme flooding, like we just had, record rain in California, and how those show up in consolidated financial statements and assumptions on financials. The other thing that they're looking into is requiring registrants to disclose information about greenhouse gas emissions. And they're looking at both Scope 1 and Scope 2, which are, direct and indirect emissions, but they're also looking at Scope 3, which is upstream and downstream activities. And Scope 3 emissions tend to be the hardest ones, I think, for companies to really capture, understand, and document. And so this is another area that the SEC is looking into to see whether there's some standardization of that kind of reporting. After the SEC released this proposal, they did open a public comment period. I think it was open for 3 months or so and closed in June. These comments are publicly available, so I put a link here. You can check it out. It's actually, I would recommend, if you haven't looked at public comments like that, it's actually really interesting to review them. And in this particular set of public comments, you can see comments made from individual citizens, individual investors, to investor groups, to companies and retailers. And it ranges the gamut from, comments like, the SEC really has no expertise or authority over climate change assessment, and so this is an overreach, to others who are asking for some standardization because it is really challenging to compare risk or opportunity or financial strength, across companies without some sort of harmonized, standardized system. Interestingly, I think the companies that are asking for a little bit more standardization are also noting that, we shouldn't have to reinvent the wheel. There are already reporting structures and frameworks that are in place that could be used. So to the extent that companies can use some frameworks that are already existing would be helpful. They're also looking for materiality, so that I think there's not an interest in having laws that don't make sense for your company, or reporting that doesn't make sense for your company to be required of every registrant, as well as some kind of disclaimer and some protections similar to what you would see in an annual report about forward-looking statements. So there is always going to be some level of unpredictability. So I think that there's quite a bit of debate. I don't believe at this point that the SEC has published anything. But when it does, it would go into the Federal Register. So what do you want to do in terms of corporate reporting? For small companies, I would say that while you're maybe not a public entity that's traded, on any stock exchange, if you are selling to a retailer or through an entity that does have to report and may be required to report under updated SEC rules, then you may want to pay attention to this, because those retailers are going to come to you to build their data set to provide any disclosures. They're going to come to you to ask for Scope 1, Scope 2, Scope 3 emissions reporting. So it's wise to at least understand what this involves, so that you could be ready in the event that you're asked for it. And certainly, as you think about retailer conversations, the easier you make it for the retailer, the happier they are in many cases. And so that may actually be a really valuable point of differentiation if you're able to provide information readily, quickly, and it's sound information for them. So some of the things you might want to do is just, first of all, review, and this is probably good from a business strategy standpoint anyway, but review and assess the extent and nature of any climate-related risk exposure, and your ability to manage those risks and address them. And this could also include not just direct climate exposure like weather events, or changing climate over time, but it could be some of these regulations and some of these laws that are talking about green marketing or talking about recycling compliance. Those could also be some exposure to risk if you are not on top of those and are not actively working against compliance with those laws as well. The other thing to do is educate all of your stakeholders in your company, and in particular also find those who have relevant expertise, or start talking to people who have expertise in this area, and make sure that this conversation is going all the way to the top. So make sure that your high level executives, your board members understand the implications, and that they have a long-term and a short-term view, for ESG related risk and any financial exposure associated with it. The third thing is, if you haven't done this already, and most probably have because of the last couple of years of supply chain, build relationships with your supply chain partners. And these are suppliers, transportation partners, even 3PL. So California, I can't remember if it actually passed. California actually, I think, had a law they were considering about requiring warehouses to report greenhouse gas emissions because there were so many transportation providers like idling outside of warehouses. So, look to your supply chain partners and start to collect data and information about emissions, water usage, energy consumption, and any other data points that are important for reporting or important for your particular business. And then understand whether you have any high risk or high exposure materials from a climate or ESG standpoint. If you do, make sure you have an action plan in place so that you can address them. The other thing to do is to sort of think about, what are some appropriate metrics for your strategy? How do you assess how well you're doing? And then how do you report those out? And then finally, look at any ESG disclosures that you've already shared, make sure that they're substantiated and documented. There are also third parties that can help with validation of those disclosures or parts of the data that go into those disclosures. And then just stay abreast on SEC rulings and make sure to read through any final language if it is updated in the Federal Register. Okay, we'll hit the last one now on plastics management. There really are two types of regulation that are appearing in this space. The first is recycled content mandates, so PCR, often you'll hear post-consumer recycled resin mandates. The second are extended producer responsibility laws, and those are laws that largely have sort of migrated from Europe. They've been used effectively over there and starting to show up in the US. So the recycled content PCR mandates are really focused on a couple of things. They want manufacturers to reduce the use of virgin plastic. And then they also want to boost, the U.S. sort of market around recycled resins and recycled materials because it's sort of not robust enough right now. They also typically have a sliding scale, so they start with a minimum amount of recycled content, and then over time require more over time. And then you need to meet these mandates in order to sell your products in these states. The extended producer responsibility laws are really have been crafted as a vehicle to put responsibility for waste management and disposal of products, and in this case, it's typically plastic packaging, and to put that responsibility on producers and manufacturers. This is usually brand owners, and it's really designed to do a couple of things. One is to build funds to invest in infrastructure around recycling and waste disposal and waste management. And so they're putting that burden on the producers rather than the municipalities. The second is to encourage, typically sort of a reduction in plastic usage. So that's either baked into the proposal, or there may be incentives for design or innovation that require kind of less use of plastic over time, because the fees that you are assessed are really driven by the amount of plastic that you are producing and selling and disposing in the state. The other thing that some of these laws do is invest in other areas. So that may include consumer education around materials, recyclability, or overall waste management. They may also invest in underserved communities that are maybe affected by plastic pollution in an outsized fashion relative to other areas. So you almost have to look at each one of these EPR laws separately to really understand what the requirements are. All of them, however, will have a couple of things. One is that you will have to join a what's called a PRO or an SRO, or producer or stewardship responsibility organization. This is a group that is responsible for collecting fees and also deciding how those fees are those funds are dispersed for either implementation and enforcement of the laws, or investments to improve infrastructure or education, or community responsibility. They're typically nonprofits, but they don't have to be. So it's important to look at what PRO is available for which EPR law in which region you're operating. And again, like, you are going to be required to pay fees, and those support both administrative and operational costs of the programs. So just to hit these really quickly, from a plastics management, from a recycled content standpoint, there are at least 3 states that have active programs going around PCR. One is New Jersey, and both New Jersey and Washington, I think both of their, we can double check this, but I think both of their laws are focused on plastic rigid containers from 8 fluid ounces to 5 gallons. But they do affect those of us in the beauty industry or making products in those sizes. New Jersey has an increase over time, starting at a 10% PCR content all the way up to 50. You do have to register within the state, and the compliance deadlines start in 2024. Washington State also has a PCR mandate for household and personal care products. Again, they also have a 10 to 50% sliding scale. Registration, it also starts in 2022, and compliance deadlines start in 24, although for personal care and household, I think the compliance starts in 25. And then California has a couple of laws. One is SB 54, which I'll talk about in the next section, but in that law, products do have to be recyclable or compostable, or they cannot be sold or distributed in California. And those deadlines start from a compliance standpoint in 2032. They also have another law, AB 793, which is specific to beverage containers and talks about the requirement of PCR for beverage containers. The thing that's sort of, I think, a challenge for all of these to some degree is that there is concern that there's just like not enough PCR available globally to meet all of these recycled content mandates for all of the kinds of plastics and all of the kinds of products that are sold in these states. So there is a lot of discussion, I think, about how to ensure that you can comply, and have access to good quality recycled resin content. So there are ongoing conversations, and rulemaking is continuing for a number of these initiatives. The extended producer mandates that I wanted to highlight today include California, Colorado, Maine, and Oregon. California is probably by far the most sweeping. I honestly didn't put down all of the information here, because literally what you really have to do is go and look at each one of these, because they're all a little bit different. They all have slightly different requirements and deadlines. So I thought what was most important is probably the timing, but California has probably the most comprehensive program around EPR in the country right now. I think Maine was first to the table, but California has the most wide-ranging law. It includes the traditional sort of PRO requirement, fund requirement, but they also, as I mentioned earlier, have a requirement to make plastic packaging recyclable or compostable. There are investments that are required for underserved communities, for education, infrastructure, and so there's quite a bit of activity that's going on right now that was signed kind of at the very, very last minute. The last day it could be signed, it was signed into law by the governor last year, and so companies are required to join a PRO by 2024. And as I understand it now, I think there's one pro that will be put together for the whole state. And I'll come back to this in a minute. Colorado also has an extended producer mandate. Pro needs to be established by the government by 2020, or the agency by 2023, and members will be required to pay dues in 29. Maine has a compliance deadline of 1 year after the pro bid, and I think they're doing a lot of that work now, is going through rulemaking for the producer responsibility organization itself. And then Oregon also has an EPR law on the books where companies are going to have to register with a pro by 2025. Just a note about these PROs. There are some PROs that exist, like, this kind of extended producer responsibility law is, you may have seen something similar for paint or carpet or mattresses or batteries. There's a way you dispose of these materials, and there's actually a group that oversees fees for disposal and infrastructure similar to what's being put in place here. But the ones for plastic packaging don't exist yet, or the rules are being made as these organizations are being formed. So it's important, if you have the ability to get involved in a working group that is working on how to implement, how to assess fees, how to make governance rules for the PRO, that you get involved. And one I wanted to highlight was the National Stewardship Action Council, and Heidi Sanborn, who has long been a voice in EPR legislation in the U.S., is heading up an implementation working group through NSAC. And so it's focused on SB 54, but because that's kind of the biggest one, it's probably a really good one to get involved in. So you can check that out. The other thing to just note is that for a number of these, whether it's PCR or EPR mandates, there are some not insubstantial penalties that start. So if you haven't registered, there are penalties that could be levied on a daily basis. If the pro is in place and you're not compliant, these are penalties in the thousands of dollars per day. So those are not small. The other thing is that each of these also has some exemptions, right? So you want to look at each of these requirements and look at where there may be exemptions, either for product type, often drugs, or infant formula, or meal replacement. Like, these could be things that are exempted from the requirements, or there could be some de minimis exemptions as well. So if you are a very small producer, a very small seller in the state, you may not have to comply by these deadlines, though there still is often encouragement to register, because if you suddenly blow up and your company does really well, you don't want to be kind of caught on the back foot there. And then there's also, I think, just looking at the container sizes, what is actually relevant for your product line. So there is, again, like a slew of proposed bills in this area as well. Again, like this is just in January. So six bills have been introduced at various state legislatures around kind of this EPR concept. So Connecticut, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, New York, and again, like some additional activity in Oregon and Washington up in the Pacific Northwest. So I won't go through all of them, but suffice it to say, they all have some aspect of an EPR program to these bills. So we'll watch these and see how they move through the state legislatures. For you, what do you do? As a manufacturer or producer, review and assess your packaging that's used for your products. Make sure you understand the type of plastic you're using, the different components you're using, and what plastic is made up in those components, especially if they have multiple plastic components, and start to track the weight, and also track where your product's sold. So understand, like, where is your product sold and which of these EPR or PCR mandates may affect you, and understand, like, what are the compliance requirements for those jurisdictions and what would you need to do in order to be compliant. Make sure you understand the exemptions and whether or not you fall into any of those categories or any of your product lines fall in those categories. And then also understand, like, what the timelines look like. So timelines to register, timelines to join a pro, and then, get involved in rulemaking, like I said, and implementation working groups. And then you may want to also start to understand how to assess the quantities of your packaging materials that are sold in specific states. So this may be really challenging, I think, for companies and brands. So it'll be pretty interesting to see, how this plays out. Actually, I think one of the bills that I just shared is an EPR law. I have to go back and go which one now. Is an EPR law that's actually focused on online retailers, so multinational or multi-state online retailers that are going to have some responsibility around EPR infrastructure. And so that's going to be interesting because I don't know that retailers necessarily have been sort of part of this conversation, but for producers, often you sell your product, it may go to a regional distribution center and you're not really sure what state it ends up in. So I think trying to really understand, like, where is your product going, being sold, and then where is it eventually being disposed of is going to start to be important information to determine. And then, as always, stay informed of updates on plastic packaging and waste proposals. So just a quick plug for IBA. If you want to stay informed, join IBA. We're an incredibly affordable resource to small to medium-sized businesses in and around the beauty sector. We can help you with any number of issues. And join us and add as many people as you want. It's a company level membership. And then we do have an upcoming cosmetic technical regulatory forum on March 1st and 2nd. It is virtual, so you don't have to travel anywhere to do it. And there will be sessions specifically on some of the sustainability regulation. I hope this was helpful to you, and feel free to reach out to us if you have any other questions. But thank you very much, and we'll take any other outstanding questions. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you to Akemi for that presentation. And before we go on a short break before our panel, I just wanted to introduce our panelists. So stay tuned. We'll be back soon with a closing panel. The first panelist is Akemi, who I already introduced, so no need for a second introduction there. The second panelist is Mike Favola, Ph.D., who is the Vice President of R&D and Product Stewardship at Innolex, a designer of sustainable ingredients based on green chemistry. Previously, Mike was a research director and fellow in global beauty and R&D at Johnson & Johnson, responsible for upstream innovation in cleansing, sun care, and body care. Mike holds a Ph.D. in polymer science and engineering from the University of Southern Mississippi and a B.S. in chemistry from the University of Delaware. He is an inventor of 38 U.S. patents and a co-author of 20-plus peer-reviewed articles and book chapters. Mike also served as chair of the Personal Care Products Council International Nomenclature Committee. And the final panelist on our panel is Dr. Mark Trexler, who directs the Climatographers. He worked on the first carbon offsets project in 1988 and also founded the first business for climate risk consultancy in 1991. The Climatographers' Climate Web Knowledge Management Solutions is the closest thing today to a collective intelligence for understanding and tackling climate change. In his work with companies today around carbon offsets and climate change strategies generally, he focuses on helping companies avoid not only greenwashing, but greenwishing. With that, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back in a few moments with our closing panel on challenges and opportunities with respect to sustainable development in the cosmetic sector. See you soon. So everyone at this point should be able to see me, and then stay tuned for the people on Discord. You will soon be able to see the panel as well. Here we are. And so I'm not going to bother doing another introduction. You guys heard the introduction already. So I'll just get straight to my question. And maybe because Akemi just presented on the topic of regulations, I'll get started directing this to you, and then I'll go through to Mark and Mike for the same question to get your perspectives as well. So my first question, and also a reminder to my audience that if you have questions for our panelists, go over to the Discord summit discussion, and I'm going to be keeping an eye on the chat for questions during the Q&A. The question for you, though, is how is current policy impacting sustainable development in the cosmetics industry?
Yes, thanks very much, Jen. Appreciate being here, and it's been a great session so far. I just went through a whole bunch of policy and regulatory updates for the cosmetics industry in the U.S. When you take it as a whole, I think some of the impact is really just the challenge in a lot of this regulatory and policy activity happening in a patchwork fashion. So, there's not a really strong unified federal approach to a lot of these sustainability regs. And that's been really challenging, I think, from a development standpoint, because especially for small companies, they really have to figure out, how do I stay abreast of all of these different regulations and all of these different geographies? They all have different timelines, slightly different requests. And so I think compliance against a pretty diverse set of regs has been challenging. And it results in I think that there's some costs that companies have to look at. I think there's resource challenges that companies are looking at. And then there's some really specific expertise that people need to look for, that they may not have. And so I think it's a little bit challenging for companies to develop under those kinds of conditions, because you're often developing products, a few years out. And so trying to kind of look in the crystal ball and figure out what you need to do that's going to maximize your cost effectiveness and resource allocation against all of those regulatory compliance requirements is I think challenging. So I'll start with that.
And then keeping in the industry for our next perspective from the ingredient innovation point of view, Mike, what do you think?
I mean, I think the regulations are catalyzing some positive, moves and shifts in the right direction. I think Akemi, to me, hit directly on one of the most profound factors, and that's the cost of compliance. So my experience has been, if you're a very large multinational, publicly traded company, it becomes the cost of doing business. Oftentimes you have a seat at the table in the regulations as they're being made, whether it's directly or through trade associations. If you're an entrepreneur and beginning a small company, that cost of that compliance could become a very, big challenge, both in terms of the resources it takes to, complete all the documentation and paperwork, follow the regulations as they're coming out. So I think there's, a whole ecosystem, and I think IBA is a great example of a resource that's there to help connect entrepreneurs and smaller companies to ensure that they will be able to comply with these things. For our part, as an ingredient supplier, Innolex is very focused on service to both the large players who, in some ways they kind of help prepare us because they know what they're going to have to do to comply, and they're asking us the questions ahead of time to say, are you going to be able to provide this documentation or data or results, relating to these questions that we have to answer to. So we get well prepared in that regard. And then our goal is to help service these smaller entrepreneurial companies and help share with them the knowledge that we've gained around how do you comply with these regulations as they come into effect.
And now for the perspective outside of the industry, Mark, do you want to weigh in?
Sure, very, very briefly, because it's not really my industry. I think, I'm coming at this very much from a climate change perspective, as opposed to sort of the broader sustainability. And if you're not familiar with climate stripes, the image that I have on behind me, it's a great visualization of temperature change over the last 100 years that Professor Ed Hawkins in the UK put together, and you can find it on cars and buses and ties and all sorts of things. I think, right now, the big issue is that it's just very confusing what is going on in the climate space and climate policy space in particular. Basically, public policy has pretty much failed over the last 3 decades. And so there's this increasing idea that it's up to business to solve climate change, which is sort of a silly idea. And we'll come back to that a little bit. But in particular, what we heard a little bit earlier about scope 3 and having to report emissions under the new SEC rules, et cetera. And so much of what companies are being asked to do is not actually going to help very much at all with climate change. It's sort of based on the incorrect idea that measuring stuff equals climate progress. And as risk disclosure becomes mandatory, all that will really mean is that lawyers will be writing the risk disclosures, and they will, by definition, not say very much because there's risk in saying too much in a risk disclosure. So and climate risk is very easy to navigate and to sort of present whatever climate risk picture you want, because who's to say you're really wrong? So it's a tricky area and a confusing area. We could use a lot more clear guidance, but that has to be policy guidance, and it just hasn't happened.
Really great answers. And I feel like you're alluding to some of the points you may raise with my next question, which will be directed to Mark along these lines. So does the focus on corporate carbon footprinting make sense from a climate change mitigation point of view? Why or why not?
And first of all, there's nothing wrong with corporate carbon footprinting. I helped develop the first footprints, did the first scope 3 analysis for Stonyfield Farm Yogurt in 1996. But in some respects, you may have heard, everybody's familiar with labradoodles and all the doodles, right? You may have heard that the inventor of the doodles last year apologized to humanity for inventing the doodle. And in some respects, I feel like we ought to be apologizing to the business world for inventing carbon footprints, because it's become so all-consuming, and it's become so much of everything that we focus on that we're missing a lot of things that we ought to be focused on. So, for example, just in today's conversations, I didn't once hear anything about the key role companies could be playing in informing consumers about climate change. Didn't come up at all. It's probably one of the biggest things that companies could be doing in this space. The other big thing companies generally ought to be doing is worrying about their policy footprint, promoting the policies that would tackle climate change. I didn't hear that mentioned today at all either. And so let me just put up a quick cartoon here and take myself. You may not really be able to see it, so let me describe what it is. It's at the bottom, awesome. I've been wanting to get more sustainable and resilient, and you're sort of walking up this path, and you're recycling, and you're eating organic, et cetera, et cetera. You're doing all these different things, and then you get to lemming leap, and you go off the cliff into climate change. Because so much of what we're talking about today in the sustainability arena isn't going to do anything to slow down or prevent climate change. And ultimately, climate change is going to come back and really hit us over the head. And it's worth remembering this graphic, which shows that in the last 30, 40, 50 years, during the whole time that we started talking about sustainability, we started talking about climate change, we started talking seriously about climate change more than 60 years ago. And during that entire period, what's happened? The only thing that's happened is that greenhouse gas emissions have increased. And so, and maybe they're lower than they would have been without all those sustainability, efforts, but we're not doing very well here. And we have to rethink sort of how we're approaching some of this stuff, because otherwise climate change is really going to knock all of your supply chains, et cetera, up over the head in the next few decades.
Yeah, I suppose speaking to the issues with consumer scapegoatism and the idea of green consumerism rather than sustainable consumption, whereas green consumerism is at odds with sustainability and consumption is a challenge. Okay, so this leads me on, and perhaps this might be one of the industry trends that we're being misled about. Actions that we're taking as an industry, are we actually striving towards sustainable development? So my next question is directed to everyone. Our current industry trends, perhaps we'll keep it to Akemi and Mike, although Mark, if you have something to add in, just because I'm talking about specific industry trends, if you have something to chime in with, then by all means. But are current industry trends towards sustainability actually aligned with it? So much of what we've already talked about, but you all know what some of these trends are that we see in the cosmetic sector when we go to conferences, perceptions around we need more bio-based materials. Genetic engineering is like absolutely no within various eco certifications. We need to move away from plastics because that's just evil. That's going to meet our sustainability needs in the cosmetics industry. Mike, do you want to kick this one off?
Sure, I'll take a stab at it. There's a number of angles I could come at it with, but I think one of the first things we need to remember is we're in, by definition, it's called the consumer products industry, right? There's an element of consumption that's unavoidable. It's also a very emotion-driven industry. No one wants to feel bad about the purchase they make, right? I mean, if anything, all the marketing and advertising is promoting to make you feel good about your purchase and hopefully keep you purchasing that same product again. So I think, we have to be very careful about trying to appeal to people's altruism, but, and make all of these claims about sustainability. We have to also keep in mind, at the end of the day, Jen, I think you've said it best. I heard you say this, I'm sure it's been said elsewhere, the most sustainable product is the one that you don't buy. But that, of course, doesn't translate well to business growth. So I think it also gets as a producer. I mean, I think it's good to produce goods and services, but the overproduction of desire to have multiple products as opposed to the ones we need, that gets us into an addiction to growth that's maybe unhealthy. Growth is good, but the necessity for double-digit growth, I think, is what drives some of the downside and erodes the sustainability of consumption. So I think it's realistic consumption and not over-indexing on growth that'll start to help brands, kind of make the turn.
Akemi, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I strongly agree. I think there is really like a consumption conversation. I think we've heard sort of conscious consumption come up a lot. The plastics example is a really good one. I think there are trends around the conversation around plastic that are really difficult, and we need a much more sophisticated conversation around materials like plastic or even other materials that are replacing plastic, because I think there's a tangible and emotional component to, I think, what consumers see and what kind of action they want to take and what industry can effectively change. And I think I've said this before in like other forums, is that, up until now, in many ways in industry, we've let marketing drive the conversation about sustainability. And that forces you into this very sort of short-term, trend-driven conversation about sustainability versus a longer-term strategic view and maybe collaborative view between, public and private partnership that's going to move the needle further. I mean, the EPR policy, I think, companies are understanding that and working to comply, and I think that's sort of interesting, an interesting policy trend, because I think you've got a recycling industry that is woefully underdeveloped in the US, and it's very hard to get funding for that kind of sort of municipal waste project. And so trying to figure out a way to have, the private sector fund those kinds of infrastructure initiatives and maybe make design choices that obviate some of the current waste management practices is an interesting trend. And I think, that's something to kind of look toward to see if we can get more collaborative approaches toward sustainable solutions to this product-based industry.
Before I ask my next question, Mark, do you have anything to add in? I think you might be muted. I can't hear you.
Apologize. I had dogs barking in the background. To just very quickly sort of answer your question without too much on the industry trend side, if by sustainability, and this is a big question that comes up all the time, but if by sustainability you mean you include the idea of a stable climate, then I would suggest that most current trends are not really consistent with sustainability, because I think most of the sustainability conversation is around a lot of legitimate topics and conversations, but it really doesn't have much to do with climate change.
That's a good point. Okay, so now my next question is, what are some of the misconceptions or mistakes that companies often have or make when it comes to corporate sustainability? Mark, do you want to start this one?
Sure. And let me put up what is really at the root of an awful lot of the problem, and it's something called the fallacy of division. Because what we've done is we've said, as a society, we need to go to net zero by 2050. And then immediately everyone said, oh, well, then companies need to go to net zero by 2050. And that's totally incorrect. I mean, yes, companies need to go to net zero, but equating a societal net zero target with company net zero targets, which by implication means that every company in the world would voluntarily go to net zero, which is a gross overstatement of what's going to happen in reality. The real role for companies in terms of net zero is to support societal net zero. It is not to focus and get totally enmeshed in the idea of corporate net zero, which gets you into just spending all of your time on scope 3 footprinting, which is largely a problem in search of a solution. It gets you into all of the problems with carbon offsets, which I think we're going to come back to. So this idea that companies are a microcosm of society, so we should expect companies to do what society needs to do, that is perhaps the biggest misconception in thinking about climate risk and in thinking about how to manage climate risk. So this fallacy of division issue is a huge underlying problem.
Mike, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I think I'm just kind of reacting to what kind of Mark had out there and thinking even on the previous question. I think a lot of for me, I come back to this as a chemist and also, a big believer in the laws of thermodynamics. And, we can do a lot with materials if we have plenty of energy. And a lot of what Mark showed on that graph with the CO2, it all relates back to energy, right? I mean, we have the power to do a lot of these things, to innovate and bring products and services that just transform lives and have evolved society, to the state that it's at today. It all comes at the expense of energy. So I guess it gets back to saying, okay, how are we going to continue to support, and enable people to enjoy the standards of life that they've come to enjoy, but doing it in a more energy, conscious way. And I think tying that back to the beauty industry, for me, there's a strong push towards natural and towards bio-based. And at the end of the day, sometimes I say that we discard some very good technologies just because they don't fit that mold. And to me, I kind of have a more of an agnostic, all of the above approach, because in some cases, I think the stupidest thing we do with petrochemicals is burn them as fuel, because that directly creates CO2, and we're wasting a perfectly good and plentiful set of feedstocks to make materials that arguably we use more energy in some cases when we're making the bio-based variants, where we'd be better off just saying, what, why don't we just consume those for materials and not for fuel? I think that could really change the balance of things. But again, it's a complex interplay between matter and energy. And that's really what we have to be looking at, is not only, the materials, are they natural, are they bio-based, but also how much energy did I use to go from that agriculturally produced feedstock to my final material. I might have been better off from an overall carbon footprint point of view, just using, natural gas out of the ground, assuming all the methane wasn't flared off and things like that. But it's it's a complex one.
Yeah, I suppose this kind of speaks to the blanket statements around bio-based content. You're welcome to continue on after I say what I'm going to say. But unpopular fact is that we don't source petroleum for the cosmetics industry. The cosmetics industry uses byproducts that are going to be there with or without using them. So it's not to say that we should continue our reliance on fossil fuels. Obviously, we need to decarbonize societally. Or maybe this isn't obvious. Mark, correct me if I'm wrong. This is my understanding. But as the world is fueled by fossil fuels and we have these materials available to us today, I feel like that should just be kind of a part of this equation when we're saying this is going to be better just because it's fossil fuel free, just because it's bio-based. And it's just those blanket statements that one's better or worse, just because, that I think causes issue in the industry. Mike, do you want to chime in any further before we move to Akemi, or Mark as well, if you want to correct me on anything that I've said? Okay, I was right. Okay, good.
No, I think you have it right. I mean, the economy of scale is associated with some of these other feedstock streams that they interplay into everything, not just beauty. I mean, take any example, take acrylic polymers, for example. They go into myriad things, right? And just a small component of that is in beauty products. But there's an efficiency and an economy of scale associated with petrochemicals that, by design, is difficult to match with any other feedstock, because all the carbon is concentrated into very refined feedstocks already, and requires less energy than if you were to actually try to go and agriculturally produce alternate feedstocks and then refine them to a level necessary to make useful materials out of them. So it's like I said, I think we have to have kind of a holistic view of how we use all of our resources. I mean, to me, it's a conservation thing. I kind of grew up in the heritage of the outdoors, and conservation was something that was always stressed. You don't stress a resource or use it up, or else it's not going to be there for the future. So I think we have to just kind of look at resource conservation as another lens of how do we get to where we need to be.
And then Akemi.
Sure. I'm going to pivot a little bit, because I was thinking about actually your question about mistakes that companies often make when it comes to corporate sustainability. So one of the things that I think, and this is evolving from when maybe when I was, for example, at Method, years ago, but I think that there's still challenges with buy-in or understanding at the highest level of management in companies about sustainability. So they think, oh, I'm going to have a regulatory person or a sustainability director, and it'll all be good. And thinking that sustainable choices or regulatory compliance is only the purview of the regulatory function, I think is a mistake, because you're really ignoring the opportunity to look at regulatory compliance more strategically, or look at sustainability through a supply chain and financial lens. And so often there's sort of this relegation of that responsibility to others, versus saying, I am leading this company and we have a responsibility inwardly and outwardly around sustainability choices or sustainable choices. And the other thing is that often top management doesn't have a real grasp of what sustainability strategies require at the operational level. So there could be these very lofty, very altruistic goals or statements or missions that are stated by companies, but operationally they may not be grounded in reality, or they might be too short-sighted. especially if there's a lot of effort required, or there are not markets for the material, or there are challenges with, availability, or maybe even like multifaceted sort of sustainable choices that have to be made, and maybe the top management is interested in expedience and the bottom line, or product launch versus like really making sort of deeper choices. So that was kind of what came to my mind as I was thinking about it.
Okay, my next question, as I'm reading it, I'm realizing it's pretty similar to my last question, but I feel like there are different angles we can take on it. So the question is, what are some of the common sustainability misconceptions, and how do they impact industry, for example, with ingredient development or policy development? And are there ways that, because in my presentation, I highlighted how misinformation and information uncertainty can lead to, for example, policy changes that fundamentally don't make sense and sometimes make the issues that they're trying to address worse. So like as one example, I gave the client Reef Safe, the sunscreen filter bans in Hawaii as like a hallmark example of what I see as misplaced conservation in a green nudge. Something that came up in my presentation. If you don't know what I'm talking about right now, then just go watch that presentation once the replay is up. What do you guys think? Akemi, do you want to kick this one off?
Yeah. You know what? As we look at policies and like some of the timelines associated with these policies, and I'm sort of mindful of Mark's earlier comment. I think that there is like this sort of maybe misconception by lawmakers that consumers know what to do about anything, like that they know what to do about product usage and disposal, that they know about their waste programs and what's available to them and what they need to do to ready products for disposal or recycle. And also maybe just a misconception by lawmakers that it's easy for industry or the private sector to tackle these end of life or waste management issues effectively and efficiently, especially across geographies. Like I think I don't think like there's as good a coalition as maybe lawmakers sort of think there is to tackle some of these things. So then you end up with policies that have very aggressive deadlines, and the rulemaking is not matching up. The promulgation of the law does not match up with the implementation timeline desired, and then statements that are made or required of companies. And so I think that some of that is challenging. People think maybe it's easier to do or something, and it often, the good implementation will take a little bit longer because you need to make sure that it's viable for a long a long window of time.
Mike, do you want to go next?
Well, I guess first, this would be a great time to compliment you and all the other SciCommers for what you do, because it's to Kemi's point about the, legislators think that the public knows what's best for them. I think the SciCommers, by bringing some of these complex issues and making them fit for public consumption so that you don't need a Ph.D. to get into the weeds on some of these details. I think that's a very important thing, is to have a more informed public, because at the end of the day, legislators are elected officials. They're going to listen to their constituents. So having a well-informed public drives the policy making.
And Mark, do you have anything to add?
Just to build very slightly on something that Akemi said, that in addition to the problem that she laid out, a problem that I think about a lot is that policymakers never remember that there are 1,000 very smart people in the room next door who are going to immediately dedicate themselves to gaming whatever the policy is that just got passed. And so, if you don't think about that in advance, then there's always, especially when you get into large scale energy transformation and climate change stuff, there's always holes and loopholes and distractions, and people find those and exploit those. And 10 or 15 years later, you're back at the drawing table to try and tackle a problem that you should have been able to anticipate very clearly when the policy was first designed. And especially in the climate space, that's been happening now for 20, 30 years, and we're sort of running out of time. So this issue of gaming and we just don't think enough about how do we sort of anticipate how these policies will actually be implemented, as is the case, for example, with the risk disclosure stuff that I mentioned at the beginning. It really hurts when it comes to actually tackling some of these wicked issues.
Actually, Jen, just to add on to that, to Mark's comment, it made me think about, while there may be people that are trying to game the system, there are other people that abuse the system. So like these laws come out, and often federal agencies, state agencies, like they don't have the resources to go after every offender, right? So they're hoping on the goodwill and people, following through and doing the right thing. But there's a very active and litigious plaintiffs bar in the U.S. And so it can invite, when you put policies in place, especially policies that are very hard to comply with because of maybe big infrastructure needs or like supply challenges or whatever, like you can get these laws that are in place and it'd be really challenging for companies to comply on timelines expected. And then you can get a series of lawsuits, and those can be really challenging because they distract, especially for small companies, because they just don't have the resources to dedicate to that. But it really distracts everyone from the work of getting to the right solution, right? And having a real conversation about, the way this is implemented is not right. Like we need to go back and like kind of think about, I don't know, the availability of this material, and are we doing more harm than good? And instead it focuses people on, having to fight back, lawsuits that then, cut into resource and funding that they wanted to use on something else. And so, I think that's also like a real challenge, for companies, operating in this space and having policies that aren't really well thought through.
And maybe just as an example to highlight Kemi's point with the recent, I don't remember if you mentioned this in your presentation, I'm sorry if you did, but the recent PCR regulations that have been put forth with the percentage requirements, and like we don't have enough PCR material right now to keep up with the demand. Yeah. So like what are small companies going to do as larger companies are buying up stock? What can they do to comply to these regulations? What's going to happen? To Kemi's point. And I suppose we can move on to the next question, which is, why do misplaced eco-market trends that often end up being more environmentally impactful continue to be perpetuated? And so like I'm thinking about, well, like all these shifts to it really bothers me at grocery stores around me, all these shifts from plastic bags to fabric bags, and then people are just using fabric bags like disposable bags. Or in California, there was a shift to we can't use single-use plastic. So you know what we're going to do? We're just going to make these plastic bags thicker. Use more material. Like, does this make sense to anyone? Or the like prioritization of green consumerism and does that make sense either? So why do these misplaced eco trends continue to get the traction that they do in, I guess, the public zeitgeist, but also policy arena? Mark, do you want to kick off this answer?
Sure. Pretty briefly. I mean, obviously because consumers respond to this stuff, and consumers, I think it was a Kemi that one of you noted that people assume consumers actually understand these things, and consumers don't understand any of these things, and they're not necessarily particularly interested in many of the things. I mean, it's been now probably 15 years since Sainsbury's, I think it was in the UK, launched this idea that they were going to put the carbon footprint of all the products being sold in the supermarket, they were going to put it front and center. And that didn't last long, in part because it's really as much as one might like the idea of life cycle analysis, life cycle analysis has a significant error at the end of the day. And so when you say this product is 428 grams of CO2 and this product is 423 grams of CO2, those, you have no idea which is true and which is not. And so the whole thing blew up and disappeared. And now 15 years later, we're sort of right back to that with CO2 on menus and all sorts of things. And obviously people are appealing to consumers and consumers' concern about this stuff, but boy, is it hard to mesh what might actually make a difference, what might actually work with what we seem to be able to communicate to consumers.
Mike, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, at the end of the day, it comes back to we're humans, right? And I'm not a psychologist or a behavioral psychologist, but at the end of the day, I can tell you, no one wants to feel bad. They want to feel like they're doing something good. So if it means, hey, I bought the product with that little label on it, makes me feel good, well, that you just contributed to another sale of that company, and they're going to keep doing the same thing. So it's these kind of feedback loops that are built in. And again, why wouldn't I, if this thing had the little label on it that said it was better somehow, why wouldn't I do that? So I think people have inherently, I think most people want to do what they would consider the quote unquote right thing. But then we just confuse them by putting all these myriad labels on things. But if they're driving sales, show me a marketer who's going to stop doing something that drives sales.
Especially with a limited policy for ensuring ethical marketing. Not that the policy isn't there, but perhaps the oversight or oversight could be improved. Perhaps that's improving though.
I mean, in a perfect world, I like to say, I always like to look at like if there's business models that we could make obsolete. And one of the ones that, this is purely aspirational fiction, but wouldn't it be great if there was no need for certifying bodies anymore because everyone did the right thing? I mean, like it's kind of a fantasy, but that's what I think we should aspire to as companies, to say, hey, you know what, I'm willing to and be very upfront with our strengths and our weaknesses as a company. And this came through in Audrey's presentation about our kind of journey at Intellex is, hey, we have to acknowledge where our weak spots are. And I think if all companies did that, then we'd start to say, okay, how do we help each other out to traverse some of these issues that we have across the supply chain? Do we really need to have everything as global as it is today? Can we localize some things a little bit more and maybe produce more efficiently in that regard? But I think it all starts by having the transparency and getting the information out there so that, companies can start to figure out how do we help each other so that we don't need to have a third party checking up on us.
And Akemi, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree. I mean, I think I do think a lot of that those eco trends kind of come down to the consumers. I think consumers are alarmed. They're seeing a lot of things and they want to do something, but everyone's busy. So I think consumers are drawn to simplicity. They're looking for recognizable changes versus like sort of behavior changes. Like I had a friend who launched a low waste grocery store in San Francisco a couple of years ago. And it was super difficult. And this is in San Francisco, which is pretty liberal. But it really requires consumers to change their behavior, right? They have to think about refill. They have to think about what packaging they're using. And it's much easier to get someone, I think, to buy a fabric bag and keep buying the products that they want, just put it in this fabric bag, than to change their whole approach to buying and consuming products overall, right? So, I mean, we said it before too. I think they don't have, consumers don't have the time to research and understand trade-offs of any of these latest eco trends. So, and there aren't a whole lot of people talking to them. So, I agree with Michael in that, we have to applaud folks like you and the SciComm community who are providing information, because there are just so few trusted, prominent voices giving that kind of, nuanced information to consumers about the choices that they have in front of them.
What is SciComm?
Science communication. It's what I do. This is a science communication
I
platform.
haven't run into that term before. Okay.
SciComm is the short form that yeah. I guess not everyone knows what it is. If you at home were
Must be
wondering
a
what that
cosmetics
word
industry.
was. Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to highlight the challenge of green nudging with some of these misconceptions. And Mark and I did an interview that's going to be published when the podcast eventually comes back, which probably it's going to come back in a few weeks. So just hang tight. But we kind of talked about this, and I'm going to direct my next question to Mark with respect to corporate sustainability. But these misplaced eco trends, when consumers feel like they're doing something to like incrementally push the agenda forward, then they're less likely, like a nudge, they're being nudged in the right way, they're less likely to feel inclined to support further action, especially if said action is harder. This came up in my presentation, but perhaps Mark will be able to dive in further with my next question. So like kind of along these lines, with this continued focus on corporate sustainability action, can we really expect the corporate world to solve climate change? And also, just to tack on this question about nudging, when we're creating policy that's directed to the corporate world, is this a challenge for actually enacting through the lens I'm coming at it from, like a green nudge, for policy that might be more impactful, such as something like carbon pricing? So those are two questions. Mark, do you want to weigh in?
Sure. So in terms of the corporate, I brought this up earlier that there has been now for about 10 years, sort of this whole idea that it's up to companies to solve climate change. And everybody needs to go to net zero, and everybody needs to adopt a science-based target, and everybody needs to do all this stuff. And I've worked with companies for decades on climate change, and I just don't understand where that whole thing is coming from. Because the idea that companies can't internalize an externality. That's the whole point of public policy. That's why you have public policy, is to internalize externalities and to do other things like that. And in this case, climate change is attributable to the fact that we don't price greenhouse gas emissions. And so you end up with too many greenhouse gas emissions. And it's not going to be cheap to solve that. And sure, you can make some rapid progress, for the first 20 or 30%, but then it gets progressively harder, and then it gets very hard. But companies need to be given a policy environment, a decision-making environment, which encourages them to do what we would like them to do. Companies cannot simply voluntarily say, I am going to take the place of public policy and do everything that public policy should have asked me to do. The CEO would be fired next year for lack of shareholder performance. I mean, it just can't work. So that is a bit of a puzzle which we have to try and get around, and consumers have a role to play there in terms of incentivizing public policies. So do companies. In terms of the nudge issue, it really is an interesting problem, and the research that you're talking about really does conclude that if you think a problem is easily solvable, then you by definition downgrade your perception of the seriousness of the problem. And so when we say, oh, win-win, and we can do this very quickly, and it won't be at all hard, and it'll be easy to tackle climate change, which is one line of messaging, you are actually causing people to deprioritize the importance of tackling climate change, which isn't your objective, but that's what you're doing. And similarly, the more you convince people that they are living good lives, so to speak, they're recycling, maybe they're buying carbon offsets, they're conserving energy, that by definition reduces their perception that they need to go out and push for decision making at the societal level to tackle climate change. So they become less likely to vote climate, so to speak, because you've given them all these tools to feel good about what they're doing. And boy, does that set up a catch-22 in this whole sustainability versus climate change conversation. It is a massive catch-22. And the only way to get around it is to really help consumers focus on, look, all these things are great that you're doing, but it's not enough, and you need to be active over here as well. And there are very few organizations that are doing that. I call it climate chess, but nobody is really playing climate chess right now in terms of what are the hundreds of things that we ought to be asking consumers to help on, because consumers don't know what they are. We could be informing them, but nobody's playing that role.
Kemi and Mike, do you have anything to add in here?
Yeah, I mean, I think Mark hits a ton of really salient points. I mean, I do think companies can move faster than government, right? So they often move faster than government. Like you've seen the debate, like it took, 15 votes to like pick a speaker of the House, right? So things take longer often in government. So you can see more results, you can see more initiative from the private sector. The challenge, I think, in relying on the private sector is that companies are all working, in their own best interest or the interest of their shareholders. And so it's really challenging to work on problems like climate change or energy conservation or water conservation, because you have to work in a really coordinated and concerted fashion. And different companies, especially across different industries, have different interests, in terms of fiduciary responsibility or strategic mandates set up by each of these companies. So I think that makes it really hard to rely on industry alone to try to drive meaningful change on really big problems like this.
Mike, anything to add before the next question?
No, that's a really interesting point of view that Mark offers about, that all of these little kind of carrots that we were giving people and things that their actions that they think they're taking could really be desensitizing them to the broader implications of consumption. And I think, there's probably also a separate topic related to need for campaign finance reform and things along those lines, because a lot of the folks making the rules also, have a vested interest in kind of the financial outcomes associated with those. But I do think if there was a way to say to shareholders, ultimately, hey, today your dividend is 5%. If you do the right things, it's going to go down to 4%. But if you really don't do the right things, then it's going to go down to 3%. And that has to come through legislative action. And, again, is there a way to have a functioning economy where you can still have growth, but again, at a expected and reasonable rate of return, as opposed to just, what it is today, which is unsustainable?
Perhaps there could be a whole nother panel on like things like degrowth, that whole conversation. I would love to hear all of your perspectives, but I will just move on to my next question to keep us on track. Okay, so I guess my next question is more general. So are there any challenges that we missed with respect to challenges that the cosmetics industry faces in terms of sustainability? Anything that we missed before we start taking more of a positive perspective on this? Perhaps a challenge. You talked about it briefly, Mark, but I don't have a question specific to it. So perhaps one challenge could be along the lines of use of carbon offsets to meet various goals and the challenges there with reputability, as we're starting to see in the press more of various climate offsets around the world. I think you're muted again.
Sorry.
There we go.
The first carbon offset was actually done 35 years ago. Hard to imagine that we've been talking about these things for quite that long. And it's increasingly a contentious topic. I'm sure a number of people listening in are doing offsets of some kind at the corporate level. There are good offsets out there. I've worked in the industry forever. There are many bad offsets out there, and I'm not going to get into sort of the whole why they're bad and why they're good. It's a complicated issue. The one thing I would throw out that people might not be aware of is that there is this interesting conversation around contribution claims as opposed to offsets. And the idea is that instead of doing something and then claiming that ton or that 1,000 tons or whatever against your carbon footprint and reporting that your carbon footprint is less than it is because you've bought these offsets. There is this very interesting idea, which is going to be hard, but of contribution claims where you fund things, but you don't actually claim an offset. So it turns more into climate philanthropy maybe, but it also means that you get away from some of the bad offset issues and the brand risk issues. And so, for example, there's an organization, milkywire.com, which specializes in this contribution claims arena. And I think people are seeing a lot more brand risk relating to offsets with the never-ending front page exposés, at least in the industry. And if you're doing offsets and thinking of offsets, you might consider the idea of contribution claims as an alternative to offsets.
Kemi, would you like to go next?
No, that's super interesting. What I was going to say was this may be really mundane, but I was actually thinking one of the things we didn't talk about was just like there is going to be there is and will continue to be even more in the future, like such a need for data management for companies in the cosmetic sector. So like I think that beauty's been like a great entrepreneurial space. People can get in and like start a brand, but they may not always put all the infrastructure in place to capture documentation information that gives them either information to make strategy decisions or supply chain decisions, or provide transparency to consumers or retailers or lawmakers. And there's just going to be more and more need for data. And if you're trying to diversify your supply chain because you want something closer, but you need a backup supply because some other part of the world's blowing up, like all of that documentation needs to live somewhere, and you need people who know how to handle it and are managing it. And so I think that it sort of seems like a weird operational thing, but as sustainability starts to permeate more and more of the operational decisions and the requirements from either lawmakers or retailers, brands are going to need to manage that data well and be able to access it quickly and efficiently. And I just don't know that people are kind of ready for that or set up for that.
And last but not least, Mike, sorry.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to kind of pivot a question to Mark quickly, kind of just thinking about the long-term prospects. But I think, where would you say we are with respect to kind of the tipping point or the point of no return? And do you think that realistically we're going to get there, or do we have to start preparing for a different type of resiliency?
And when you say the tipping point, you're talking about climate change?
Correct.
Okay.
Climate, correct.
Yeah, and the problem is that climate change is already happening. It's going to continue to happen, period. It's probably going to get a lot worse in the sense that it's quite likely that we're looking at 3 or 3.5 degrees this century, not the 1.5 or 2 degrees that is sort of all the political speak, so to speak. And there are some real risks because a lot of the models don't account for some of the actual climate tipping points. There are about a dozen tipping points in terms of the Amazon going to savanna or rapid ice melt or the permafrost starting to emit a lot of methane. There are a whole series of these tipping points that we don't really understand well enough to put into the models, but they're potentially huge, and they're not part of the risk conversation. So the world is going to look very different in 2100, and I have happened to have, let me put this up, sort of this cartoon. That one of the huge challenges we have here is that we can be making progress And we will decarbonize. I mean, over time, it makes sense to decarbonize. We didn't leave the Stone Age because we ran out of stones. The real issue here is that it's very possible that we'll sort of celebrate winning the race, so to speak, the same day we hit 5 degrees. And that is going to be very bad. And people will say, why the heck couldn't you have done this 50 years earlier? Why did you have to allow this to go on for so long that now we've decarbonized and we have catastrophic climate change? That doesn't make a lot of sense. And so there is this issue of it. We can point to all kinds of incremental progress and good news, but we're in a race that we're looking to lose, if that helps.
Okay, so maybe I will shift my questions to be a little bit more positive here. Okay, so I have 2 questions. Are you guys okay if we go just slightly over time so we can get consumer audience questions? Is that okay? Okay, so
Sure.
I'll try to tie in my last few questions into 2 questions. So what are opportunities for companies to drive sustainability within their business and within the industry? And then also, what are some opportunities for the industry in general to drive sustainability? Mike, do you want to start with this one?
Sure. Yeah, I think it goes back to a lot of the principles Audrey covered. So if anyone recalls her talk or wants to go back and look at it at a later time, I think it'll show a lot of how we're doing that at Intellect. So it really begins with kind of having a holistic approach. We look at our particularly focus on the ingredients business and the ingredients that we provide. How do we, at least with the ingredients themselves, how do we have a holistic point of view on those from an LCA perspective? And we try to set those boundaries out as far as possible so that we're capturing as much of the impact associated with the products that we make and the process that we use to make them. And then I think it goes beyond that as a company, looking to see how do we serve our employees, how do we serve the communities that we work in, and how do we partner with the people from us up the supply chain and down the supply chain to really achieve, more sustainable solutions. If that means more energy effective, improving biodegradability and product end of life, reducing impact upstream up the value chain, and having transparency all along the way. I think that's how our approach has been. We recognize that there is really no perfect solution. I often tell folks, I said, look, we don't have the best solution. We have to look at this and frame it in the terms of what's the least worst. And I think if you start to look at it practically to say, okay, how can I just minimize? I understand that there's going to be an impact. We have to pick our poison. What's it going to be? And then try to basically manage the trade-offs. And we do that using the principles of green chemistry. It's kind of our compass. Principle number 1 of the 12 principles is prevent waste. So we try to do that. And be transparent about it and open to continual improvement.
Mark, would you like to go next?
I guess I would just restate something I said earlier that I mean, not to take away from the stuff that Mike's talking about. I guess I would say that ideally the conversation would be expanded a bit in terms of how can companies help educate consumers about some of these different topics. And it's not just, climate change is going to be a disaster. Mike made the point earlier that there's some indirect ways that one might tackle this. And so some people pointed out that perhaps the best climate change policy would be getting rid of political gerrymandering, because as long as we have political gerrymandering, we're sort of stuck in terms of making anything happen at the policy level, especially since the Supreme Court has decided that it's fine. And so, could companies help educate consumers about political gerrymandering? I mean, it's not a natural fit, obviously, but is there a way to do that? And to think more about their policy footprint as opposed to just focusing on carbon footprints.
Anna Kemi?
Yep. I agree with both what Mike and Mark have been saying. I definitely think companies, at sort of the company level, I think they can do more to standardize marketing language and claims. I think definitely there's opportunity to educate consumers, particularly about waste management and disposal. And definitely do more to collaborate, and whether that's through industry partnerships or trade associations, like IBA or whatever, but to help our government focus on the biggest opportunities instead of the most sort of flashy opportunities. The other thing that I think more broadly in the industry that I still haven't heard a lot about, and maybe it's just maybe I'm just not looking in the right places, but I would love to see a little bit more activity with downstream, in the value chain, more collaboration there. So there's a lot of focus on brands, manufacturers, and suppliers, but I think we need to have a sustainability conversation with retailers, and they need to be at the table with everybody else in the value chain. And they're really important because they drive a tremendous amount of choices that brands need to comply with to be on shelf or to be sold in their marketplace. And they have a lot of influence over that. They're also very close to the consumer, and they have a lot of data on what's being sold, where it's being sold, how often it's being sold, and to some degree, why. And so they're also a place where many different products from different industry sectors come together, so I just think bringing them into the solution on how to innovate around consumption and waste management is really critical. And I haven't really seen like that kind of pulling together of retailers into the conversation. I've seen a lot of looking back into your supply chain, but I think there's forward looking. There's a lot of stuff even in reverse logistics where you're looking at returns, this is much more prevalent in the fashion industry, but that drives a lot of transportation and waste as well. So, having a more robust conversation with retailers and their retail environment would also, I think, be very helpful because they can move things and influence a lot of organizations and a lot of companies all at once.
Okay, and now my final question before I start asking audience questions. And for our audience, if you have questions, stick them in the Summit discussion text channel and I will ask them to our panelists. So my final question is, are there opportunities for consumers to drive sustainability? We've already had quite a few questions throughout the day of like, what can we do as not the companies here, as users? So what are your perspectives from opportunities there? Mark, do you want to kick this one off?
Sure. And let me just call up the image of climate chess, because I get this question all the time from any audience that I'm talking to. The question is, what can I do? What can we do? What can we all do that would actually make a significant difference? And it's really hard to figure out what that is. I mean, most people that you ask, what are you doing about climate change? I recycle. Well, I mean, there are many reasons to recycle, but climate change probably isn't one of them, in the sense of it doesn't have much of an impact on climate change. There are hundreds, thousands of things that we ought to be doing, and that if we could orient consumers so that if we knew, this consumer has time, or this consumer has money, or this consumer has expertise, we could be using artificial intelligence to help them deploy at the right time in the right situation to have an influence on all kinds of decision makings being made. And that's where this idea of climate chess comes in terms of, you've got team urgency, you have team no urgency. Team no urgency has been winning the game for several decades. Could we be helping team urgency play better? And unfortunately, there is no team urgency, in the sense of there is no body playing climate chess in the way that I'm talking about here. And if there were, then there are 100 million people in the US concerned or alarmed about climate change. 100 million people. 343 of them have some idea what to actually do. So that's leaving a lot of people on the sidelines that could be having an impact if we were helping direct their effort. And so there's the opportunity for consumers to do a lot, but it's not a specific thing that I can say, go do this and it'll make a big difference. There are lots of things, lots of chess pieces on the board, but unfortunately we're not playing climate chess. So it's not a happy answer.
Akemi, would you like to go next?
I will. And I'm just going to say, Jen, I won't be able to stay for the Q&A because I have something a personal thing I have to attend to right after this. But, you know, in terms of opportunities for consumer, I think Mark is so spot on. Like there's so much energy, but nowhere to direct it. You know, I think that, you know, it's so hard to ask people to do this, but like to get involved even politically, to depoliticize the activity around climate change and like choices that we can make. There's just so much that gets sort of like bogged down, I think, in sort of political camps, but like really tangible things. And as much as like, you know, maybe recycling isn't like the end all be all, but it gives you a sense of like the scale of the challenge. I would encourage consumers, go to your your local waste management facility. Like, see if you can do a tour to understand what is happening to your waste and what is required to manage that waste. Because that may give you a thought about consumption and what do you really need versus like what do you really want, and how to use your purchasing power maybe differently. And then just I have a young one at home, so I would say like listen to kids, listen to youth organizations and youth activists, because they're inheriting the world we're leaving them, and they have some strong feelings about sustainability and the world that they want to live in. And so pay attention to them, because they're inheriting what we're leaving behind. And you can get ideas from anywhere and inspire action, you know, from anywhere. So so I would also encourage that.
Wow, Kemi, that could be like an inspirational quote on a poster. Last but not least, Mike, do you want to answer?
Yeah, that was great, Akemi. I mean, that one of my kind of favorite sayings is leave it better than you found it. And I think that's the tricky part now is, how do you do that? And understanding what you consume, what its fate is, what, you know, where it ultimately goes is a big part of that. You know, thinking about what Mark was saying, I mean, to me, it's like, have the tech companies not figured out? I guess maybe they haven't figured out how to monetize it yet, so that's why they're not doing it. But they can influence people to do myriad types of things and myriad decisions. So I think if there could be some understanding of how do you get people where they're at, whether it's on media platforms or whatever, to start to get the right messages there, and then counteract the misinformation that's present. You know, Jen, we spoke a lot about misinformation and how that kind of undermines the whole, you know, momentum of what we're trying to achieve when it comes to kind of having a, you know, more sustainable economy and environment. So yeah, I don't know if I really have the answer or what it might be, but it's going to be, you know, I think somewhere we're going to think our way through the problem, right? We've done that before. There's never been a better time to be alive than right now, probably. So we can work our way through the problem, but we just have to kind of all get on the same page.
Okay, so that concludes my questions, and Akemi has to go. Akemi, thank you so much. We're only going to be here for a couple more minutes, but thank you so much for being a panelist. Everyone, follow the IBA on Instagram. They've got an Instagram page. And if you're a brand, they're a great association to be included upon. Thank you so much, Akemi.
Thank you.
Okay, so one question was from Sakshi, who asked, I thought this was an interesting question. How financially viable is the sustainability movement for developing countries? And also maybe there can be like a tie-in question of our expectations as westernized countries who've gotten a lot of benefits historically from the industrial movement. And we've polluted a lot, and now all these developing nations are starting to do the same thing to get the same kind of quality of life that we have. So like, where is I don't know. I'm just painting a picture, I guess. So I'll stop my question there, and hopefully you understand what I'm trying to put out there for this question as a tack on. Mark, would you like to answer?
Well, I mean, part of the issue here we've seen in the international climate negotiations where the industrialized countries make all these commitments, but then the money doesn't actually show up. And so the developing countries get frustrated, understandably. So even if you see tackling climate change and decarbonizing, even if you see that as an economic win over time, which it is over time, it costs money in the short term to do it in terms of infrastructure transformation and all sorts of things. And if we're not going to help those countries do that, we're going to see much less of it at a much slower pace than we would like to see. And yet there is very little appetite, with the exception of some Nordic countries. There is very little appetite for large scale aid. And this isn't really pure charity or philanthropy. This is, how do we actually make progress on climate change, and how do we help the developing world skip over entire generations of technology and infrastructure and go right to the stuff that would be relatively sustainable. It's in our self-interest to do that, but we're not seeing much of that happen yet, and so it is much more difficult to make the sustainability business case is going to be a lot harder to make than it should have been.
Now, I wonder if this could be partially an issue with how we measure economic success and how that may influence nations' but in light of how it might, for example, impact their GDP, ability to support developing nations, and maybe coming back to, conversations around including the environment within our way we measure economic success. Mark, do you have anything to add there?
Well, we could have a whole panel on the issue of how we measure economic success. Economists have been talking about how bad the GDP measure, the gross domestic product measure, is literally for decades. And at the end of the day, climate change is going to be great for GDP, right? Because every major storm, every disaster, everything you have to recover from adds to GDP. What's not to like? And so we have how we measure these things, how we talk about these things, how we discount the future in a way that makes climate change sort of disappear very quickly in the economists' world. It all is totally antithetical to this problem and successfully tackling this problem. It's a big issue.
And now moving more to formulation specific, I will direct this question to Mike, also from Sakshi. What are some more sustainable or less impactful formulation techniques that can be incorporated into product development? Do you have any suggestions for things that formulators or companies should be thinking about there?
So I guess when you talk about techniques, I guess that means kind of product development strategies. Yes. So again, I think that a product has to deliver against its promise, or it will not be economically viable. So I think understanding performance attributes and how to deliver the benefits that you're promising from the product, and then doing that with ideally not including more components than necessary into a formulation, more ingredients than necessary. If you're really looking to streamline and create a more sustainable formula, ask yourself, do I need 4 different emulsifiers? Can I figure out how to just formulate a more robust emulsion with 2? And the answer is it can be done. You just need to have a good understanding of the physical properties of the formulation, what's going in there, and how to stabilize it, just as an example. I think end of life is the other thing to be paying attention to, because the ultimate fate of the cosmetic product itself is an environmental release, whether it's through direct environmental release like a sunscreen or through a wastewater treatment plant or a septic system. The stuff winds up back in the environment. So consider end of life, look for biodegradability, and kind of minimal toxic byproducts or anything that could be deleterious in the environment once it's released.
I have my own question. I'm interested in your perspective, Mike and Mark, if you have anything to add. This is going to be kind of industry specific, but I'm sure you would have insights for what I'm going to ask. Okay, so almost the popular industry eco certifications prioritize the use of more natural ingredients, as if more natural equals less impactful. They prioritize the use of more organic ingredients, the transition away from genetic engineering, even though there are many cases where genetic engineering can improve the efficiency of production. But yet, the industry is so beheld to certifications because consumer perceptions. And I suppose that's coming back to the need of better education to consumers so they understand what these certifications actually mean and don't mean. I find that's lacking. And I see a lot of suppliers also, because they have to, ingredient suppliers, because it's like a chain of education where ingredient suppliers educate the brands, who then educate the consumers, and then all the ingredient suppliers, because brands are consumers too, and brands want to see these certifications. So it's just creating this vicious cycle where we all want more and more of these eco certifications. My question is, are these certifications doing more harm than good by creating this information uncertainty or all this confusion in the industry? Is that moving us away from sustainability? Obviously, my thoughts. What do you think?
Yeah, I think many things begin with good intentions. It's just the outcomes that can, be less than ideal. I think the move to have things that are, renewable. I mean, again, renewable is one of the 12 principles of green chemistry, right? But it has to be put into the context of the other 11 principles. So if there are energy penalties, waste penalties, other trade-offs that come with being renewable, that is bio-based, that really bears the question is that the more sustainable option? If I have to produce a whole bunch more waste in order to get to the bio-based version of a chemical, whereas I could have just cracked ethane to ethylene and made it more direct route with a lot less energy. Did I really do the right thing there? So yeah, I think they can miss some of the broader context that you would see in an LCA or another objective measure of what a product's impact is.
Mark, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, the whole buy local thing, for example, which is generally associated with sort of sustainability ideas from a climate change perspective, is often not at all the right thing to do, because buy local may involve a much larger footprint, even when you account for travel emissions, et cetera. So are they doing more harm than good? I would like to see the eco certifications include, is the company advocating for public policy? I'd like to see that part of the eco certification in addition to all the other stuff that's in there. I think most of these certifications, as Mike sort of suggested, they all start from the right place. They all start from the right motivation. The real question isn't so much is it bad per se. The real question is it distracting us, and are the 85 eco certifications that are out there in some way distracting us from something we might have otherwise done if we weren't focused so much on those eco certifications? So they may be doing good in one sense, but in another sense they could simply be encouraging us to kick cans down the road that we're going to wish we hadn't kicked down the road.
Okay, so I think this is a great place to end our conversation. We're now 17 minutes over. Thank you so much for being so generous with your time on a Sunday. So thank you to our panelists, Mark, Mike, and Akemi, for agreeing to share your expertise with our audience. I highly recommend going and checking out all the respective companies and associations that they are a part of or direct, where you can find a whole bunch more really useful information, I think. Just as we close this whole conference, I wanted to thank our attendees again for attending. If you found the information that you learned today valuable, then please take the time to share it with your network. There will be a replay of this conference that's probably going to be published by tomorrow. So again, if you found this useful, then please share. The whole idea behind these conferences is to make accurate information more accessible in the cosmetic sector, where oftentimes it's very expensive or just not accessible for other reasons. It might be behind closed doors of a corporation, some of this information. So to open the doors and make, I suppose, democratize information for the cosmetic sector. So if you want to support this initiative, again, I'm just asking you to share some of what you've learned. Thank you to our sponsors for this event for making this event possible and to make this event free for anyone to participate in. Our bronze sponsor was Innolex. Thank you so much. And our silver sponsor was Croda. So thank you. And to Julia Ruby. I feel like I've said this for every single conference. You can find Julia at Ruby's Resources, but Julia has helped us so much for putting together all the back-end tech stuff for our Discord and for trying to help us with our OBS streaming. I didn't get the captions. I'm so sorry. Next conference will be better, I promise. But thank you so much to Julia Ruby for your support on this. And yeah, I guess that's all I have. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to everyone who attended this conference, and I hope you all have a great rest of your Sunday.